power this morning, and so that was what was going on there. Just came back on at 9:08. So let me do something here. Somehow I made two streams scheduled for the same time, so we're going to have to post the link to the other stream here. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. Uh, okay, there we go. And let's put on a Catfish shirt here. This will be a shirt we can send out in the future. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the tank. Sorry there was a delay this morning, and I didn't realize until just now that I had two streams scheduled. I looked over and I'm, oh shoot, it says I've got two at the same time. So I had to thank you guys for being on the other stream, and then hopefully now you've made it over to this new stream. Yes, indeed. Well, we've been looking at and trading. First, let me start by saying, not a financial advisor. I do not make any guarantees. I provide and you decide. I show you my methods and you determine whether or not you like what you see. I do not have any control over the stock market. I cannot make any certain comments because there is no certainty. Okay? There's no certainty about the market. And the reason so many people lose so much money is because of that. They think, but there are some things you can do, which we're doing here all together as a group, that will increase your odds. Okay. They increase your odds, minimize your risk, limit your exposure. Now, if you want to hold stocks long, that's one thing. And I have a whole list over here of 50 stocks that you should be holding long, perhaps, that have done very, very well over the last year and over the last 10 years. And even some over the last 25 years. I've held some of these stocks over 25 years, like AMD. So my point is, there are stocks that I hold long, and people who become members of this tank become members to get these perks, like these spreadsheets that show all the stocks that I hold long. And then I also have spreadsheets of all the stocks that I have 70 that pay dividends that have done very well. Now, just because they've done so well over the last year does not mean they're going to continue to do that. But I want to show you, just so you guys know, and you might be encouraged to become a member of the channel if you're not already, that you'll get this list right here, and you'll know all the names of all these stocks, and you can track what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year, their market cap, their PE ratio. So you can see it all. And you become a member of this channel, then you'll be able to get this list. And if you come in at the top level, you can use this list and make additions to it later on. You can add to it and put your own stocks on here. You can use it the rest of your life. And these stocks have done very well, as you can see, over the last year, over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days last year, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days last year. So these are stocks that I've been holding long, and you can get this list if you become a member at either the Monster, which is $9.99 for a month, $9.99 a month to get it. And, you'll probably make enough off these stocks to pay for your membership every month. As a matter of fact, I have a feeling that that's why so many of my Goliath channel members, they continue to be members because they just making very good profits, and they don't worry about 24.99 a month when they've got stocks they've been holding for the last year that have done this. And I started this channel about 2.5 years ago on a stock called SoFi, SOFI. I started telling everybody about SoFi. All right. And as you can see in the chat here, everyone is chiming in with stocks. Now, I need to go over here to my channel and I need to end one of these streams, but I don't know how to do it. Um, Let me go over here to my YouTube studio. Hold on. YouTube studio. Maybe I can end the one that's going now. No, we'll go to my channel, manage videos. And there should be 2 lives running right now, one scheduled and one running. And I don't see that. I don't see the one with the magician that was on the other stream lined up for this morning. So it only shows one now live. View your channel. And there it is right there. It says 12 waiting. How about end stream as an option? Oh, well, folks, the market has just opened up. We're going to be looking at the stocks that you guys have all called out. I'll have to pin this message on the old stream. I don't know how to end this. I do not know how to end this stream right here that's running this other stream. It should give me an option down here, I would think. Report, save, share, edit video. And we're going to change this. There we go. Unlisted. Done. That way people won't get confused. There we go. That's what I'll do. Should work. And here we are. So here's the stocks that have been called out this morning by everyone. You can all look at them. Come on up here in the chat. Welcome to the tank. And the time is 9:31. Now, I want you to know something. I suggested to everyone last night, I said, sell at least half, if not all, of that RMSG. I said that to everyone. I said, before the market closes, you need to sell half or all of RMSG. Do not hold that. I told everyone that. Do you recall? I'm sure you do. So I hope you did sell. I told you I was going to sell half of everything, and at least half, because otherwise your losses would be big. And even though I sold half, my losses are still big. So I wish I would have sold it all. But needless to say, nonetheless, I now have cash to work with this morning, and I'm going to take that cash that I've got, and I'm going to maybe even sell some more of this. If we get a call out for one of these stocks that's running like a banshee, you bet I'm going to sell that and move it over onto that wagon. Yes, sir. So good morning, Tony Henry. Good morning, my 2 cents. Bodie, please. Good morning. Steve Ross. Good morning. Morning, Richie. We have had a terrible storm here overnight, and we had power out this morning. It came on. Our power got turned back on at 9:08 this morning. Thank goodness. And but Didn't have any power all morning, and I hope you all are safe out there. I know if you live here in central Michigan, things got wicked last night. And I might even have some video footage to show you of how wicked it got. We'll see if we are captured any that will be available this morning already. But my prayers go out to the people that I knew it. I told the tank or either power or internet. Well, we're lucky that we have internet right now, I believe. Lucky. And so if you'll give me a moment here, yeah, I'll show you what was going on last night here at 11:30 at night. Sliding glass door, and just got a tornado warning go off on my phone, so I thought I'd make sure we don't have one coming here. It sure is a lot of energy out here. Wow. Storm is coming from the northwest, so on the south side of the house, I've opened up the windows a little bit so we don't get any air trapped into the house and blow our roof off if we have a tree limb or something come through a back window. Little tip for you in case you didn't know that. Wow, that was scary. A little bit. Lots of activity over this way. Well, it's really all across the sky, if you can see. East, west to east. It's looking more to the northeast there. And this would be due north right there. This is northwest over here. Wow. What a light show. But no tornado as of yet, and hoping we don't see one either. But there's plenty of energy here. Let's hope we don't get any rotation. Tyler and Cheryl over and out. We do have a basement here we can run into if we must. So I think we'll be safe. Hope you're all safe too, everyone. Bye bye. So pretty wild experience last night, yeah. And it got very bad after that. Oh man, that came right into our area, and the wind was just intense. People blew neighbor's my neighbor's trampoline was blown over our property and landed in my other neighbor's property across the fence line. Yeah, it was intense, folks. It was really, really intense. And you know what? I'm going to reposition this. Yeah, it was And our power was out this morning. Of course, our power went out last night. So, but man, it was intense. Man, wow, what a storm! What a storm last night. Exciting to watch, and of course, it was happening at midnight. I was up at midnight. Yep. All right, so we're gonna look. I got all these. I got a bunch of stocks here. I see. Hold on. Got to get us a new list. Some of you were trading stock with me yesterday, RMSG, and we got very fortunate to have that thing take off in the afternoon and give us that run up where we could sell that and make some money on it. Because man, that thing is down big time now. And I hope that you sold it when it was up there. When I was saying sell it now, let's sell it now, let's sell it, and we sold it. And I was barely even in the green on it, but I was selling it all because I knew, man, I'm using my buy sell sheet, folks, and I just knew it was time to sell it yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock. So I still hold some, and I'm going to sell some right now. Um, it's down 18%, 195. Well, she's OPs. This thing was just at 170 something a share. A little bit ago, it was at 170. Literally, I think it was just 10 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, look at this, folks. Okay, thank you for letting me know I was muted there. I see that now. But I'm showing you the stock right here, SNAL. And I want you to see this thing is, if it's flat bottomed, we're in trouble, folks. If this thing flat bottoms, we're in trouble. If you got this stock, if that flat bottoms, trouble. If this wick gets longer and it starts to retrace, see, this is not good. They're still coming at this thing. They're still coming at SNAL, and I'd stay leery. I told you I thought it would fall from 83, so it looks like I might be right. And they're hitting it hard, man. A lot more selling than buying right here. A lot more selling than buying. Now, I want you to look at the 180-day chart on this, folks. This stock is a one-day play. Okay, don't get caught up in this. The long term is down, 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 down. Okay? The long term is just down and down and down. But stocks like this can often run up like this because they don't have very many shares. And if they got good news, they can get overbought and they can get overzealous. And so um, I do not see this as a long play. Let's put it that way. Okay. Now let's go over and take a look at some of these other stocks. VSA looks good. All right, let's jump on it. You guys, I can't run through all of the comments right now to catch the runners. So please tell me what they are. Right now, let's go over again. The first one, VSA Jayhawk. All right. Thank you, Jayhawk. VSA. And where in the world did my doggone pin go to? It's so weird how that pin seems to just disappear here so often, so frequently. There, it was way over there. Why did you run over there? All right, VSA Jayhawk. I don't have time to run over them all, so you guys help me out. NNBR, NNBR. Okay, we launch NNBR. We launch. Okay, BIRD. Several people calling out BIRD. Thank you very much, Ron and Iguera. Okay. Uh, yeah, BIRD is running. Damn, you buy an SNAL? No, I say it's a one day play only. If you get in and out, don't stay in that. It's likely not a good one to stay in long. I said not a long stock at all. It's a one day play. It's a run. It's a bump and bump. It's a one nighter, folks. SNAL. It's not a long stock. Right. Yep. BIRD. I got it, guys. That's the third. You're the word Marty. BIRD. Everybody's on BIRD. The thing is, when everybody's shouting about a stock like that, you might want to watch out and you might want to get out there. When they're all screaming and hollering about it, is where you use I like to sell. When it's all quiet is when I like to buy it. But let's go look at it. Number one requested one is Bird, BIRD. And by the way, anyone who's on this channel who's listening right now knows I have a buy sell sheet. You can see that high is $12.72. There are so many people here right now that have this buy sell sheet. And I want you to please tell me that you had a sell at 172, at 72 there. Please tell me, any of you viewers, yes, I sold at the 72. This is one of the main numbers to sell, 72. I want I want someone to tell me you sold at 1272. The buyback now 1203. The price is at 1203, folks. Now it's at 1186. Now it's at 1186 a share. And by the way, 11 Quote 86, folks. 86 it. They just 86 the stock just then. 1186. I've mentioned this number to people before. The 86 is a good number to buy because many times that has a double connotation meaning, because those that are in the market of manipulating to prices down will say, let's 86 this stock. Okay. In other words, let's exit our shorted positions, which, if you don't know, when you 86 something, it means it's terminated. Okay. You've decided to throw in the towel, you're going to, or split, get out. You 86'd it, right? Yep. So right there, I just noticed that they had it down to 1186, and that is not what they did, because now it's at 1177. So, and they like that number too, 77. But look at that. They've taken it now from 1272 to 1172 almost. They're at 1177. And they took it from 1272, almost a dollar down, to 1172. And you might even get that 1172 on Bird right now. It's at 1175 right now. 1173. And there's the 1169. So I would have bought right there. I would suggest. See, you got to sell that 83, folks. And you got to sell, in this case, the 72. So please tell me if you owned Bird that, yeah, Catfish. I looked at the buy sell sheet and it said 72. So I sold at 1272. You guys, you got to start using that sheet. You've really got to use that sheet. What stock are you talking about, Catfish? BIRD. Uh, we've also got another stock that's been called out this morning, VSA, called out by Jayhawk, and he's picked some good runners in the past. This is VSA. It is a 1-day play. VSA, I said to everyone, it also is a 1-day play. You don't buy into stocks falling like this for longevity, okay? That's not what you're looking for, all right? These are what you're looking for out of your longs, okay? These are what you want out of your longs that you hold long, all right? These are the stocks that you want to hold long. And interestingly enough, it's like a lot of my data is showing up weird here. My Google Sheets are saying NA on a lot of these positions now. So that's kind of interesting. Let's look at my dividend sheet. Nope, my dividend sheet still looks good. But anyway, folks, just so you know, these are the kind of stocks you want to hold long, okay? The ones that pay these dividends. And you can see how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. You can see the market cap, the PE ratio. You can see what they pay in dividends, the percentage they pay. These are the kind of stocks you want to hold long. The ones that were day trading, and by the way, if you want this list, become a member of this channel at the monster level, and I'll send it to you. And these are dividend paying stocks. There's over 70 of them on this list. And the first 40 that are on this list were not my picks. They were picks that were made by a guy by the name of Keith Gill. And so the first 40 stocks on this list of dividend paying stocks were picked out by none other than a guy by the name that goes by the AKA Roaring Kitty. So 40 of these stocks at the top are on his list, on Roaring Kitty's list. And I don't know whether he still holds them or not, but I wouldn't doubt it that he would hold them still, because they've done so dang well over the last year. And they've done so good over the last 10 years that he's been holding these stocks. And I know he has been holding these for At least 6 years. I know these stocks at least 6 years are the ones at the top that pay dividends, folks. And these are the dividend percentages that they pay right here. You can look at the percentages, you can look at what their market cap and PE ratio is, and you can see how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. Now, there is no guarantees because they've done so well over the last year, they're going to continue to do that. But if you want this list of dividend paying stocks right here, just become a member at the monster level and I'll send it to you. If you come in at the Goliath level membership, which is $24.99 a month, I believe off of the dividends alone, I think you'll be able to take care of your monthly fee. Okay? I believe that. I can't guarantee it, but with performance like this over the last year on many of these dividend paying stocks, I think you'll make enough on dividends to cover the 24.99 a month. And I could be wrong. But if you want this list of over 70 dividend paying stocks that you can pick and choose from, which ones are doing right now the best and gaining at a rapid speed and going up in a time with a turbulent market, then this is the list you want to get your hands on. And I can't guarantee you're going to make the same amount, but anyway, this is what I have to talk to you about because this is what keeps the channel going. People that are buying this list and my other list of the stocks I'm long on, and I'm not sure. Oh, here's the long sheet now. So these are the stocks that I hold that I'm long on. And again, I have the market cap and PE ratio on these. And if you want this list at a Goliath level, $24.99 a month, it gets you this list that you can edit. You can change it and make your own additions to it. If you come in at $9.99 a month, you're only going to get this list in a readable form. You won't be able to edit it, okay? But if you want to get in on this and get this list of all these stocks that have been paying these returns over the last year and over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, last year, market cap, PE ratio, hey, I think it's a good investment. And I have to pitch it anyway. And because according to YouTube, in content providers that talk about membership get 3 times as many members just by mentioning what this is all about. And so I have to explain what this membership is about and what you can get in return for helping support this channel. And so anyway, um, yep, yep. Pinky said I just bought some VSA, the 112, and he said stopped out already. Oh my, yeah. Well, here's something I want you to be aware of. We're starting to see this run up in the pre-market on a lot of stocks now. Listen to what I'm saying because I don't want you to get burned. And they're buying. I believe their strategy here recently, and it's been very effective for many of them, is just to hoard up the shares and buy it up and get everybody piling in and retailers coming in and get it up there. And then they reached a specific discussed price that they've agreed. Okay, we're going to then short it here, and then they've got all those millions of shares that they bought up, and then they short the position, and then all day they just sell them and sell them. And they're doing it against retailers, which are the most gullible. So as it starts falling more and more, it just cascades. It becomes an avalanche of selling, and they're making a fortune off of that. They're making a fortune. And so you can either one, you can either get in on that wave and then just know, hey, I got to sell now. I made $100. I'm out. And then just take that profit and bank it away. Folks, you can be certain of one thing in the stock market, and that is that there is no certainty. Okay? There is no certainty. All right? Catfish is telling you the truth, and you'll find out for yourselves. If you don't, you'll find out in due time, folks. I'm telling you. There is no certainty. And so even when I show you these lists right here like this, I can't tell you for certain that they're going to continue to do at this performance rate. I can't guarantee it, but they sure have been doing well over the last year, haven't they? These dividend paying stocks. And because in times of uncertainty and things get all scary and shaky and everything, people turn to these anchored long term stone stone foundations to put their money into. So that's what's happening right now. People are going for security, and that's why these dividend paying stocks are getting so much momentum right now. If if you watched that video the other day that I put the link up 2 days ago about. The guy predicts, and because of history and what's happened back in the 73 and what happened in 77 and what happened in 2008 and what happened in every one of these situations, what his prediction was, and I don't make any guarantees that it's going to come true, but is that we're going to see a series of events happening, and the gold has already made its move. Okay, the first sign is the gold. What's happened with gold lately, and according to him, believe it or not, even from here, from this pullback we just saw, we're going much higher with gold. According to him, we're going to be seeing mining companies start to take off. But one of the things he said is because we're of the oil situation right now where we're at, and being at $100 a barrel or over that, we're on the threshold, and we've got to keep oil under 120 a barrel. I'm telling you, if oil goes over 120 a barrel, we're going to see a recession, because that has happened every time in the past, in 73, 77, 2008. When oil goes over 120 a barrel, it's coming. It's just a matter of time. So here's what his explanation was, or and his breakdown, and I'm just going to portray it to you. You can decide to do whatever this information you want, but his thinking is that the oil is going to cause the dollar to get artificially inflated, because people in different countries that need oil and rely and depend on oil as a mainstay, they are going to have to buy with US dollars. So they're going to convert their assets, other assets like bonds and things like this, are really going to get hammered with some heavy selling, because they've got to have cash to buy oil. This will overinflate the dollar artificially. Once that finally it deflates, because oil stabilizes and the Gulf is opened up, and who knows what eventually happens here, but hopefully we'll see a resolution and an end and some sort of amicable agreement to work together. I keep trying to tell everyone in control that we can do this if we just somehow could come to a table and say, hey, you know what? Let's just stop fighting. Let's just stop using the military as an excuse to dump all our money into all this fortification of military. Let's just stop war, and let's just take all that dang money and put it in a big pile and let everybody have some of it. You know, trillions of dollars spent on trying to create war. And if I don't know if you believe in this or not, but people talk about aliens and an impending hypothetical invasion. It might even all be holographic. There's all kinds of crap out there in this world. It's so crazy right now, and thoughts in people's heads and stuff. But still, what I'm getting at with this alien thing is, I've heard that reason that they aren't letting us be a part of this whole galactic thing that's going on, intergalactic and universal thing that's going on, is because we're too unstable and we're too volatile. We're too nuts here. We're just too whacked out, and we're too divisive, and we're too warlike, and we're like uncivilized to them. And in a way, I would agree. I don't see why we can't just all get along. you know, yeah. Hey there, Nicole. Welcome. Yep. Dollar is going to weaken from debt and paying and printing more money. Well, and this is another thing that's down the pipeline. Okay. So once you start to see all of this cascading, you're going to see, according to him, you're going to see people moving their money over to safer assets and things that are going to gain value during the time of recession. And one of those things he actually believes is going to be, although properties is high right now, he thinks it's even going higher in the long run down the road. People will move to properties and investing in stability. And hey, real estate has always been a very good investment over the course of history. It's come to proven. And if you don't believe that, you can look at all the real estate moguls that are out there. But anyway, so he feels as though that's going to be happening too in the future. And so anyway, it's a very interesting video. I put up a link to it the other day. Hopefully you got over there and watched it. I did a poll yesterday, and I saw something like maybe 25 or 30% of my viewers said, yeah, they did watch the video. And interesting to think about all those scenarios. And I just hope and wish and pray that we could just get rid of war, just freaking just eliminate war. Why can't everybody just say, okay, fair enough, you can believe the way you want to believe? Like Tom Petty says, you can believe what you want to believe. Everybody has the right to be free, and you don't have to live like a refugee. Just think nobody would have to live like a refugee. Tom Petty, bless him. I got a tribute song to Tom Petty that's on YouTube. Tommy's Gone. You should give it a listen. It's a killer song, along with my other 125 songs that are on YouTube for your listening enjoyment. And so let's get back to trading. I'm sorry, folks, I got a little sidetracked. We'll get to trading here. We're going to make money today. We're going to turn the frowns upside down. And yeah, on Tom Petty also said, I won't back down. Okay, we've got a ton of stocks that have been called out this morning. And what I think I'm going to do, oh, Nicole, thank you very much. And your name now goes onto the list for this week's drawing. And you're going to be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th one in the list. Except I'm going to put your name on here as Barbie Nicole. Thank you for those 10 jewels. War makes too much money. Ask the Rothschilds why we can't get along. Yeah. Birds made me a lot of money this morning, and I am done. All right, Harris Muhammad, congratulations. And I'm glad for you. Very good. Why can't we be friends? That's right, Nicole. Well, why can't we be friends? So why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Oh, sometimes I don't think. Oh yeah, I sold RMSG just right. Hey, I just sold RMSG at 199 and 198. Hot dang. Yes, indeed. And now I get to back at 180. Nice. Hey, I hope you guys sold that with me. You saw me put that order in on RMSG. You saw me put that in. 180, 179. Wow. And sold at 199 and get the 20 cent pullback. Review and place it. Nice. The first time they take this thing up, I told you, the first time that they take it up to the $2, they're going to yank it down. And I told you to put in your sell orders, or I suggested you follow my lead numbers on my buy sell sheet. Did I not? And if you look at my buy sell sheet, which is right here, ladies and gentlemen, you will clearly see that it tells you very, very, very definitively to sell the 97, the 99. It tells you to sell there in the $2, 201, 202. Put your orders in there. And I did. And the reason I did is because they're on this sheet. Got to the round number, I knew they would pull it down. Now, what does it say after you sell at the 97, 98, 99 to do? Buy back. Look at these numbers: 67, 78. Okay. All right. Those are the numbers you can be buying back. So if you go over here, you can look. I just sold right there. It says very clearly sold 199, sold 198. And now there's where I sold 198 and 199, and now the buyback 176. It's on my buy sell sheet. This number. Look at what it says right here. It says right here, sell the 97, 98, 99, 98, right in the center of the screen. So guess what? I'm going to buy the dang thing. I'm going to do the opposite of the sell order. I'm going to go opposite. And I don't want to do such a big quantity as I sold. I'm going to do just 10. And I'm going to buy them here at this price. And I'm going to actually try to just buy a market now. And why I'm doing this, look how much it's down. It's down 25%, folks. Now, watch this review order. Watch them closely with me, folks. It's down 6 cents right. Down 6 cents, down 25%. RMSG now down only 24.58. Watch it closely with me because I'm going to go in on this. I'm definitely going to buy this now. There's no question. I just got through selling it at 199. I like buying it back 18 cents lower. And I don't know, Dabas Assassin. I can ask others, did you buy G Pro here in a little bit? But I want you to see something. I'm going to buy this stock, but I want to buy it at the low. I want this thing to drop below 25. And if I don't see that, then I'm just going to buy it down 25%. And why? Well, because they just triggered 20% stop losses and they just triggered 25% stop losses. Okay, I see it 5 and triple inverted 9. So I just bought it 181 a share, folks. That's where I just bought 181 a share. There's my buyback, right? There's my sell right there, 198 and 199. And there's my buyback at 180 a share. Okay. And I just filled at 181. 181 is what I just bought. And then I'm going to duplicate this order now. And I'm coming in at market and I'm watching that percentage down. And where's the 25? So I'm coming in here, review order. Folks, this stock has been very, very, very heavily. Oh my, where's the 25% now? I'm buying there. So I just bought at 181, and then my next order fills at 183.99. All right, duplicate order. Now we're going to come in at a limit order. 181. 182 is the bid. 181 is the bid. 182 is the ask. So we're going to come in at 182. And I just filled at 182. So I bought now 181, 182, and I've now bought as many shares back at 181 as I sold at 198. And now I'm going to buy the ones I sold at 199. I'm going to come on those. The shares I sold at 199. So I'm going to duplicate this order, and I can buy 5 times right now. 5 times I can buy 10 shares, and I'm going to be watching that percentage gain. In this case, it's 4.58. And ladies and gentlemen, this stock has been manipulated very, very heavily all over the last 2 and 3 days. And you've seen it. You've seen it go up like yesterday. This thing went up $1 in 5 minutes yesterday afternoon, and we sold it 320, 330. Their hands on this and control of this stock. They're really working it very, very professionally. They're doing a good job, and they're taking advantage heavily of retail investors. And I'm just watching this right now. I got my eye on it, and I see it down 24.58%. And I don't see much churning away on this today. That's one thing I don't see. So I'm not seeing any churning. It's just churning. Usually, when you're looking at this stock over the last couple of days, it's just been in there click, 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 click. You've been watching it. You've seen it. You've seen how heavy they've hit at it. BUL. David King got it. Thank you. Well, it's time to make some money, folks. Down 24.79. I'm watching this very, very closely. Down 25%. 24.58 now. And I want to buy the low, folks. And I do like to buy around 182.83, no doubt about it, especially on a stock that can be so volatile like this. Still 25, and it's 6 cents down. See, 6 cents, folks. I just pointed out you can do whatever you want with this information, but let's go take a look right now and take a look at it on the chart. And hold on just a second here. And this is VSA that was called out this morning. I said this is a 1 day play only VSA if you're in on this, up 53% today. Here's the 1 day chart on it. VSA. And boy howdy, herking and jerking this thing. Man, look at that thing springboard up to $1.54, where you should have sold. Anybody that owns this buy sell sheet, you can see the number. It says to sell right there. 54. 54 is a sell, people. Please tell me you sold there this morning. Come on, people. Please tell me you 8 o'clock this morning. Well, my internet just got briefly kicked off. Folks, look here though. It looks good right here. It's starting to make a little play back up, maybe. VSA. We've had another one called out NNBR. So let's look at that. Holy smokes. Look at that call out. NNBR. Looks to me like it's just buy it on the. Oh, man. Look at all the green. Look at all that buying that's gone on all morning. Folks, be careful. Where's the price right now? Oh, yeah. This is a sell. Absolutely. You should sell this. If you own this stock this morning, we launch. Please sell some here now. 213 to 220. Load in some sell orders from 213 to 20. Please sell here this number. Okay, 213, 214, 15, 16, 17. You should have sell orders in there right now. All the way up to 220. Make sure you sell 220, my friend. I'm telling you, you're going to regret it if you don't sell right here. 213, 215, 217, 219, and 220. Your sell orders should be in there right now. And afterwards, this will be a good buyback stock. Monitor. Hold on a second here. And I've been holding on to this ELAB for long enough. I'm going to kick it to the curb right now, especially at 388 a share. So I've got tons of shares of this. So I'm going to be selling here 388. They'll try to hold it there as long as they can. All right. And we're going to find somewhere else to allocate this money. We're going to find a runner this morning. Let's go over here now and look at BIRD. And I do really like this. But you should sell 220 here. NNBR. And I'm going to trade this stock NNBR right now on my paper money. Now you can do this with real money too, folks. But I want you to put your buy orders. I would suggest right now that you're coming in here 20 shares at a time, maybe $40 at a time. And I'm going to start here at 213. And I want to put in a buy order at 215. And I want to put in a buy order at, yeah, here we go. We're going to catch these right now, 211. And I'm going to buy 20 at market right now. Here we go. I just got 219. And the stock that I'm buying here, ladies and gentlemen, is NNBR. NNBR. And I'm going to go over to the chart and I'm going to show it to you right now. And folks, there is a lot of green on this. Even though someone just tried to attack it with a big red sell-off there, and they're trying here on the second, folks, it looks good. Charts, trade, NNBR. Now, I told you to sell it at the 20. I told you to sell it at the 20, and that's now why I'm down below here trying to buy it. But I told you to sell it at the 20 because you should have. And you should now be moving this up to 215 because my dollar cost average is 217. And I can promise you, they will come over here and try to swarm around me and get all they can at 215 now, 2 cents under me. Yeah, they will. Oh, yeah. They saw me get in right there, and now they're going to try and swarm and get underneath me here, 2 cents under me. There it is right there. There's the first one I'm going to buy right now. And suddenly this number, 215, is going to become the biggest, most volume on this number that you can get, 215, and my dollar cost average on my DCA. It's going to build out this huge candle on it, and they'll also take it 6 cents below me, so you might as well just put in 211 right now. 211, 212, don't doubt it. And it might not be there long, but they'll come down here and buy 6 cents under my dollar cost average for sure. And that is generally what happens anyway. NNBR is the stock I'm buying right here. And I've got 60 shares of it. NNBR. Now, RMSG. Okay, we're at 184 now. 180 bid, 184. And so I'm going to try and protect my investment a little bit here by buying at 181. So I'm going to go in here now to try to buy at 181. And I'm going to protect and what I call crap on the gap. And I just filled at 181. So, ladies and gentlemen, this tells you something, okay? Look at this. The bid is now 182. Now the bid is 184. And I just filled at 181, folks. And the bid is now 183. Nice. Oh, I like that. Let's try it again. See if they want to take 181 from me again. I doubt they will. No, now the bid is 182. So let's go 183. Let's go 183 and crap on the gap. Review order and place it. And unfortunately, I cannot buy my 5 shares I want at 183. Now, I don't need a lot of shares to put pressure on them. I'm going to change. I'm going to come in again and try to buy here again at 181, duplicate this order. They're showing the bid now as 182. I've got a bid at 183 that won't fill, so I'm going to try 184 now. Review order and place it. 184. Yes, hello there, my 2 cents. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much. Your name is now on the drawing again. You just did that before and you've done it again, so your name is entered on the drawing for the t-shirt on Friday. Thank you for the laughing disco. I appreciate that. That is fantastic. Merci beaucoup. If it's possible that any of you are from around the world speaking different languages, I do speak several different languages. Et maintenant, je peux voir le prix pour cette stock ici. Right now, I can see the price for this stock here. Ah, ça l'est, mes amis, 1,96. That, folks, that is right there. $1.96, meaning that is $1.86, and I just bought the dang thing at 181 a share. Heck yeah. And I bought another one at 184. Duplicate. Here we go. Fight it, baby. Come on. The bid says 186. I'm going 187. Crap on the gap. Here we go. I'm the gap crapper. Gap crapper cat. Yes. And I just got 187. Crapping all over that gap. They got a bid 186. I bet I can't buy that number. Let's try 186. I bet I can't get it. Oh, the bid just jumped to 187. Go figure that. I'm trying 186. No, I cannot get 186, ladies and gentlemen, because the ask is now 190. Let's review. Let's review. Let's try to get 187. Let's try to get 186 or 187 now. And let's fight. Let's fight, baby. Let's fight. I got my dukes on. And I'm going at them, folks. Boom. 86, 87 will not fill. We're going to have to go 188. Oh my gosh, the bid is 191, ladies and gentlemen. What in the world? What in the world is going on? What in the world is going on here? 191? Who, what, when, where, how, and why? That's what I want to know. I now have 100 shares of this NNBR, and just as I told you, they're going to sit now on my dollar cost average, and it will be 2 cents below me will be the most acquired position on the screen. 2 cents under me will be the most acquired position. And interestingly enough, my dollar cost average is at 215, and this number 213 will now become. Look how many shares have just been bought right below my dollar cost average now. See that? I told you once I came in, they would start hoarding it right under me. I told you so. I told you so. 2 cents below me, folks. Uh-oh, what happened? It just got, oh, it's already broken away with only 313,000. Oh, look at that. 313,000, folks. They actually went over by 73. They were trying for an even 313,000 there. 1 cent under my dollar cost average. Nice. Sweet. All right. Well, this is the stock NNBR, folks. NNBR. You can do what you want. I'm going to show you the chart on it. NNBR. There it is. And as soon as I got it, they started. They as soon as I got it, they took it down right to my DCA and bought and bought and bought. All right, NNBR. That is the stock. And look at all that red. As soon as I made my entry, look at all that red come at it. They let me buy it on the low, baby. They gave me the discount price right there, folks. Nice of them to give me that discount right there. I like it. And that's NNBR. It's up 35% today, ladies and gentlemen. It is up 35%. And you can too buy it for $2.13 or 208. So we're going to trade now. And we're going to come in on this at 207. And why would they do that? Why would they let me get my dollar cost average down to 213? Oh, my DCA is 212 now. Oh, well, this is where this stops right here, folks. They're trying to fill these gaps right here. Right here, they're trying to fill these and get them to 360 or 390,000 shares. That's all they're doing right here now. Yep, they're trying to fill these and get them to the quota they got at all these down here. They're trying to get here 300,000. There it is. They're getting the number they want. This one here, they got to get it up to 300,000. And now, see, this is sweet because my DCA has dropped down with their favorite numbers, 208. And I'm buying the stock NNBR. NNBR. And that's going to do it, folks. They're not going to let me get any cheaper than what they just took it down to. They're trying to get these two there. They just got 312,000 at 205. So they did get something respectable there now at 205. See? They had to have respect, man. They got to get respect. See down here, they're at 302. They're at almost 3 here, 390, 360, 370, 559 there. They got to get respect. They got to get respect. They got to get 300,000 here. And they just did. See, they're trying to equal this 367 at least, 366 right here. Watch them. They're going to try and sit there and get it filled up. They're going to have to get to 360, and then this one's going to get up there to the same number, and then it's going to go up past all this crap, right, folks? It's just going to go right past all of it, right past my DCA too. As soon as they get the 360 right here, as soon as they can get it, they got to get to 366, folks, and then they're going to come up here and they're going to get 366 here, then 366 here if they can, and they've already got over fours here, so this is already oversold. All this is already oversold here below me. So it's just going to blow right past all of this. Watch, folks. Watch it right here, and they're going to get 366. And they're not going to go over these numbers, 495 here, 495. They're not going to. This is the number they're going to fill now. This is the number they're going to fill now, 205. 206 is the next number, folks, they're going to be at. They may have an agenda to come down to this number and get 360,000 there, 199. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, folks. They do. They want all these to be the same. They want this one. They want this at 3 too right now. And they just let me drop my dollar cost average to 208. All right. Man, fantastic. See if you can get some at 199. They've got to get this number that's 300,000, folks. That's what they're aiming for right now. 300,000 right there. They really would like to get that. This is the number they want 300,000 at right now. But listen, if they don't achieve it, it's just going to run past all this so fast and it's going to stop right there. It's going back up to 206, which happens to be 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Watch it. Watch it go up to 206 right now. Watch how fast it goes up here to 206. Because folks, they've already maxed all this out. This is this is maxed out. And everyone here is buying on the ask. You can see all the light areas of these candlesticks. Only the dark area out on 592 was out this far. There was a lot of selling there, folks. But all this is being bought on the ask. Everything here is being bought on the ask, all of it. And there it goes, right back up, and it's going to this number, folks. Right now, it's going to stop right there at 206. Watch. It's going to stop at 206. And if you don't believe it, just watch it happen, transpire right in front of your eyes. This is all oversold, folks. It's all oversold. It's going to this number now, right now. Boop. Oh, yeah. 7,600 want to buy this and 2,300 want to sell it here. See that? 3,200 down here want to buy it. Plus 6. You got 10,000 that want to buy this. And they just raised their buy up to here. Pushing it, baby. 206. Here we come. This is the number here. They got to get to 399 now here. Right here's where they're coming to. See? Bam. It's there almost now. Let's just come up underneath it here. Let's help it. Let's help it get incentive and give it weight. There you go. Come on, baby. This is what you want. We all know that. That's the number you got to get to 300,000 at least. Right there. Right now. Oh, look where she's sitting, folks. Ah, ha, ha. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Well, that's done now. This is all done. Folks, you know what? I can hear something in the distance right now. I think I can hear something. I'm going to put my ear down to the track. I'm going to put my ear down to the track because I believe that I can hear something, folks. Now, I could be wrong, but I think I hear something. And I think I can hear it very, very clearly beginning right now. Like I said, could be wrong though, but something tells me I hear something. Oh yeah, baby. And there she goes. Went over just like Catfish told you, and right up to the number where I told you it's going. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All aboard. All aboard, everybody. Look at that thing go. Oh my gosh, right up like I called it, right up to my DCA. And they did not get the 400,000 they or 300,000 they wanted yet at 206. So presume that they're going to come here to 206 and try to get that 300,000 there. But man, did you see it? Folks, it's amazing. Just called out exactly what was going to happen. Told you it was going to go up to 206. Told you so. And now it's going to go past all this because this is all oversold as well. So the maximum amount they're going to get is 601,646. Right here. That's the max. 601,646. And it's out of here. Watch it, folks. This is where they were here, maxed out 601. Here they're going for it again, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to witness it. You're going to witness it then go beyond this number, beyond my DCA. I can't believe they just let me get my DCA down to 208. Can you believe that, folks? They let me get my DCA down to their daggum favorite number. Nice. Oh, I just dropped it to 207. Oh, oh, I'm celebrating that, folks. My DCA is 207 now. And what do they got below that? Nothing at 205, at 206. This is where they got to build their position now. 206. They got to get it to 300,000. They got to get this to 300,000 right now, folks. What a coincidence. 1 penny under my dollar cost average. They've got to now get to 300,000 before it leaps past me. Cool, huh? Isn't that cool? I think it is. And another coincidental is that what stock just joined thanks. This stock is NNBR. NNBR. Uh, thanks very much, K Hemp, whatever you are, and yeah. Um, well, you've just been removed from my channel forever for being uh, whatever you think you are. You are not going to be here on this channel anymore. And but there have been many people come and go on this channel, and apparently, what you just got heard was someone who was very. I guess they're shorting this stock, and they don't want me to tell you what I'm telling you here. You're not supposed to get this information. You're not supposed to know. I'm not supposed to be able to predict what they're going to do, like I just did. And they don't like you knowing that you can predict it too. All right, everyone? It's as simple as that. Let's look at RMSG now. Ah, yeah. Nice. Well, also, take a look here, folks. This thing is completely oversold. It cannot hold any more than 320,000 at any number. And of course, 183, well, folks, you know that's a number on my buyback sheet. You guys know that number. You know right here, if you look over here at my buyback sheet, look at the buyback there, ladies and gentlemen. What does it say right there? Buyback 182, 183. That is a definite buyback number, 183. And if you're selling, if it's going up, you want to sell at that number, and it says to you sell 82, 83. If it's running up to that, you want to sell it there, folks. If it's running down to that, it's a good place to pick some shares up. All right. So what a coincidence that they would have that many shares at 183, 320,000 shares. And by the way, they were all sold to the bid, almost every one of them. Look at the darkness on that candlestick to right there. See where the light area starts? That's the buying on the ask. This is all dumped out at 183. Somebody had a million shares to sell at 183 and they ran out of them. But they had a million, I guess, or two to sell at 183 until they just ran out. And they sat there and sold them. Look at them. Look at all the shares they sold. Who were they selling them to, though, that wanted to buy them at 183? That's what I want to know. Who was the one that wanted to buy all that 300 out of the 320,000? You can see it was dark from here all the way to here. And that's 300,000. There was only 20,000 that was bought on the ask. But who wanted to buy so many shares there? Who wanted to acquire so many there, 320,000 at 183? And I just bought NNBR at 203. How do you get into the view of the screen that you're using? This is Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. Charles Schwab, Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. And what I've done is I'm up here and I'm on the trade tab. I'm up there on the trade tab, right there. See, I've highlighted the trade tab. This is Charles Schwab. It's part of their software, and it's called Think or Swim. And I'm also trading here, as you can see, with a real account. And as you can see, this stock right here, RMSG, I just got through buying it right there. And you can see I bought it at 182, 183, 181, 184. That's where I'm buying it, folks. And I just sold it right here. You can see over here, RMSG. and I filled these sell orders right here. I just got through selling it at 197 and 199 and 198. I sold all those shares. And then I buy back at 181, 182, 183. Numbers on my buyback sheet: 183, 181, 182. Those are on my buy sheet. You sell if it goes up to 82 and 83, and you buy if they drop it to 82, 83. All right. That's what I say. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And as you can see that because I just got through selling the stock at 199, 197, 198, all before it got to $2 because I knew they weren't going to let it go over $2. I knew they were going to take it up right to it and then they were going to pull it down because that's what they always do. The first time, especially. The first time you approach any dollar amount, if it's $2 or $7 or $9 or 16, anytime you get to any round dollar amount, you should always sell just below it, just like this right here. And then look how far they pulled it down. They pulled it down 20 cents. They pulled it down almost 18, 17 cents. I got to buy it less. See that? So, folks, the first time you approach any dollar amount, you should be selling there. Okay. Anytime. And your order should actually go all the way up from 199 to $2, 201, 202, and 203. Your sell order should go in as high as that. And I have them in place there. They just didn't sell. They just stopped it. They stopped it at 199. But I was hoping for 2 and 201 and 202 and 203 because usually it sometimes anyway the energy can be so strong behind the stock running up to the even number, and when it gets to the 2 the momentum pushes it just a little over to 203, 204, and then the pullback down to 192, 199, 188. I'm telling you folks, from 203 I bought back 188 1,000 times in my lifetime. From 202, 203, or from it can be $5.02, $5.03, $5.04. And I can't tell you how many times from that number I bought it even a dollar less. One time I sold a 508 and within 15 minutes it was at 408 a share. And it happened here on this channel one time with a young lady who came in and asked me about a stock, and I went over and looked at it, and right then it was at 408, I think, or I know it was an '08. And I immediately told that lady right then, sell this right this minute. It might have been Wendy. I think it might have been Wendy, or it might have been Kate Van Osberg. And I told her right then, no, Kate was another stock that was up around $44 a share. And I told her, sell it now, sell it now. And she did, thank goodness, because man, that thing fell 22 cents or 25 cents in a heartbeat. That thing just fell right away. And she told me thank you for that because she wouldn't have sold there. She didn't know. But man, did that thing fall. It fell. And she can testify to that. If she's here listening right now, she can say, yep, I did that. Mindminger said, I reported that guy. Well, thank you very much. All right. Yep. I reviewed his activity. He's been making these comments to a lot of your live videos. Well, he won't be heard from again here on this channel. Yep. We do indeed allow freedom of speech. There's no question about it. But there's certain things that, just go over beyond the pale. And that's one of them. That's not, you know, that's the human nature I was talking about earlier, that they won't allow us into the federation with all the other intergalactic individuals because we're just too hostile, too barbarian. Yep, too barbaric and too uncivilized to be allowed to get into the universal stream of to that dimension. We're not allowed there. I hope both sides of his pillow is hot at night. Speaking of that, boy howdy, did we have some weather last night, and our power was out here. I had to start the stream late this morning, and so crazy. Okay, so we got some at 181, 182, 183, 184. She's sitting at 188 right now. We're looking at RMSG. Let's go look at some other stocks that have been called out here. We've had a lot that have been called out this morning. And for you guys that are new, let me know. Let me know right now, what are the stocks? I've got VSA, NNBR, BIRD, SNAL, and any other stock you want me to look at, I'm ready to. Okay. And here we go. Yep, I've got it. I just called it out. Let's look at VSA first. We'll go in the order that I just called them out. And we're looking at VSA. And it looks good right here now, folks. VSA looks very, very, very positive. It made its moves. They made their moves on it. They're herking and jerking it a lot. VSA going right on up here, ladies and gentlemen. And let's look at these candlesticks. All green coming in on this. A lot of green here in the last hours. Each candlestick is 1 minute, folks. So in the last 10 minutes, a lot of buying on this stock, VSA. VSA, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Now, listen, there is a big wick on this, so they did yank it down quite a bit right then, just then, and they're trying right now to pull it down even more with the wick on the bottom of this one getting longer. That would be good. We'd like to see that. But this looks interesting. And unfortunately, it's in a sell range again. You should sell it here at 104, 105, 106, 107, and 108. That's a price to sell, folks. Unfortunately, those are sell numbers right there. And as this is exactly what I was just talking about. Now, let me back this out a little bit further, though, because I can't make this statement until I look at it with a bigger scope. So, okay. So here's what we got. We've got the 200-day that they're using as the median, okay? They're using the 200 as the median right now, okay? And let's take this out to a longer term chart, the 20-day. Okay, 290 a share. Well, one thing I'm going to show you right now is I can presume from that there's a chance that they do not have a lot of shares outstanding. VSA. Let's go over to their statistics. And their shares outstanding is 777,000. Shares outstanding, folks, 777,000. The float is freaking 216 million. Wait a minute. What? What? Thank you, Meininger. KIDZ. HUBC and MIMI. VCE. Got it. Thank you, Tony. HUBC. And got it. MIMI. Thank you. All right. SXTP. I have two discords. People say it will go up. SXTP. Okay. Fines worth keeping. Thank you. Richie. IMMP. Okay. one letter away to flag the FBI. I wonder what he's going to flag the FBI for me telling the world to stop fighting and take all the resources and money that we can save and hand it all out to all the people around the world. Yeah, that's certainly, I guess, worthy of that kind of investigation. VSA hung up at $1, folks. Listen, the hedge funds, they're going to hold this at $1. They're not going to let this thing go over $1. They're not going to let it happen, folks. And if they do, the most it's going to go to is 125. So they're going to try to hold this under $1, folks. The options players do not want to pay and be in the money. Now, here you can see today, interesting mix of sentiment among the market. The S&P 500 is currently up 26. The Dow is down 178. The Nasdaq is up 224, and the Russell small caps is up 462. So everything's up. All the markets looking good for the most part, except for the Dow. And VSA, uh, just listen, folks. Two things going on here. It's at $1, and the price is 66.66. Okay, all right. That's probably about all you need to know. 666 right there, 6666, and the price is at $1. So I'll let you be the judge of how long they're going to try to hold this at that price. Okay, just letting you know. And they're going to keep us under $1, folks. They're going to hang it out here somehow mysteriously. It can stay here with another 100 million shares traded, even with no shares available. And that's just the way it is. Sorry, NNBR is the next one I'm looking at. NNBR. No shares available, but suddenly there's hundreds of millions that just get fabricated somehow or something. There it is, NNBR. A lot of heavy selling against it right now, and you can see that by this wick on this candlestick being a mile long as they try to drive it down off that high of 250, 225. 225. I guess they don't want to pay out at 225 either. I'm going to presume they don't want to do that either. 225. But I don't know. But it sure looks like somebody certainly did not want to let this go over 225. And I have a feeling that those that didn't want to let it go over 225 were options players, folks. That's right, hedge funds, options. And they said, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. 225, we got to put a break on that. We got to get that down back under 2. We got to get down to 2. We're not going to pay 225. We'll pay 2, but we're not going to pay 225. We're not going to be in the money. All right, that's at least what I think is going on. Anyway, right now, this looks good. And VSA. Now we're going to go over to another stock that was called out this morning, NNBR. And since I bought it, they've just been accumulating 6 cents under my dollar cost average like madmen and trying to hold it under $2, which they will. They probably will be able to hold it under $2. But not for long, though, because, man, they're already oversold here. All this is 800,000, 800,000, 800,000, 900,000, 900,000. Oh, yeah, folks. They just got a endless supply. And now they've come in and trying, oh, look at this tactic, $2 and a half. 2005, folks. And that is when you know they've really gotten desperate, okay? When they're trying to collect 700 or 800,000 at 200 and a half. And they're done, man. That is it. Stick a fork in them. Stick a fork in them. I'm buying here. And I just bought at 201. And but look at this. Look at this act of desperation. And by the way, the crazy part is they're not building below $2 here. They're not building below $2 at all. They're building over $2. They're building a big old foundation over $2, folks. That's very unusual to see that. Very unusual to see that much resistance over between 2 and 208. It's unusual, folks. Usually you see it right here from 2 down to 193. You would see a massive number down below it trying to keep it from going over $2. But now you just got all these freaking buyers that are buying this over $2. I mean, they obviously don't think it's worth below $2. They're buying the crap out of it just over $2, and they've been doing it all day long, right under my dollar cost average, but buying like crazy right under me. Hoarding it up, hoarding it up, hoarding it up, hoarding it, hoarding it, hoarding it, hoarding it. That's unusual, folks. I'm just going to point it out for you so you understand. It's very unusual to see that much volume over a dollar amount. It's not common. I'm just going to say that. I've been trading for 26 years, and I have not ever seen that formation. Very rarely, very rarely. Usually, like I said, the big foundation is right here from 188 up to the 2. 188 to 2, or 193 to $2, or 194 to $2. Just huge amounts there. But here I'm seeing nothing. I'm seeing just hoarders buying the stock right now at $1.99 and $1.99.47 and $1.99.01 and $1.99.999 and $1.99, and that's the first time they've actually been able to go below $2 right here. And I can only presume, since they sold so many and threw so many out up here, and they have sold all this. You want to see something, folks? Look at these candlesticks. Every one of these, the price has been dumped out to the bid. Look at this, dumped out to the bid all the way over to here, that small area bought on the ask. They've been just dumping out shares, dumping out shares, dumping out shares, dumping. All of this is dumped out shares that they've dumped out over $2. They've just been dumping shares out over $2, just throwing them out to anybody that wants them. Anybody that wants them on the bid, they've been just throwing them out on the bid. Only till you get to this price do you see the dumping stopped and the buying started. See those two candlesticks right there where the dumping stopped right there and the buying began. So this is where the real buyers started at 199, just there. That's where they started in. That's the first place there's been any buying on the ask at 199. All this right here just had little tips bought on the ask, just the little tips on the ask. Everything else was dumped out, dumped out, dumped out, dumped out, dumped out, dumped out. Makes you wonder how many shares they've got that they dumped there. Almost a million in every one. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million. 6 million shares dumped out there. Thrown out for anybody that wanted them. 6 million shares. Sold to the bid, sold to the bid, sold to the bid, sold to the bid, to the bid, to the bid, to the bid, sold. All sold off there. 9 million, folks. That's a lot of shares. And especially to be over $2. To be over $2. And my thinking is, since they just got 979 there, and they've already got 976, so that's oversold. They got 917, so that was oversold at 201 at 917, already oversold, so it moved up. And here 980 oversold, so it moved up. And look at that, that's another half number, another KY flag, folks. See, they don't have any more room. They don't have any more room in here. These are all oversold. So they throw in a half number, 201 and a half. And then they oversold that even more than any other position. None other, only 976. And that was just eclipsed here at the 201 and a half. 20125. 20125, folks. 20125, 989,000 shares. The highest number of any achieved on here was just at 20125. Isn't that something? See, they didn't have any more room. They already hit 925 here, 825 here. So they threw in a tweener right there. And I want you to see something. From here to here was the deepest of selling to the bid. From here to here was sold right in the middle. And from here to here, the very tip, the light color was bought on the ask. Bought the ask there. They started buying the ask, and then that's when it popped. When it starts buying the ask, that's when it breaks above. When they're buying on the ask and there's no more selling, the dark area ends right here. When you see this light area growing right now, that is going to go, and it just went to this number. So right now, see where they are? 204. Well, listen, I want you to know something else, folks. When other bystanders are sitting there wondering whether they should get in, they want to make sure it's going to break $2. And when you get to the 204 region, as things start to get very safe for people, they like, okay, this is a real substantial move, and they're not pulling it down below 2 now to 193 or 4. Now, there's some that believe that they're going to do that, and I'm one of them. So I will try to buy here at 199 again. Just just a quick flash at 199. And the stock I'm buying here, NNBR. And just so you know, VSA, hold on a second here. Let me get back over here. Yeah. Huh? And now I see another odd number thrown out to just, oh my gosh, look at this number. And look how many are there. 886,000 that they just got at 20202, for gosh sakes. Who's coming up with these numbers? 20202 to buy right there 886,000 shares. Oh boy, they're having struggles, folks. They're struggling here. They know all these round numbers are sold to capacity, so they're coming in between with little tweener buys, 20202. I just can't wait to see. And to me, again, it seems amazing that they're holding this hostage over $2. Over $2. Man, they don't want to see this thing break over my dollar cost average of 207, do they? Look at all the shares they've dumped out here. But I'm starting to see the light areas, the more are getting bigger. Okay. I'm starting to see they're buying on the ask here. This is getting bigger. All of these light areas are growing right now, and they're buying on the ask here. People are coming in on the ask here. I'm not seeing the dark areas continue to get longer. I'm seeing these light areas getting bigger, and those are buying on the ask, folks. As soon as you see that happening, you'll see these numbers move up. You'll see it rise. And right now, there's more buying on the ask. And here, see, there it goes. It's going up. They're buying on the ask, folks. Just put your cursor right there on that line, and you'll see what I mean. You'll see the light area is getting bigger, not the dark area. So they're buying this right now on the ask. And it's interesting because they're buying it on the ask over $2. See, they have confidence, folks. They believe. They're buying on the ask over $2. They know it's going to go higher. They think it's going to go higher. That's the sentiment. I'm telling you. And there we are. And there we are over my DCA now. They're buying on the ask. I told you they were. I told you they were. Oh, yeah. And look at that. We're on my DCA, folks. We're on my DCA. And what do you know, folks? They cannot even get 600,000 a penny below my DCA. They couldn't get it, folks. They let me get my DCA to 207. That was their mistake. They got to get here. They got to get at least 600,000 here, folks. They've got to. They got to get 600,000 a penny below my DCA. They've got to, folks. It's like a mandate. Okay? And the stock we're on is NNBR. NNBR. And I told you, it's very unusual that they were trying so hard to hold this in this range over $2. That is so strange. And look where they're sitting now. Almost a million, 2 cents below my dollar cost average, almost a million. It will end up being the most accumulated share count on the whole thing. 1 penny under my dollar cost average. Yep. They're 2 cents under my dollar cost average, folks, and they're going to get a million there. Oh, I understand what buying on the ask means, but what is the sentiment? Well, right now, the sentiment is buy the stock because it's gone over $2 and it's sustained over $2 for a very long time, meaning that most likely it's not going to drop below $2. Okay. Again, there's a lot of sentiment that this is a great place to buy here. And it happens to be just coincidentally just underneath my dollar cost average. And this is something that many people on this channel notice quite often on this channel is that they will see my price and then make 2 cents below that price the most accumulated number of the day. And this happens very regularly. I'll get a dollar cost average, and then 2 cents below me will become the hottest thing since sliced bread. And listen, I'm not kidding, man. I've seen this dozens and dozens of times, Larry. And I'm going to add your name, Larry, to this drawing for our shirt. We're going to be. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to do that. Apologize. I knocked my camera off the. Knocked my camera right off onto the floor almost right there. But these are all the people that are going in this week's drawing for Friday at 4 o'clock. We're going to be giving away another Catfish T-shirt. And Modiv, I was going to go to the post office this morning to take your shirt to the post office this morning very early, but our power was out and I couldn't print my shipping label. I got it all packaged up. Your shirt's ready to go, but I couldn't print my shipping label, so I'll have to do it this afternoon. So, what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? Sometimes I actually buy into a stock and I sort of apologize to people for buying it because I tell them, look, if I buy this stock, it's going to stop going up. If I buy it, they're going to sit underneath me for a while. And it'll be sometimes for an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours. They'll just sit right under my dollar cost average and just build a position. And they just buy and buy and buy. And this is so common, folks. I mean, literally, it happens almost daily. It does. And you guys that have been here for a long time, you know it to be true. Hey, Kat, it is under your dollar cost average. Yes, of course. Absolutely. And it's 2 cents below my dollar cost average where they've bought the most shares they could buy today, coincidentally. Once again, 2 cents under my dollar cost average has become the favorite place to buy shares. That's right. The biggest number of shares bought today, 2 cents under my dollar cost average. How long can it last? I don't know. How long will they hold it hostage and and just keep selling shares 2 cents under me? I don't know. I don't know who's selling them. I don't know how many they got. But eventually, you've all witnessed it before. And it's just at some point they just run out. They just run out of them, and then and the price just freaking skyrockets. In it just runs like a freaking banshee and just runs right off the screen. It goes sometimes so fast it just goes right off the screen. But you guys have seen it, man. It was another example of it yesterday with this RMSG, and this is NNBR right now. NNBR. So thank you, Larry Pitts. Your name is now on the drawing, on the list for the drawing on Friday. And now we're going to look at BIRD, called out by many, 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 many individuals this morning. BIRD. And well, folks, if you own this stock, you hopefully you sold it right there. Listen, at 17.97, 98, 99, and 18. Folks, you know to sell there. Just like I just told you about that other stock that I sold at the dollar. You got to sell right at the 18, folks. There's no doubt you got to sell 17.99, 17. You got to sell that the first time it goes to it. You got to sell it the first time. And now it's over that number. So just letting you know that you should have just sold. And they did pull it back from that number. And this one you could play by my playbook. This is a place to sell this right now, folks. 1820, 1833. Sell some, 1855, sell it. I'm going to count out these numbers and tell you where to sell it, and you'll see why. These are all on my buy-sell sheet. Every one of them is on my buy-sell sheet. You should have just sold 72. 72 is a sell. And look at it. It's already at 1835 off of 1872. BIRD. And now it's down to 1847. So see that? 1872, folks. I've already shown you that number on two other stocks today to sell the 72. I've shown you that on two other stocks this morning. I've told you to sell 72, folks, and there it is. And next number you're going to sell is going to be 86, 88. 88. Yep, and look at it. It's already dropped to 1801 from 1872. BIRD. See why you sell that 72? It dropped all the way to 1801 from 1872. And now they got it at 1808. Now she's at 1791 and going to 1775. And she's going to go all the way down to 1755 as the buy here. Now she's back over 1815. Sell it there. Man, I'm going to call these out and you guys can watch this. Just watch this. All right? Watch. And your buy right now is 1788. And your buy is also 1793. 1788 and 1793. And also put in a 1777 here. There you go. There's your 1788. There's your seven. Now you're going to go for 1777. You're trying to buy 1770. There you go. You just got 1755. And I said that, 1755. All right. Now you're going to get a 17. Yep, 38 is on my buy sell sheet. 1738 is a buy for sure. And 1733, 1731, 1733, 1731 here. Here they come. And even 1720. There's your 1731. Called it out right there. There it is. Now you're going to be selling at 1755 again. Okay, so now we're going to see the bounce. Oh, 1621. Wow. Now, are you glad you sold the 1872? Are you glad you sold the 1872 on my buy sell sheet? That's right. It's right there on the sell sheet. And that number is right there, 7273. Right there in the middle of the screen. Sell the 72, folks. Holy smokes. Goodness gracious. And now she's at 1768. Hey man, this thing's a firecracker. I would not get in on this right now. Now listen, there are more buyers than sellers here. There's no question about it. There's definitely more buyers than sellers on this stock all across the board. There's way more demand than supply right here. So, but I'm calling these numbers out. And right now, I'm going to show you where you should be selling, and you can see how this works. So right now, you should have just sold 1766 and buy back. There you go. You just sold 1766, and now I want you to buy back at 1744 or 1738. All right, 1738, 1744. Yep, and you're going to sell 1797, 98, 99. Put them in now, 1797, 98, 99. And also, you should, there it is. You're going to get it now, 1798.99. There it is, 1816. Now you're going to sell 1833. Yep. And then 1844. There's your 1844. Now 1855. 1855 just sold. Now 1866. Now your buyback's going to be at 1808. 1808. 1808 is the buyback. Here it comes right now. There it is. You just got 1808 on the app. See that? 1809. Yep. Yep. There you go. Now you're going to sell 1866. Sell 1866, 1870. And at 1872, you're going to sell it again. 1866, 1870, 1872. And I'm calling it out, folks. You can see that these numbers are all on my buy sell sheet. And you're going to sell right now at 1844. 1844, folks. There you go. Just got out at 1844. Now you're going to buy back at 1820. 1820. There's 22 coming to 1820 now. Here it comes. 18. You might even get an 1813 here, folks. 1813. Okay, now she's gone, so you're going to sell now 1877. 1877 is the next sells, folks, and you want to sell 1872 again. Make sure you get out at 1866. 1866 is a definite sell. Yep, watch it come here. Here it comes, 1866 now, and then you're going to get an 1872 sell. Here we go, 1866 coming right now. And then the sell is also, and you might want to even put in an 1893 now, an 1898 and 1899, okay? Yep, put it in right now. Here comes your 1866. Wow, look at that thing, down to 1808 from 1860. Man, wow. Powerful, folks. See that, Savannah, right back to 1808. And now your 1766 buy is coming to you right now. And 1730, yep, 1733. 1733 is coming at you right now. They're going to try to, it looks like they're going to try to protect 1750 there very hard. So I'd come in again now at 1749. And your next sell, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be right here. We go. Yep, 1755. 1755, folks. Your buy's at 1755 right now. Here it comes. Oh, no, 1755, folks. You're going to see it, most likely. Now your sell's going to be at 1833. 1833 is your sell here, folks. 1833 and 1848. Sells at 1831. Yep, it's coming, folks. 1830 is coming. 1831. Right now. There it comes. Right now. Here it comes. 1830, 1831, 1833. There it is. Right there, 1833. And now you're 1849. I told you. It's coming 1848, 49. 1848, 49. It's coming. And then 1855. And you want to sell 1866 right now. Yes, baby. Here comes 1844. 1844 sell. There it is, 1849. There it is in 1844. See that? You got those two cells. Now you're going 1855. There it is, 1855. I called that number. Now 1866. There it is. Oh, now you're going 1872 and 3. You got to get out some there. 72 and 73, folks. 72, 73. And make sure you got 1884 and 1886, 1888 here right now. Oh, yeah, baby. Holy cow, calling it out one by. There's your 1872. Congratulations. And you got your 1866. Now you're coming in at 1844, 1839, 1839. Come in at 1839, 1833, 1844. You're going to pick up an 1844 or 43 here. Hello, Jesse Mayhem. Hello. Let's go, Guru. Okay, JP Panik. All right. There's your 1844. Now your sell's going to be again 1890 and 1897, 98, 99. Put in right up under $19, folks, right up to 19 now. Okay? You're going to sell 1888, 1893, 1897, 98, 99. And here it comes right now, all the way up to 1899, and sell 1906 Put in 1899, 1901, 1902, 1903. Because from 1903, it's going to come right back down to 1803, folks. You're going to see and watch it. So here we go, folks. We're going to hit right now, right up to 19 and right over 19, and then pull way back. Watch it go. And you're going to be selling now 18. There it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Look at that friggin' thing, folks. Wow. And there's the 19. I hope you sold there because now we're coming back down to 1866, 1855, 1840s. All right, here we come. Right on back down. Oh, it will. It'll come back down. Don't you worry. They'll knock the shit out of this thing probably. And we'll continue here from here anyway if they don't knock it way down. Yeah, my eyelids just opened. Good morning. Yes. The stock we're on is BIRD, BIRD, and I'm guiding people where to buy and sell it. I've been telling them, shouting out numbers where to get in and get out, and that's what I've been doing with this. I'm not even trading the dang thing. I'm just showing people the numbers and how they work. And I just told everybody, well, I just been guiding them all the way from down in the 17s to buy it and up to the 18s and down to the 19s. And there it is. Well, it says, no, don't sell. There's 20. There's 20 right there. No, no, no. You can still sell here, and you're going to sell if you're smart at 2033. And your buyback's 1988 and 1977. And you should be selling some here. I'm not saying sell it all. I'm just telling you, this is where you sell and this is where you buy. And right there, you should be selling. You should definitely sell 2075, folks, and 2082. You're out there, folks. 2093, bye bye. You're out. Oh my gosh. Look at this thing go. Why don't they halt it, folks? It just went up another 100% and it doesn't get halted. I don't understand how some to have free license to just go up to any amount that you want. I don't understand how that is. And yet our stocks will get halted when they're up only just 30% sometimes, right? We can be up even less than 30% and they'll halt it. All right, folks, listen, I'm not kidding you. You should sell 2208. 2208 was a sell right there, and it'll go below that. You watch. It's coming down in the 2160s now. There it is, 2166, 2177. Yep, all the numbers on my buy sell sheet is what I'm using here now, ladies and gentlemen. Just using 2177 as the buy. There's your 2142. And you're coming down to 2113 now. 2113. Oh, 2087 even. Oh my goodness gracious. Now we're coming down even further, maybe to 2055. But that's it, 2087. Now we're running. Now we're running the next run. So next leg up, 2155 is the sell, 2166 is the sell. 2155 is the sell, 2166, and 2188. I'm telling you, 2149 even. You should sell some right now at 2149. There it is, 2149. I told you. And there's the 2155. Told you. Now 2167 and 77 and 2188. You should sell all those. And you just got the 2166, folks. And now look at that. Back to 2108 buy-in. Nice. And you can even get 2066 here, folks. There it is. 2066 you could have just bought. And now we're going to go down to 2044. Maybe down to 2044, folks. Maybe down to 2044 and 2033. Here we come. It's coming down. 2044. And you should be in at 2049 as well. Here we come right now. 2049, 2044. Your sell right now is going to be 2188. Come out at 2188, folks. 2166. Yep, there's the 2180. And there's the 2166. 2188. Oh my gosh. Oh, oh man, your buyback now is going to be 2188, folks. There it is, 2188. Now you're gone. You're going to go to 2220. Sell 2220 now, please. Sell 2220. Sell 2220. There it is. You just sold 2220. Congratulations. Your buyback 2188, folks. Your buyback 2188 right now. And you're going to sell now 2297. Sell, oh, there's 2296. 2297. Just called it out. Sell it there, folks. Oh my gosh. Now we're going to sell 2366. Oh my gosh, look at this thing, folks. Now up 871%. There's no limit. BIRD. BIRD. My gosh. Bird ran up to 22, was supposed to go to 20. No, 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 Kim, don't get back in. Kim, don't do it. Kim, don't do it. Don't do it, Kim. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do it. Not advisable unless you're buying in small increments like I'm saying here, 5 at a time, and you're doing it these numbers I'm calling out. Do not get back in on this. No, no, no. You made your money. You shake your dust off and you thank the Lord. You look up and go, thank you, Lord, and you just move on. Do not chase this stock. Do not do it. Please don't do it. I beg of you. Don't do it. Please don't. Now, if you got money to throw away, sure, go for it. But you should be putting buy orders where I'm saying to put them in and sell orders where I'm saying to sell it. Okay. You can do it if you want to, but too much. Listen, it's up 843%. Okay. 843%. This stream is godlike. Thank you, Don Julio Biggins. All right, folks. So you can already see how volatile this is. And the profit takers could pull the rug out of this. They could buy this thing up so fast and make it rise so quickly, and then they can short the position and sell every single one of those shares they bought. They could sell them all. All right. All right. They could sell every one of them. They can kill retailers doing this. They can absolutely decimate your account as well. I know for a fact I've made that mistake myself before. And one day I was up, I think like $17,000 on a stock, and then the next thing I knew, I was down 12 grand on it. So don't do it. Okay, I advise very very heavily against getting in on a stock up 832%. Okay, and you got in, you made money, you sold it. Yep, yep. So please, I advise to stay out of this right here now. Okay. Um, it's reached 2431, and I even told people, and that's right on my buy sell sheet, that number 2431. Stay clear of this now. It's up 832%. Now, look, it just fell 50%, folks. It was just at 832 and fell 50%. It's down 70% from 10 seconds ago. Do you want to take that kind of risk? Just look at it. It's at 781, 783, 788 now. Watch it closely. Now 790, 794, 800% up, 808. And right there, it's going to drop it. It's going to drop from 2294. Yep, and it dropped right there. 2294. Well, if you want to do what I'm doing, I'm going to call these numbers out. If you want to buy it, the numbers I call out, you can, and you can sell where I suggest you sell. Okay. So the next buy here from this number is going to be 2188. If you want to put a buy in at 2188, do it. Okay. And I'm not telling you to buy a lot of shares of it either. I'm talking minimal. We're just going to be working the system. 2188's next. Your next buy is 2188. From the 2220, it's 2188. Okay. There it is. You just got it. 2188. Now you're going to try for 2155. And you're not buying a lot. There's the buy, the bid, see, 2154 right there. You can just see it. And I said 2155. Yep. And there's your buy going to be 2155 is coming there. 2047. Oh my God. You see now why I'm telling you, you really shouldn't mess with this stock right here. It's up 737%. Now it's only up 726%. Now it's only up 711%. And it was just up 830%, folks. So it's down 120% in literally 2 minutes. Can you lose that kind of money? 120% of your investment? Yeah, we had a call out this morning. Iguera called it out. Ron called it out. Marty called it out. Everybody called it out this morning early. Right there it was. BIRD. You can see it right here. It was called out this morning, as well as these other stocks that are on this list right here. If you want to take a look at these other ones that were called out. Well, it's now gone down to $19 a share. And look at that. It's only up 652%. And right there, 666% might be a good place to buy. 666%. Okay. I'm sure that they really wanted to get it down to that number where they could say they bought it up 666%. And then it went to 1,200% up. But 666, folks, that's the number they just hit. You just saw it with your own two eyes. 666% up. There it is again. They're trying for it again. 660666666. There you go. Right there might not be a bad place to dabble at it. 666 up. Cat the goat. Yeah. Livestock market options. Why paper trading and doing this? No, I am not just paper trading. I have a real account. Oh, well, I'm logged out of it now. But here's my real account, and I'm still trading real. I'm still trading with real money. So this is my Charles Schwab account, my real account, and I have a real account that I trade with. Don't misunderstand me. Just because I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim platform for charting and stuff doesn't mean I don't have a real account. I have a real account. I'm trading with two real accounts. Trust me. Well, you don't have to trust me. I don't care if you do or don't. Doesn't matter to me whether you believe what I'm saying or not. But I am trading with two other accounts. Actually, three. I have three accounts, and to be honest, I have four. So, uh, but I day trade with three accounts, and I need to get a passcode for one of those right now and get logged in. So you have to give me a minute to get logged in here, and just give me a second, folks. I'll be right back. Please give me 10 seconds, and I'll be right back, everyone. All right. You stinking thing. All right, now. So we are looking right now at positions, and we're looking at SIDU, which is down 7% today. RMSG down 25% today. And I sold half of that. That's why I've had money to buy with this morning on the drops on things. And let's see, this is RMSG. Let me give it a second here. Get over to Thinkorswim. There we go. And this is BIRD stock. I'm not in on this one. I'm going to look at RMSG. Ah, there we go. Virtually driven down to the low of the day in the middle of the day. And they're really still coming at this. It's got a flat top red. But ladies and gentlemen, the low earlier today was all the way down here in the pre-market at 170 a share. And you guys were watching me buy it at 172 and 173. So I guess we're all right still with this. You know how explosive this stock can be. You know how, and you know something interesting about this? Look at all the buying that's gone on versus the selling while the price was falling. While they dumped out shares, everyone was buying here. These are the last 1 hour candlesticks. Buying more than selling 2 to 1. Buying more than selling 3 to 2 here. This has been the only candlestick over the last hour that there's been more selling than buying. But interestingly, during the whole time that there's been over the last 3 hours, 2 of those hours, way more buying than selling, the price was falling. Isn't that odd? With a meaning they're dumping out a bunch of shares to try to make the price fall, but there's more buying than selling. They're dumping out a bunch of borrowed shares probably just to make the price fall, but there's more enthusiastic buyers here than there are sellers. Isn't that interesting? Well, I just pointed out it's RMSG. R. Richie's saying KIDZ. You're the second one to call that out. Minute Meininger pulled that out too. So thank you for suggesting that. I will take a look at that. KIDZ. Oh man, slaughtered. What a slaughtering. Well, I hope nobody's still holding any of that. That's for sure. Yes. Well, now I want to look at SIDU coming at it hard right now. SIDU trying to take her down, down, down. But this stock has gone up so nicely that nobody's losing any money on this today, even if it is down freaking a measly 9%. We've made so much gain on this. Some people have made tons and tons on SIDU. And to see them come at it here and sit it right down the candlestick, right on this line of resistance, it's going to go back up, folks. SIDU is not going to stay down. You can see the heavy selling against it, though, this morning. They've been selling, selling, selling in the last 3 hours, just selling it down to that line, to that exact line that they just got it to. And then it's going back up now. That's right, folks. To that line, to this very line right here. And that line means a lot to them. You can see how over here, how they accumulated on this line for so long before it rose up. So to them take it down to that line again, no surprise, right there, this line right here. Man, they sat on this line for hours. They sat on this same blue line right here for hours before it broke away. And now they run it down for the lunchtime low or 10:30 drop to that line again, right there, that same line. It's not coincidence, folks. It's not coincidence that they're accumulating again or want to buy more where they just bought there before they ran it up. It's not coincidence that they'd be there. Not at all. It's not. In fact, it looks to me like it was orchestrated. See? Orchestrated sell down to achieve the same line of resistance where they were able to accumulate for an hour in the off hours. Same line, folks. Exact same line where they sat over here and accumulated, and exploded it. And now they drive it down to that same line on one little candlestick. Just one candlestick. This is no accumulation, folks. You think they're going to sit right here? Look at this. This was the 5 day that was on that line where they accumulated it on that blue line. The 5 day average was there on that line. Where's the 5 day average now? Where is it now? It's up here, people. Hello. The 5 day is up here above the 50 day and above the 45. And by the way, when this was accumulating right here on that line, look where the 45 and 50 were down here, everyone. Down here's where they were when they accumulated on that line last time. And so they run it down here right now to that same dang line. And the 50 days all the way up here, the 200's gone from here up to here. Where was the 200 when they were on this line the last time? The 200 was down here, folks, breaking over this resistance right here. That's where the 200 was when they sat on this line and accumulated. So now they drive it down to that line to get a little flash veggie lunchtime, mid-morning low, and that's all they can get to is that line. And it's by design, folks. It's orchestrated by design to get to that line where they got so much before with the 50-day down here and the 200 way down here. Now the 50 days here and the 200's up here, and they established this line again right now, folks. And I'm here to show it to you. Why it's there. This isn't a random number. This isn't some ambiguous random number where they stopped it from dropping and are now sitting on. That's not some ambiguous random number today, folks. Look at that rising 200 day. Look at the rising 50, the rising 45. And they just pinch it down and accumulate on that line. And they know all about where they got the shares the other morning. They know that they bought a bunch of shares there and just bought it all up before they ran it up. They know that. And they know that's why it's there now, or at least you know why it's there now. You know why they've sold so much this morning, and you know why they did it to get to that line again, to get to that line again. But that 5 day, it's not just running sideways anymore. It's dropping because they've attacked it so hard here. This is SIDU, everybody. I'm showing you SIDU. And they just accomplished triggering the 10% stop losses at 477 a share. So I do expect it to fall to 472 right now. I do expect this to fall to 472 because they just got the 10% stop losses triggered just then. You can see it's down 10.55%. So I do expect to see them drop it to 472, and maybe even it could get it to a quick drop to 466 or 7. But 472 is the buy here because they just triggered 10% stop losses. And those 10% stop losses triggering, they could make it fall further. However, you can see that it isn't doing that. So I'm encouraged by that. Now there you go. There it is. There's the 72. There's the 72 because they triggered the 10% stop losses and those threw it down further. There's the 72. And I just called that completely. And I think that's a good place to buy it. And the stock I'm talking about here is SIDU. So I'm going to come over to my SIDU, and I've got cash to buy with. I'm going to buy it right now. And I'm coming in for, I don't need a heck of a lot of shares. I've already got some, so I'm going to buy here 473. Review order and place it. And I'm trading, ladies and gentlemen, with my real account over here, Charles Schwab. And I'm using this charting here to make the decision to buy. And I just filled that. Let's see where I got it. 472 and a half. All right. 472 and a half, people. That's perfect. Right between the 472 and 3. And look at the bid now, 73, 473. And so I want to come in on my other account because I've got a bunch of money to buy with here. And I'm coming in right now to buy this stock as well. And I'm going to come in this time. I've got more money on this account, so I'm going to use 20 shares. And I'm going to come in 473. Review order and place it. I want to try to buy 20 shares of CDU right now. And I'm trying to buy right here on this other account as well. Just so you understand what I'm doing. I use the charting to tell me when to buy, and I'm trying to buy at 473 and can't get it right now. So we're going to come in again to try to buy SIDU here again. And I think I just got 473. So we're going to buy it again. Yes, the ask is 472. So now we're going to go for 10 shares at 472. And we're going review order because this is where I like to buy and they like to buy as well. And market makers love this number, folks. And I just picked up 471 and a half. Yes. And seeing that means that they're going to go for 466. So I'm just going to go here for 470. I'm going to go for 470. I'm not that worried about 466. They are going to go for that, though. So I'm going to go in 470 right now and try to buy at 469 or so. And I just got 469 right there. And I'm going to duplicate that order with my other account as well. I'm going to duplicate that now on this other account. And we're going to come in at 470. We're coming in now, 470. Coming in hot. 470. And I got a 469 and a half. All right. Yeah. 469 and a half. And now, of course, we're going to go for the 467. We're going for 467 because they're going to go for 466 right here. So I'm going to go down to 467, review order, 10 shares, and I am in. And I'm hoping to get 467. I did just get 469. I'm going to duplicate this order. And the ask is 469, so we'll come in here at 468. And the bid just came up to 468, so that's good. Review order, I'll try to buy 468. Place that order right now and hopefully get 468 as well. Now I've got an order at 467, and I do expect 466. So we're going to come in and try a 466 buy here. So we're going to duplicate this order. And below that, folks, I want to get 461. So I'm coming in now at 460. We'll go 464, and maybe that'll be the lowest they get here. But what the heck? Let's just do 466. You know that's the number they want, folks. 466, and place it. And one of the things I want you to be aware of, folks, is I always have dry powder. All right. We launch MNTS. Thank you. All right. And I just filled at 468. I'm very pleased that I could pick up some 468 on SIDU. And that's very nice. I did not get the 467 or 466. And now the bid is 469. So that's all over. I'm not going to get the 466, folks. So I'm going to just come right on up to 470 now. And I'm going to try to buy 10 shares at 470. And like I said, I've already got 220 shares, so I'm not needing to buy too many more. I'm going to buy at 470. And I just got a 469 and a half. And I see now 469999. And I always like when I see that number. 46999. I love it when I see that number because that means to me that well, it's over. There will be no 466s when I'm seeing 46999 buys, and it's over. There's the 471. The bid is now 470. So, hey, congratulations if you just bought SIDU with me in the 460s. And I want to know right now if you did. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say, did you buy SIDU with me just now? Did you just buy into SIDU with me in the 469 range? All right. All right. Sometimes don't know. So did you just buy into the SIDU with me in the 469 range? That's what I want to know. We're going to review this right now. Start the poll. And there we go. And I want to know if any of you just bought into this stock with me in the 469 range. I mean, it's still there. It's not like it's going ballistic anywhere right now, but it is definitely being maintained at that price, which I like. Maintained at a number is good, folks. When you see it just keep dropping and dropping, that's one thing. But when you can see a number sit and be maintained, and you see it being nurtured and suckled and just maintained, maintaining that loss and just staying there, well, that's what you're looking for. A maintained low number where they just sit at the same dang number. That is what you want to see, folks. That's when you know official bottom is occurring, when you see just a maintained long term sitting there at a number driven down to, and then just sat at that number and maintained. That's the key. Why? Why don't they take it any lower? They've had no trouble with driving it down from the fives all the way down into the 469. Why do they suddenly decide to stop there and maintain that number? Maintaining that number is your one of your keys, folks. And so again, I'm going to sit here where they're maintaining the number, and I'm going to try to buy again at 468. I sure am. Because they're just sitting here, folks, maintaining this number. They're just like trimming the plant and just keeping it maintained. Yep, they've got it like one of those plants that's in restaurants and stuff. These services will come in and they'll maintain it for you. And that's what they're doing now, maintaining this stock at 468 and 469, nurturing it. Yeah, fertilizing it. They are. They're coming in and they aren't moving it. It's not moving. The price is not moving. It's at 469. It has been for 10 minutes now. And that's called maintaining a stock, just maintaining, building a shoulder. SIDU. There it is right there. I bought it after all that selling, after all that heavy, heavy, heavy selling right there is where I bought it, where they're maintaining it, folks. And if you don't believe me, look at this. If you don't believe me, look at the candlestick's bottom, just staying right there. Look at it being maintained. And actually, if it were maintained, it would be a flat bottom right now. It would still be here. Okay. If it were maintained, it would still be there. It's not being just maintained anymore. Just watch it, folks. Watch the bottom of this wick, this candlestick. Watch the bottom. And what a coincidence that they'd have the 5-day come right down to the 50-day there. Beautiful. Smack, kiss it. 5-day kissing that 50. It's on the 45 right now. The 5-day has reached the 45-day. And watch the bottom of this candle. You know what? It's about to run from here to right there. That's what it's going to do right now. It's going to come from the bottom here right to there. And right there is where it's going to sit for a little bit. So right here it goes from there to here within 1 minute's time, most likely. Here it goes, folks. Watch this jump up to right here. And if it doesn't, then we could see trouble, because if this could get below this and continue to extend, then we're in trouble. But I have a feeling that that was as low as they could get it right there. And now they're letting air out of it. This is the valve. Psh, psh, psh. I'm going to push it, folks. I'm going to push the valve. Psh. And the tire's going to get narrower. And we're going to push the valve. Psh. There it goes. Ah, green on the next candlestick. There's no more red. We do not want to see. Oh, yeah, that's what we want to see. See them try to push it down there. And now this green candlestick has a wick on the bottom. It's a green candlestick and it has a wick on the bottom and it's a flat top on the top. That's what we wanted to see right there. This is the beginning of the turnaround right now, folks. Right now, you're looking at the stock SIDU. SIDU. And to prove what I'm saying, come over here to the time frame, and let's change the time frame to a 10-day, and let's change the candlesticks to just 1 minute. And now let's look at the stock. SIDU, folks. Well, look at that right now. Take a look at it. Oh my goodness, look at that. It's a flat top green. SIDU, where we just bought it. Look at that. And look at these candlesticks, folks. Over the last, more buyers than sellers by far. More buyers than sellers by far. More buyers than sellers right now. More buyers than sellers. SIDU. Well, my goodness gracious, take a look at over here, folks, and you can see some very, very minimal selling in this range. As a matter of fact, at today's low, they only had 17,000 shares. That's right, folks. At today's lowest price, which happened to be 467, Savannah. 467, Savannah. They missed by 1 penny. And at today's lowest price, they only had 17,000. While above that, they had 340 something thousand. 348,665. I wonder why they had so many damn shares here at 468, But instead of 348,000, they only had 17,170 there at 467. That's pretty weak, folks. That's pretty dang weak to drive a price way down like this and then just buy that many shares. 17,000. That's pretty weak, folks. And now look at them throwing in a 473,999 KY flag right there, coming out with a K wire. 473,999 KY flag. 102,000. Oh yeah. Boy, you got some buyers down here, 6,900 trying to buy 461. They know that this is a recent new number that they love to manipulate down to 461. So they got a big bunch of shares there they're ready to buy if they try to knock it down to that number. And I even told you they might go for 461 on this stock SIDU, but well, whatever. I just got through buying it at 469, 468, 469. And so I feel good about that. I bought 471 and now I see the last and the ask is 471 now. So it's rising, folks. SIDU. This is what it looks like right now on the chart. SIDU. And don't know whether it's going to continue to go up or not. I don't know that, but I do know that I think that was a good low to buy on right there. And I surely was not buying alone. There were other buyers coming in here with me. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, 2-to-1 over buyers over sellers, equal buyers and sellers, and then two dinky reds. And there's buyers coming in here now. And even on this number, there's buyers coming in. There's been some selling, but there's been buyers that are accumulating now. And now there are equal buyers and sellers, and this is going to go green, folks. This is going to go green. That's going to jump up. The 5-day moving average, you can see now has a wick on the bottom of this candlestick. Pardon me, folks. Very nice. Flat top green now, moving north. Let's go, baby. SIDU. And I got 27 votes. 44% said they did just buy with me when the stock jumped down below 470. So good, good, good. And I like this candlestick here, right here. I like this. This looks good. SIDU. Let's look at some of these other stocks that were called out. I like SIDU here, folks. So we're just going to move on now. We got a lot of stocks that have been called out here today. These are the stocks on the list that have been called out today. So let's go take a look at all these stocks here that have been called out today, right now. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the ones, and you can decide. I'm going to provide and you decide. Okay, I'm going to provide and you decide. We're starting with a stock called out by Jayhawk VSA. VSA, here it goes. And that thing has been herked and jerked all morning. And now is loading up on the lunchtime low. Lunchtime low, VSA. There she goes. Looks like they got the lunchtime low right there. And that price would have been right there. They got the lunchtime low right at lunchtime when it came on. That was at 12:04 p.m. And the price was at 90 cents. 90 cents was where it was. 90 cents. And so that looks pretty good right there. VSA up 55% right now, folks. VSA. And you might want to look down here. There's some buying going on. You won't be buying alone if you come in on that VSA. All right, that was called out by Jayhawk VSA. And it looks like they just established a lunchtime low that was considerably higher than the low this morning after the market opened. And this price here, was 87.89. It was 88 cents, folks. It was 88 cents. See that, Savannah? That's what it was. That low right there, ladies and gentlemen, was 88 cents. You can come across here and look at it, Savannah. Boom, 88 cents. And now you're looking at it here. VGA called out, VSA called out by Jayhawk. Folks, I like the look of this. VSA, I like it. It looks good right now, folks. VSA. The lunchtime low was just achieved. There you go. Hopefully, you might want to get a little bit of that at 94 cents a share. VSA. Now we're going to look at NNBR. And that thing is taking off right now, folks. It looks good. NNBR, I think it's going to continue to climb here. Now, they've been selling against it. They've been selling against it. You can see right here trying to slaughter it down there a little bit. But, man, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. Looks like it's got the same kind of shoulder right here forming again on it to leapfrog off of. I like it. It's NNBR. NNBR, folks. Now we're going to go to BIRD. And they have now kissed that thing right off the ET, right off the ET. Look at that consolidation. And now they're trying to build a red wick candlestick down. Oh, my. Watch out, folks. This stock is up 645%, and I do not like the look of that right there. I don't like the look of that. If that candlestick keeps growing the bottom flat, 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 you better get out of that thing. I'm telling you now. Now, if it recedes and it starts to go up here like this and it gets flat, then I say get in again. BIRD, but be very cautious there. Very, very cautious. It's going to go one way or the other. And right now, it looks like it is down, down. And so be careful with that one. BIRD, that's up 634% today. Now we're looking at, that was called out this morning by Iguera and Ron and Marty. And look at this 1-day chart, folks. It was called out by 3 people this morning. 3 people called this stock out this morning. Iguera, Ron Lubinsky, and Marty called this stock out this morning here on this channel. And now I want you to notice every single time this thing has come up and got to the 50, if you bought it, it was good. When it comes up and gets to the 50, if you bought it, it was good. When it comes up and gets to the 50, if you bought it, that was good. When they bring it over and they get to the 50, if you bought it, that was good. And now they bring it way up here and bring it down and to the 50. Well, look at that 200, folks. Look at the 50 and 45. And every time they've driven the blue down to the red, down to the red, down to the red, down to the red, down to the red. I'll let you decide. I provide, you decide. Okay? I provide and you decide. Yeah, I hear you, Kim. Well, you can just see if it goes up and down to that red, 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 up and down to that red. Will the trend continue? Stay tuned. BIRD. BIRD. Next, SNAL. Holy smokes. Well, I told you guys to sell that this morning. I said, and stay away from it. I told you to sell it when it was at 120 a share. Right there, I said, you better be selling this at 120 a share. There's the price right there this morning, 121.67. And I said to you, you better be selling at 120 a share, everyone. And now it's at 91 cents a share. I've seen that about 1,000 times, the 120. Folks, I want you to, again, look at my buy sell sheet here. What is this number that's up here at the third line at the top? Sell 118, 119, 120. Sell all those. Sell them. So what if you sold 114 and you sold a few? 115 sold a few, 116, 117, 118. So what if you sold at 119 and 120? Okay? It doesn't matter if you sold at all those numbers. Look where the price is now, dadgummit. 90 cents. 90 cents, folks. And on the lunchtime low, it looks like they just tapped it down to 88. My gosh, Savannah, 88 cents again, Savannah, 88. Can you believe that? Why? What have they got about this 88 number, Savannah? Why do they run it down to that number so consistently and then it bounces off that and goes back up? 88 cents. What's up with that? You can see it right there, Savannah, as clear as a bell. 87.98, 87.92. You still going to argue with me that the number 88 doesn't mean anything to them? Are you kidding me? Look at the number 88 right here. All the times that it went up and stopped and up and stopped and up and stopped and up and stopped, up and stopped at 88 cents, folks. 88, the same number. It went down here and stopped, down and stopped, down and stopped. 88 cents, folks. Went up there and stopped, came down and up. And then, 88 cents, people. Good Lord. 88 cents, Savannah. Hopefully you're learning something. All right. SNAL was called out by Puppy Love this morning. Now KIDZ. It got trounced down this morning. It's recovered now. Hey, you guys were right on KIDZ, it looks like. Menninger and R. Richie B called this out. And but look at them stop that thing from breaking that 200. Look at them come against that. Now, the interesting thing is, this is also interesting. They're attacking this price down, but everybody's buying it. These are more buyers than sellers by far right there. By far more buyers, by far more buyers, more buyers, more buyers. And the whole time, the friggin' price is falling. They're trying to sell shares while everybody's just buying the damn things up. I'm just letting you know, KIDZ. Prices, conveniently at 166 a share. Now they got the bid to 167, so they've given up on 166. They've raised the bid to 167 and the ask is 169. KIDZ. Lunchtime low, baby. 167 is the bid, 169 is the ask. KIDZ. I like it there. All right, let's look at the next one. VCE by Tony Henry. VCE. I do not see a stock VCE, Tony. Sorry. HUBC called out by Meininger. HUBC. Oh, my. And he called this out some time ago. I think he probably would have called it out, I would think, right here on this low right there about an hour ago. Meininger, that was a good call. That was a good call on that one right there, catching that low right there. Double, triple ta-ta. Once, twice, three times, and ta-ta. Triple ta-ta, folks. The total recall formation there. And look at that thing bounce 1, 2, 3, and then come off that 50 and just rock it. Man, look at that 200 rising. And look at that. It's almost a flat top green candlestick here, folks. HUBC prices at 17 cents. It's up 36%. Yesterday, it's up 36% this morning. And Meininger called that out. Nice call. And he also called out MIMI. And that too looks like a point at lunchtime that they try to triple ta-ta once, twice, three times. Triple ta-ta. Once, twice, three times, and ta-ta. And look at the buyers coming in there. MI called out by Mininger. Thank you. That looks good. I like the look of that right there. Wow. And the buyers are coming in, folks, on that stock. Let's go see what the news was on this stock today. MI. Hold on. Hello, can anybody hear me? Testing one, two, three. Ah, it was my camera. It was my camera, folks. I'm sorry. I didn't notice that it had gotten disconnected, and they say you're reconnected, but you're not really reconnected. So I had to reset my camera. Yep, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Well, as you know, I started having my power was flickering. My light bulb, my power started flickering, going in and out. And then I guess once it rebooted, then we didn't get actually reconnected. And so I had to just reset my camera. I noticed that I was kind of alarmed because I only had like 19 viewers. And I thought, why do I only have 19 viewers here right now? Usually I've got 90 or 100 or whatever, or 80 or something. And I had 19 viewers, and I thought, something isn't right. Hey, you're back. No sound? Try refreshing your screen. Try refreshing the stream. And then you might be able to hear me talking. And Modeve says, I can hear you. Okay. All right. Happy boy. Tesla up 30 today. Nice. Are you holding some Tesla? Happy boy. I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. uh, sound. Uh, sound. Yep. SOUND. Sound is on. I think. I learned that much signed language on a bus trip across the country on a Greyhound bus. A deaf person that was sitting next to me taught me how to do the sign language. I don't know all of the letters. I might have a few of them wrong. I'm sure I do, but A, B, C. I think D. No, D is very similar to B, but it's a little bit different. D, E, F. I don't remember F. G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. I don't know. I don't remember it. S, T, U, V. U is something else. U might be this, but V, W, and X, I don't know that. And Y and Z is like this. Hey, Cat. how you learn to trade like you do. Uh, I just been doing it for 25 years, 26 years now. I just been doing it so long, and it's just trial and error, trial and error. A lot of failure creates success in the long run. It's the road to success is fraught with failure. The road to success is perilous and can be downtroddening. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to have a dentist appointment, so I'm going to have to shut off tomorrow early and see what we can get done about my tooth. In case you didn't know about it, I knocked my tooth out in two instances. It took to take my tooth out. Once was with an elliptical that hit me the first time and loosened it slightly, and then the next one was a microphone boom that hit me in the and knocked it back out, and I've yanked it myself. And now I got to go get it fixed. So life goes on. All I want for Christmas is a lower tooth, lower middle tooth. All I want for Christmas is a lower middle tooth, a lower middle tooth. Yeah, a lower middle tooth. And that way I can look like I still have my youth with a lower middle tooth. You may as well just move your lips. Yep, I could just talk like this from now on. Hey, it's something you have a hard time laughing about when you lose a tooth, folks, but it happens in life and you have to get by the all obstacles must be overcome. All obstacles, including if you have to, making your own tooth, and I will. I'm going to invent a new tooth, a new replacement tooth for people because of this. I've already done it, folks, and I'm going to try to patent it. I've got a patent already on something called a hidden element puzzle. This is my hidden element puzzle right here, and I have a patent on this. Started out as a kid. This is my first drawing that I have a patent on. It's called a hidden element puzzle. And I have a actual patent on this, not a baloney patent, a true and bona fide patent. And some people have transferred this onto certain things like this. And this is one way my patent has been used. This here is a gift box. And it has here from and to, so you can put who the gift's from and who you want to send it to. And then you put your gift inside the box, and then this is my patent. It's called a hidden element puzzle, and it says, this is how it works. Thank you, Dad, for all you've done. I sure am glad you've been the one to help me out when times got tough. And then you go, there's numbers on the corners that tell you where to go to next. Number 4, I don't think I can say enough. And then you go to number 5 right here. But think this cube is one cool way. And then you go to the number 6 right here, right there, number 6. To wish you happy Father's Day. And this is just one of the ways that my hidden element puzzle can be used, including with all types of artwork. It can be used. Stuff like this right here. that says, you are wise to consider all the angles. Yep. Just thought I'd share that with you in case you didn't know that little bit about my life. Yep. There appeared a star in the east. Am I still muted? This is a book I wrote right here. It's called The Cube. It's available on Amazon. If you want to get on an airplane and read my book, amazing how the words appear. You can buy the book, send it to me to my P.O. box, and I'll autograph it for you if you want. Sorry, I'm not talking about stocks right this moment. We've got a lot that have been called out, and some people have made a lot of money on here on a stock called Bird this morning. Now, I would not recommend getting in on it at this stage of the game. Okay, I wouldn't. I wouldn't advise it. I've already said, when you get in on a stock like this and it goes up 500, 600%, you look up to the Lord and say, thank you for a 200% gain. And you put 33% of that money away into a high interest yield bearing account that'll get high yield. Okay. And then you're going to use that to pay your taxes quarterly every 90 days. You do not pay annually. You're going to pay quarterly, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So, make sure that when you get these kind of profits, you don't dilly-dally around. When you get in and you made them and you sold, no matter where it was, don't think that you're going to miss out on a big run, because you already got the big run. You got the big run. When you get greedy, it's when you'll become needy. And right now, as I look at this chart, I'm going to have to tell you, I look down below it and I see a freaking sea of red from a distance. I see a sea of red from a distance. So let's highlight it a little bit here. It does have quite a bit of green through here, though, buying, but I see a sea of red. Now, is it moving up here? Yeah, right now, at the very moment, it is. It might come off this and continue to rise. And right now, yes, it does have a flat top green candlestick almost with hardly any wick on it. But be cautious, folks, because this thing is up 683%. BIRD is the stock I'm looking at. And I'm not sure what the news was. AI Pivot sends its stock soaring 300%. MW Allbirds AI Pivot sends its stock soaring 300%. We've seen this film before. Allbirds to pivot to AI from shoes. Stock soars. Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Q1 earnings top estimates. I caution you, folks, this stock can fall 200% in 10 minutes. All right? A stock that can go up 200% in 10 minutes can go down 200% in 10, I guarantee you. So I caution you very, very much about getting back in if you made the money already. And I'm congratulating every one of you who did make the money, because I know some of you were in on this stock today. This stock was called out early this morning here on the channel. This stock was called out very early this morning by three of our individuals who are using technical equipment to determine what stocks are on fire. And this was called out early. Well, actually, I wasn't up that early because my power was off this morning. I didn't have power when I got out of bed this morning. And I lost power last night because of the storm we had through here. And this morning, I saw my neighbor's trampoline, and it had been trampled. It looked like it had been trampled upon, his trampoline for his children, or his grandchildren, actually. And I texted him and said, "Hey, I hope we can reshape your trampoline, because I figured we could bend it back into shape, a little bit usable shape, but it really got destroyed." And it turns out it wasn't even his. It was not his trampoline. It was the neighbor's from across the way. So it blew his trampoline, or lifted his trampoline off up over our property, which is a pretty good span. I'm talking maybe 75 feet, maybe 90 feet. Yeah, 90 feet across, maybe more. Making a long story short, that thing went airborne over our property, over our fence between mine and my neighbors. Somehow it didn't destroy the fence and wipe it out. It must just gone up in the air and come right down, boom, like that. But it's just a pile of metal over there, and springs, and a tarp. Yeah, so we had really, really, really rough winds, and a lot of trees down here in our area. Okay, so let's look at SKYQ. Mike Larson called it out. And there goes Bird. I told you, folks. I caution you. I caution you. I caution you against this. This is a horrible. Don't fall victim to this. Kim, I hope you're out. I tried to caution you right there that this is dangerous. This could fall 200% in 5 minutes. And it just dropped to 606, 616 right there, 613. There it is, folks. The number they want. 616 it's at. 616. They just hit 616 was the number it was. I did not get it. I did not get my I did not, but they'll get it again. They'll get it again. 616. You watch it. It has to hit one more time. Well, it was there, folks, and that's probably all it was. It's going to be is once. And but I saw it and I tried to show it to you. It was up 616. And I like to point these things out to people. When it comes to certain numbers, they can mean things, and you can get in on these when they get in. If it was that was the number, and I just saw it there, I really did want to hopefully get up there to it in time to see it again, but now it's gone. So that was it, folks. And I just mentioned that to you. I just bring that up, and you can do what I provide. You decide. Okay, that's the way it is on this channel. I just provide you the information, and you do with it. You decide what to do with it. All right. I just saw the number was six. It was up. It had been up in the 700% and dropped down into the 6 to 616 is what I just saw. And now I see it at 635, 633, 634. And I'm not seeing the 61. There it is. They're almost there again. One more time. Show your power, show the number. Oh my. And I'm warning you folks, this could go even lower, but I see that number is going to come back now. Right now, you're going to see it. 616. 3, 2, 1, 0, ignition, 616. And in case you don't know why that number is the number that I think that they have decided to coincidentally come to and rest, 616. And I've explained to everybody that the mark of the beast nowadays, they've discovered it's not 666. that was misread back in the days on the Dead Sea Scrolls. The mark of the beast is actually 616, and you can look that up. I'm not trying to go against scripture in any way. Don't get me wrong, but historically, they've found apparently new archives that are much clearer and defined and easier to read the printing, and can tell that it actually is 616. And I've been telling people that, and I find it interesting that just then the number that their achievement was happened to be, and I just mentioned it, was that number 616. So if there's any linkage to it or not, I don't know, but it was coincidentally at that number 616. So could that be where they decided to make its limit and now it's just from there down? Or did they push it down beyond it so now as it rises they can just hold it at 616%? I don't know, and I don't know whether they're even going to do that at all. I'm just mentioning it. It's worth looking at, and these things are the things I point out because I think numerology has a lot to do with what goes on. And I think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think there's a lot of gematria going on in the stock market often, and I point it out to people, and I point it out on a regular basis, and it might just be coincidence because, as someone said, Samantha says, I'm just looking for it, but maybe not. Maybe it's not. And the gain now is 607%. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, 616. And you're going to see possibly mathematically worked out to 61666 even. But nope. And now she's gone, folks. And there you go. And I call it out, and you can do whatever you want with it. I'm the provider. You are the decider. Okay. 616, ladies and gentlemen, to an accumulated stock that then I could be wrong, but it's just pure coincidence, I'm sure, that at mid lunchtime low, the number would be 616. At the ultimate lunchtime low, it was down to only up 616. And there you go. Take it with a grain of salt or learn from it, folks, and use it to your benefit. You can maybe use that to your benefit if you knew that it was worked down to that number purposefully, and that you're aware of it, that you're just tuned in to what's going on. Okay. That's all I'm asking. And you can do again. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. I don't know what it's going to do from here, but I've already told people don't mess with this stock. And that's part of the reason you can see that it's under the control of somebody. Don't mess with this stock. I don't think you should. I don't think you should. I think you got it. You made your money. Step away and watch and observe now. You become a spectator, okay? Become a spectator. Don't become a victim, okay? Don't become a victim. If you've been triumphant already and you gained money on this morning, and then as one said, I got back in again, I would be getting out while you're still triumphant. Okay. If you are, then I would get out again now. Remain triumphant because listen, 620% up is a very, very incredibly high, unsustainable gain on a stock that's been going down probably for the last 2 years. Let's look at the longest chart, 3 year. Look at the chart on the 3 year of this thing. This 3 year chart has a absolutely catastrophic looking chart. For 3 years, this stock has just absolutely destruction. It's just plummeting to the ground, folks. It's plummeting downward. Don't you dare do anything but sell this now, please. This is one day you got in, you made a lot of money, you got out, and you said, let's go celebrate now, honey. Okay? And they're probably not going to let this go back over 18 and stay. I don't think they are. I think they're going to draw the line at 18 today, and they like 1888. So, but 18 looks like a stubborn mule for you right now. And they can sure lock it in there, or they can make it go even lower. And either way, if you've made enough money that you've locked in your profits, in other words, if you've listen to what I'm saying here, folks. if you've made a great deal of money on this BIRD stock today, then I would say that you should take those profits. And some of you have made a great deal of money off of it today. And I would put those profits 33% into a high interest yielding account and get yourself high interest. And remember, when you make these kind of profits, you can't just go out and buy things. You got taxes and they're going to be heavy because your day trading is twice what it is if you hold a stock for a year or longer. All right. Twice as long, twice as much if you hold it a year. So if you hold the stock for over a year and you sell it then for profit, you pay 15% roughly in taxes. But if you day trade, you pay 30% in taxes, and I tell you to set aside 33% so you can have enough left over to pay your CPA. Now, I'm noticing again, look where the price is and look where the percentage is that they're maintaining. It breaks away, it's gone. But what they're staying at right now is the number I called out. Right there. They're almost there again. And I mention it only because how interesting that they're going to hold it right at that number, basically. Uh, and for what purpose? All right. Well, I'm not going to just sit here and watch this all day. That's for sure. I just wanted to bring to your attention that that's an interesting number for them to have decided to sit it upon, and see how long they can hold it at 606 or 616 or whatever. It's just all the numbers are there for your observance. That's all I'm asking. Take a look at it. See what's going on. Notice the coincidence of it, all the coincidence, which I sometimes often suggest isn't necessarily just coincidence. You be the judge. I provide, you decide. Okay, so this is the stock BIRD. It was called out this morning very early here on the channel, and it was called out by three people using very high technology to determine. And these are the ones that were called out by others today. They're using software. And so, if you want to take a picture of this, you can take a picture of all the stocks that were called out today that have made moves, and you might want to take a look at them right now and see what they're doing right now, folks. Maybe take a photograph of this list or just pause it right now and go look at these. Maybe you can find one that's running that we can get in on. Well, hold on a second here, guys. I got to make sure and stay signed on to these accounts that I'm trading on, and I'm probably already logged off here. Oh yeah. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. It was just I had a feeling, man. I had a feeling right then. I had a feeling. Well, now I got to go get logged in, folks. I jumped over there and it said you're about to get logged out. Do you want to continue? And I was just trying to click continue, and it logged me out right that very second. Isn't that wild? All right, guys, give me a minute here. Hopefully, they'll put my logo up, and you'll see me, and I'll be back in less than 10 seconds, guys and gals. Hold on here. Here we go. Yay! I'm back. I'm back. In the saddle again. All right. Well, at least I got to buy some SIDU Let's go take a look where it is right now, SIDU, and what's going on with it. Oh, yeah, at the bottom, folks. And that's where you want to buy, on the bottom. Yes, indeed. SIDU 455. Well, I'm buying right now. And it says the ask is 461. I love that. And I just got 459.5. 459.5. And that is a lot cheaper than the 472 and a half. So I just got my dollar cost average to 466. And I'm going to duplicate this now. And I'm going to not buy willy nilly here, this SIDU. Take a look at what I'm going to do here, folks. Look at the percentage down. It's down 13, 44, 41, 13, 28, 44, 41, and 28, huh? 44, 41, and 28. Watch what I'm going to do here, folks. 44, 41, 28. And there's the low, 13, 18. Watch it closely, folks. The loss, the deepest loss right now is 13. Oh, 1309. Watch it closely. The deepest loss is 1309. 1316 is the deepest loss. And I'm watching this like a hawk because I want to buy the deepest loss. Oh, she just jumped at 12.99. I'm looking for 1316. 1309. I'm ready to buy right now. 12.99 and 13. There, I'm in there. I'm in right there. And I just bought it 461.54. And I'm going to do it again here, folks. Review order. And now the deepest loss is 1309. 1307. That's tight, folks. 1309 and 7 is very, very tight. And that's what I'm looking for. And then we go to 1299. Watch this now. 1318 is where I just got SIDU. 1318. I just got that. Waiting more patiently. Look at the numbers 6999. The number 6 and 999. Now down 70, 70 and a half. 1328. That's the deepest drop I've seen in a bit. 1328. So they're taking it negative now. They're definitely pulling it down. No need to get in here at all. 1337 being the deepest drop now. 460. They like that number 460, folks. They're attracted to 460 a lot, and they will often run a stock down and buy it at a 60. 60 and 61, both of those numbers have lately become kind of new numbers for them to kind of accumulate. They weren't when I first started this channel 2.5 years ago. They didn't care about these numbers. Available gangs. It looks like I know what I'm doing. Yeah, well, I sort of do. I can't always guarantee what I'm doing is going to be right. It's sometimes, but I'm very, very meticulous, as you can see, and I'm very observant. I'm very detail oriented. I look at the details. When I see two numbers like this right here, I'm looking for these two numbers to change by 1/1000th, okay? 1/100th. I want to see 1262.63. I want to see 1266, 62, 66, then 71. I like that. 62, 66, 71. I'm watching this very closely. I'm very meticulous, okay? I'm not here to throw my money away. I want to make sure First of all, I'm going to be buying a stock that I already own some of in the first place. I already own some of this in the first place for higher price. So my objective is to get my dollar cost average down on it. Okay. So I'm going to be looking for the absolute lowest I can obviously buy it, right? And right now I'm seeing down the lowest I'm seeing is 1260s, and it was just in the 13s. And right now I'm seeing 1260s. So I like that. I like what I'm seeing. And if I know that if I buy on the deepest drop that they throw out there right now in the 13s, if they can get there again, they won't. So this is a good spot. I'm going to be helping my stock by buying, even if it's just 5 shares. I'm helping the value of my stock. Look at that. It's down 66.99. I'm in right there. And my last order, see now, look at here. My last order filled at 461.54 and 459. And now I'm filling at 464 a share. Cha-ching. And every share that I own for below that or above that, I'm dollar cost averaging down. And I'm maximizing the value of my money when I invest it. That's what I want to do. When I make this order here now, I want to make sure again that it helps out the stock price below. So I'm watching the percentage. And now it's only, achieving the 12.79 deepest drop. And I just saw it. And it was over 13s when I was buying it last. And now 1271 is the deepest drop on it, and I'm going to keep buying it, folks. I'm not going to quit buying it. Well, uh right now I got $206 to invest, and even more if I decide to sell another stock, which I'm down on today. I'm glad I sold some of it, so I've got the other 206 to invest right now. And I think the best place to go with my money right now is on a 68-cent CDU. I'm going to buy SIDU at 68. I see it now at 69, and it's 68.33 is the lowest right now, and I think that's a good price. Anything around 66 cents on price change down 66 cents, I like. It's down almost 13% today. So I think SIDU, I'm going to move some money over from this RMSG to that. I think it's a good low to buy it on. So I'm going to sell right now some RMSG, and I'm going to be taking a look at the chart first before I do. RMSG, absolutely. Well, folks, it is probably at the maximum low it could be right now almost. It hit 167, and now it's at 170. 173. So it might not be a good place to sell it. It might be a good place to be buying it right here, actually, because we know how heavily this stock is manipulated. And in case you didn't know that, I'll show you now. So take a look at the manipulation on this stock. And you've already seen it can run up like this. It can sell down like this. It can run up like this. It can sell down like this. It can give you a little head fake, and it can run all the way back up to that. And it can even go beyond that, folks. It could go up to these numbers that were previously attained earlier. See? So this is the stock right now, and we're working at the 1 day chart on it. 166 almost. They got the low of 167, folks. And if that has improved my point, Savannah, I don't know what does. And for those of you that are here right now, I recently did that with crypto. I lowered my average on Bitcoin, etc. Quantums are going wild today. I mean, SIDU only been 460 for a while. Yep, available gains. Yep, yep. So let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, and quickly here you can see all these stocks that have been called out today. I want you to take a look at these. I would not be buying BIRD right here. But we're going to look at the charts on all these right now. VSA. VSA is being held captive right below the 200-day moving average, folks. That's the bottom line. And it's just being Right here, you can see consolidating, 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 capitulating with a one, two, triple ta. Each one to a lower low, lower low, lower low. So I don't like that. It's up 52%, folks. I would be very cautious about this. I would not hold this. Okay. I don't like it being below the 200-day, and I don't like the red 50-day declining below it either. Now, I know that it's just after lunch and it could now springboard from here, but if I were you, I would sell a little bit of it here if you own it. Just chances of it making a big move off of here up are not real huge right here with the volume declining like it is. There was a lot of volume on it this morning. You can see it. Heavy, heavy, heavy volume on it this morning. Heavy volume right here while it looked like it was consolidating on this line. It looked like it was consolidating and it might springboard. But no, sir. They came at that thing at 10:30, 11 o'clock, and then they've come at it through lunch. Man, I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like the 200 falling. I don't like the long-term lines going down. I don't like those. We want to see 200s rising and we want to see 50s and 45s rising, not going down like that. But again, these are numbers that they've achieved for the lows today already. That one right there, that one right there, that one before, that one again. And now they're below that low. So I don't like that. I don't like it. VSA, I don't like it. Sorry. NNBR. That might be a good place to get in. There's the lunchtime low on that. This was called out by We Launch this morning, and he called it out when it was down here. So that was a good call out. We Launch. I hope you sold it when it was at 220 a share. You know, my buy sell sheet says to sell 220. So I hope you sold there, We Launch. Please tell me you did. I know you had to have sold there, man. You had to have. You had to have sold there, We Launch. NNBR. Well, I don't like that it consolidated on this 50 and then dropped that far. But then again, it did drop to here, and it might it might that's low. That's a low they've seen before with that 5-day right there. That blue 5-day seen that number before. It's seen that as a bottom there too. I'm telling you, the blue 5-day has seen this low right there this morning. Right there, it was a low before it rocketed, and here again, it was a low before it rocketed. Here, it was a low before it went up. Here, a low, and here now it's a low. This is the same low across there. If you look at them, see it? So if it breaks below this, man, it's going to go all the way down to, it's going to go to the nowhereville. I'm telling you, if it doesn't hold this line right here now, you better get out of this thing. If you own this, NNBR, NNBR, folks, I'd be very weary of this line right here. It has to go off this line upwards now. It needs to go up here. It needs to go up. This 5-day better respond right this moment. If it does not respond at this moment, this will be a critical fall. Critical fall. NNBR. And yeah, I've got shares of it, so I'm not going to hang around. I'm getting out of these. And I'm only down, it's 10 cents down from my DCA, but I just sold 196. And as I sell these, my DCA is going to drop. And now I'm going to sell again. And as you can see right now, my profit loss is I'm down $1. I'm going to sell the last 20. Since I opened this position, I ended up being down Nothing. All right. Well, but I didn't lose any money on NNBR either. So I'm going to be playing it safe. I'm out. And I was actually back down on it today, 67, but I ended up, since profit loss open, none. Available gangs down $1 is fucking awesome. Yeah. Hey, let's have a look at your portfolio in order of, I don't know, position size. Like, what's your most high conviction stuff, or are you just day trading? No, I don't mind showing you. Now, unfortunately for you, I cannot show you uh, all of these longs or dividends, but I can show you my stocks that I hold long, and I show everybody this. This is a Google sheet. It's only available on this channel, and these are the stocks. And I cannot show you the stocks because people pay for memberships to get the list. But I'll send you for $9.99 or for $24.99 if you want to be able to edit this list, and if you want my candlestick code, which I can send you for my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. These candlesticks, when I'm using my charts that are down here, they're not just volume candlesticks. They tell a story, and they tell when a lot of people are buying, and they tell when all the people are selling, and when they tell they start buying again, and when they're selling again. And if you want these candlestick code, you can become a Goliath member, $24.99, and I'll send you the code for your Charles Schwab Thinkorswim for those candlesticks. Now, you're not paying for these candlesticks. You're paying for a membership to help support this channel, and you're paying for the spreadsheets necessarily. And also, not only do these stocks, I'm going to show you how it works. With each one, it shows you how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. These are the stocks that I suggest that people hold long. And can I guarantee you that they're going to make the same gains that they've made over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last? I cannot. I cannot guarantee any of that. But I can provide you, I provide and you decide. Okay? I provide and you decide. I provide the information with the market cap and PE ratio available. So you got your 200 MACD and whatnot. Yeah, a spreadsheet of those stocks is worth $10. Hey, I'm just asking for people to contribute to my channel, and I'll send you this list of all of these stocks that have gone up over the last year, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And I send it to people just for being on this channel. It's crazy, isn't it? 10 freaking dollars. I'm going to let you have this. You can have the list. Now, you cannot edit the list unless you become a Goliath level member, and then you can put edits to the list. You can add your own stocks to it if you become a Goliath level member. And that's not all. I also have a dividends list right here. And this dividends list down here at the bottom, it's the same thing with the dividend paying stocks here. They pay out 5 day, 10 day, 30 day, and what they've made over the last year. And over here, I show the market cap, the PE ratio. I show the amount that they pay, and I show the percentage that these dividend stocks pay. And I charge $24.99 for this spreadsheet and the long spreadsheet. Yeah. And I do this every day. So I hold these stocks long here, and this is my mainstay. This is what keeps my channel going. People want to get this list, and they pay $24.99 a month for it. They got stocks that have been going up over the last year. And I did a survey about a month ago, and I asked, hey, have you guys that are members, have you bought into these longs? And they said, yes. And I said, and I asked, and 39% of my viewers said yes, that they bought some of these they picked some of these dividend stocks, and they're making money off of, they're making dividends. And and not all, not nothing's going to guarantee because the past has done this that it's going to keep doing this, but this is what they've been doing as a general rule, these dividend paying stocks. And I want to also tell you that the top 40 that are on this list were not stocks I picked out, but they were stocks picked out by Roaring Kitty. I don't know if you know who he was, or His name was Keith Gill, and he became fairly famous for helping promote a stock called GameStop, which made an incredible run, one of the biggest short squeezes in the history, the biggest short squeeze of record ever for to be created on a stock. And some people got in on that, even I did. And so you guys, some of you, we made money on GME just about a year and a half ago. We made a very good profit. I think about 100% gain we made on that. So anyway, so this list that I have here of the dividend paying stocks, the top 40 that are on this list or so, around 40 of them are his picks. He was Big Effing Value, he was known as on Reddit. Big Effing Value. And the guy's smart, man, and he's picked out some good dividend stocks that have done very well over, and not just the last year, but they've done real well over the last 10 years. If you were to see some of the prices of these stocks 10 years ago, you'd see he's got many 10 baggers and 15 and 20 baggers, many of them, many of them. Man, Keith Gill, I tell you, he's a sharp character, man. I give him all the credit, man, for what he did. And he's much like me. He's much like me, folks. He inspired a lot of people and he helped a lot of people make a lot of money. And yep, the dividend thing is interesting because a dividend stock is not so much a day trade thing. I love me dividend ETFs. I've been kicking ass on those because they're good companies. Yeah. No. He's still alive. He's still very much alive, but I'm just saying I got them from him in the past. These are stocks that he was recommending 10 years ago, 8 years ago. These are the stocks that I got from him 8 years ago. The picks that he had, these were his. The top 40 on this list were from Keith Gill. And that's all I'm saying. It happened. I got these numbers a long time ago. Like I said, if you could look back at the price of these a year ago or 10 years ago, you'd see how much they've gone up. Some of them have been huge that he's made money on. He is a smart guy. He still is a smart guy. Not he was then. He was intelligent then and picked these stocks. Is what I guess I'm getting at. And I'm sure he's still very intelligent. He hasn't lost his brains. So anyway, as far as I know, he's doing living fine and making a lot of money in dividends. And so I just share with you this information. You can do whatever you want. I provide. You decide. I provide the information. You decide what to do with it. It's your decision what you do with the information I provide. When I come over here and I show people these charts and I show people what's going on using Thinkorswim and I show people the way I buy in small increments and I sell in large amounts and the way I creep into stocks buying 10 and 15 at a time and then I wait for it and watch it and I see it start to rise and then I still got dry powder. If it starts to rise, I'm going to help it promote up. I'm going to come below it with prices coming in, bidding it up. I'm going to try to buy it up, folks. If I see one of my stocks here right now start to make a move, including this NNBR, well, I'm going to buy it up, folks. And right now, I'm looking for something to get in on that's going to make a move, baby. And I want to see what SIDU's doing. Down at the low of the day. Well, they beat it up all day and they got it almost to the very low. Wonder how many shares they've had available for sale at 456 today. 112,000 and above that 320,000. Okay, I see that. 13.9% down, and apparently they had good news today, didn't they? It says here today, this morning, the news came out at 8 o'clock. Lone Star announces Star Vault, the world's first commercial space-based storage service. Wow. Sea this morning announces they've expanded their existing agreement with Lone Star Data Holdings to support additional Star Vault orbital data storage payload. So Sea gets an agreement and expands Star Vault agreement with Lone Star Data. And then they get the price knocked down to 455, 57. Okay, I see. I see. Sell the news event, huh? And by the way, listen, folks, I've been telling you about this number lately. 460 is the new buy number. 460, folks. Look at that. I've been showing you this. This is new sell, too. If it goes up to the 60, it's a sell, people. They've changed their ways now, and 60 is a definite sell. And when they drop it to it, it's pretty much a definite buy as well. 460 is pretty much a definite buy, ladies and gentlemen, right there. I believe. I could be wrong, but 460 has become a real collector's number now for these collectors of these stocks. That's what we call them, collectors. Collecting the vintage prices. The prices of old at 460. Let's look at CDU's chart right now. Look at that chart. Looks hideous, doesn't it? But you better look at the friggin' 20-day. That doesn't look so hideous when you see a friggin' 200-day rising at that angle, and you see a 50 rising at that angle, and you see that they've attacked this down before. They've attacked it that far below the 50. They've attacked it that far below the 50, and now they've attacked it this far below the 50, right to a transition line, right to a line of known resistance. Listen, I've got this thing traced out, folks, for a reason. I can tell you where the resistance is from the past. And at some time or another, there was a resistance in the past. It might have been a year ago, but ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason I have a line right there where they just ran this down to just now. There's a reason I have a line there. I'll move this out to 180 day and maybe we'll see it there. Ah. Oh, yeah. You can see it back here. There's a reason. There's a reason why they run it down. And if you look back to the history, the reason will be found. There was a reason. They just ran Sadoo down to 455. Oh, yeah, right there. Well, they love that number, 455. 455, folks. Boom, boom, out it went. And now the price is at 464 bid, 465 ask. SIDU totally slammed, totally sold. A sea of red down here on great news today. All right. Well, sorry, but I'm coming in. Coming in there for 20. Coming in at 465 for 20. And I'm coming in. There we go. Just got 465. And my dollar cost average is 486. I've only got 375, so it shouldn't take me long to bring my DCA down. I'm going to buy at market now. And I'm buying 20 shares at a time. And I just got 465 at market. And the interesting thing is, now I'm seeing this KY flag come in at 464 and a half. They're trying to buy the half number now. So I'm going to come in here. And see if I can pick up 465 again. I'm only buying 20 shares at a time. All right. I'm not over committing. And I'm going to come over here because I just bought this, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see on my real account, I just got through buying this stock, and you can see the numbers where I just filled them. And I just filled at 459.5, 461, 464, 5. And this is the stock I've been buying right here, SIDU. So I've already bought it at 459, 461. And also, I already sold it. Let me see, where was those sell orders I had? Uh, I guess it wasn't this one. It was the other one that I sold at the highs. Well, huh. Man, I got a lot of orders here, huh? Well, I like buying a stock at the 459, 460, 461, 464, and then see the ask after that at 465, and then filling at 46499, trying to fill just a fraction below the price that's being asked. I love that. I love it when I see the ask price and I see bids coming in and filling on the ask. The last price just filled at 465, folks. The ask price. I like that. That means they're buying the ask. They're not buying the bid. They're buying the ask, folks. They're buying the ask. They're paying the ask price, people, right there. Forget about what the bid says. 464 bid. Forget that. There's no buying anymore at 459 now or 461. That's not going to happen. And we're looking here at the stock SIDU. And I want you to notice something here, folks. Do you see right here that they've never had any shares for here in this price range? At 467, there's no shares there. Conveniently, at 466, there's hardly any shares there. There hasn't been any shares to sell there all day. So why should there be a bunch of shares stacked up here now to sell? They haven't had anything here all day long to sell in this price range. Now, I'm going to say to you guys and gals, and I could be wrong, but I believe that every one of these positions up here was sold and are all dark. You can see how much darkness there was. And you can see down here, there was a lot sold to the bidders down here as well. But now you can see that the light areas are getting to be large here. And that means they're buying on the ask. And here, an equal number have now bought that sold. And that's why it's above that number now, above 461. Because now they're at the medium point and there's more buyers coming in than there is sellers. And you're going to see this extend here in a minute. And there's going to be more buyers than there were sellers. It looks to me like right now. And at all these, look at that. There was a lot of selling that went on right there to the bid. The dark area was a long period there of selling. 558,000 total, and 500,000 of that looks like it was sold to the bidders, to the bid. And this little area right here of the light was bought on the ask. So, folks, right now, it looks promising for this to continue to rise right on up, with buyers coming in now more than there were sellers this morning. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But to me, it looks like there's a lot more buying here on the ask. It looks to me like the lighter areas are getting larger. Now, do I think it's going to springboard all the way back up? I don't know. I have no guarantee of that. But one thing's for sure, it looks to me like they've sold a lot of shares through here, and now the smaller amount of buying is making it rise. I like when I see that. When I start seeing a smaller number get passed up with way fewer shares on the ask, I love that. If this thing comes up over right now, 463 2 here, this is going to go, folks. This is a pivotal number here for them. And yeah, this number right here, they've already given out a lot of shares. If we can go over with this thin amount right here, 463, it could make a nice move. Just watch. Because here we've already seen more buyers than sellers, and here we've seen more buyers than sellers there. So it'll likely go right past those and come nestle in right here. This is where we're going, 467, 466. We'll be there within 5 minutes or less. We're going to be at 466, 467 on this within 5 minutes or less. That's my call. Based on what I'm observing right here. Based on what I'm observing right here. And there you go. Look at it. Look at these candlesticks, and they're coming in, folks. When you look at these candlesticks and you see them getting bigger in the jump out, look at the area. Is there more dark getting bigger, or is it the light areas getting bigger? I'm telling you, we're getting ready to come right on up past all this. There's already been improvement at this number. Oh, yeah, there it goes. See, there's already been more buyers than sellers available here. More buyers here than sellers. So we're going over that too. There he goes, just like I said. And now, conveniently, here we are. And there's been way more sellers here already. And this many buyers should push it right on over that too. Watch it, folks. Just watch it go, and you'll see if I'm right or wrong. Ridiggity, nice. FLYX is running. I called it this morning. I did not see that, and I'm sorry. I had a kind of a rough start this morning. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I'll have these. I'll have these on my radar. Nice, very nice. Well, and lo and behold, right where I told you they were going to run into trouble if it went over this number, they throw in a tweener there, 462.99. And I've already told you how much I like seeing that. Whenever I see that, I go, oh man, it's breaking point. KY flag flying right there, all over that. See, they can't get any more here. They don't have them. 682, 605. Well, that's done. When you start seeing them throw in 462.99s, they're just desperate, folks. Trying to hold back the floodgate with a freaking 1,000th bid below the current price. Man, this is the stage where there's absolutely no gap between the bid or the ask. There are no more games that can be played at this stage. It's over. It's over. There's no more when you see that between this price and the ask, that fraction, 1/10,000ths. You're at 10,000ths, folks. Isn't that hilarious? And this is just to try to hold back SIDU as long as possible. Charts, we're going to go look at them right now. Okay, these are the stocks that have been called out today on this channel. If you were here, you might have made some money on them, or you might not have. Let's go see. So the first one we're going to look at is VSA. And it might be on a possible projection upwards there. Yep, it could be right now. VSA. Buyers coming in for the last 1 minute, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. More buyers than sellers over the last 6 minutes. VSA, there's the 1 day chart. I show, you decide. I provide, you decide. The stock was called out this morning by Jayhawk, and he's picked out some good ones before. So they could have just really worked this one down. Now, VSA on the long term does not look very good. I don't like the running 200 down and the 50 and 45 down, but VSA, it's been much more before. It was up to 290 a share because this stock has virtually no shares outstanding. I'm serious. Their shares outstanding is something like 977,000 shares. Okay. I'm telling you, VSA. I went over here. I looked at them right here and I said, well, how many shares are outstanding with this stock? And I clicked on statistics, and here's what I discovered. In a moment, you will see. Perhaps. I don't know if you will or won't. There we go. And over here, this stock, VSA, shares outstanding, 777,000 shares outstanding. Now, shares outstanding, 777,000. Look here. Float. The float. Look at the float. 216 million. Huh? What in the world? Held by insiders, 1%. All right. Anyway, I'm just showing you VSA. I provide, you decide. Next, NNBR. There it is, NNBR. And actually, I just sold it. You guys saw me sell it when it was here about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago. I sold NNBR. I didn't want to take any risk with that, and I think it's going to continue to fall. So I just went ahead and cut myself loose from that. And right now, I'm not holding any at all in NBR, LMN. There it is, 0 shares, not holding a single one. Now, today, BULL has been a nice one. Let's go look and see what's going on with BULL because I'm up on that one. Wow, nice. And that one was called out this morning by someone. I don't remember who called it out. I'm sorry. Who called that out this morning? Or it may have been yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. Yeah, it was David King. David King. Nice call out, David. Nice. BULL called out by David King yesterday. He called it out yesterday in the pre-market. Nice one, David. Good catch right there. Good catch on that one. BULL up 9.7% today. Very, very, very nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. Nice. Okay, let's take a look at some other stocks that have been called out. We're going to run by that BIRD and see where it is now. I've warned you about it, guys and gals. Now it's up 632. So they did take it to the 616, and now it's up 632, folks. The percentage has gone from 616 to 639 now. So, hey, maybe they did take it down there just to make it go up from there, folks. I might have been right, I guess. I told you when I pointed it out, they took it down, folks, to 616. I showed it to you, and now you see where it is. So you can do with that what you want, Savannah. I provide, you decide. I provide, and you decide. This is BIRD. And Kim, if are you still holding this, Kim? Because it looks pretty good right here, maybe. But I make no guarantees, and I'm watching this candlestick very closely on BIRD right here. And what I want to see is I want to see this wick disappear. I want to see this wick disappear. I want to see this moving. I want to see this weight sliding off the bar. I want to see this weight getting heavier and heavier and heavier until it slides off the bar. That's what I want to see. Add some weight to this right here. And let's get it to where it tips over off this bar. All right? That's what I need to see. And by the way, everything's been right here in the last hour, 2 times as many buyers as sellers over the last 1 hour period. Twice as many buyers as sellers, just so you're aware of it. Twice as many buyers as sellers on BIRD, which is already up 634%. And I just pointed out about 30 minutes ago that the market makers had driven it down to the convenient number of 616. 616, which I pointed out to everyone. And as you can now see, it's at 634. So very cool. And I just wanted you to know that, hey, I brought it to your attention, folks. They had driven it down to a number that happens to be the newly discovered, well, not newly, it was discovered in 2007, I believe, that the number 666 is not the mark of the beast, but it is in fact 616. According to the latest Dead Sea Scroll that they found that had better clarity and they could decipher it better. And that number, by the way, is a gematria situation involving using people's numbers to represent letters in their names. And 616 apparently gematria wise refers to the emperor of the time, Caligula. So the number 616 that they were using was a description really of Caligula without saying it in so many words. They use numbers, gematria. So just so you're aware of that now, the number 616 is supposed to be the new one. And I thought it was coincidental that they would drive this price down until they got the price at 616%. And now it's at 642. So whatever. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. But 616 was definitely the number. And maybe even now they'll go for it again there. It looks like they might do it one more time. And you never know. But I bring it to your attention. Like I said, I provide, you decide. I'm just the provider. You are the decider. Next, we're going to go over here to the next stock that was called out. And that stock that was called out was SNAL. And it has been decimated through the midday. And I don't think it looks good, guys. If you've got that puppy love, I would say farewell to it. Right here, I'm out. I'm honestly out here. I don't like this. I don't like it. Puppy love, if you've got this one, I would say sell some of this and move it over to possible runner tomorrow morning that we pick up with all the radar equipment everyone's using here. KIDZ. Let's look at that. These are all the stocks that have been called out today. Oh my, KIDZ. Oh, what happened with that one, guys? Meininger and R. Richie B had this on the radar today, and somebody sure as heck took it all the way down right out of the gate, big time, to a price of $1.40. And from $1.40, it retracted to, they took it down to 143. They had it down to 141, folks. And the price had been up here as high as 322 in the pre-market. And listen, guys and gals, this is what I'm starting to see a lot of, and I want to warn you against it. These early morning run-ups in the pre-market and then massive sell-offs the rest of the day. Now, this is a little different because they definitely ran it up and probably shorted there and then sold all those shares right out of the gate. That's genius. And this can happen a lot with stocks that aren't typically running up and down. But this has been on the radar. KIDZ has been called out before here recently, so we've traded this before. Even I think we've made money on this one. But I'm still, boy howdy, what a slaughtering of KIDZ today. And I hope you guys didn't own too much of that. That you guys that called that out. That was Meininger and R. Richie B. VCE is now what we're going to look at. And I do not see VCE, Tony Henry. I don't see that as a stock. HUBC now. Now we're looking, okay, folks, look, they've really come at this thing and pulled it all the way down to right there just now. But now, will this retrace and this start climbing? Will this go on up? Because this looks freaking good to me. Triple upside crossover right there. Wow. And no wonder they would come against that so hard and try to pull it down. But you better watch this wick. Watch this wick, folks. HUBC, it's up 77%. It's up 77%, and there's a massive amount of selling in this last hour. Some profit takers probably getting a little antsy, maybe. All right. But I'm telling you, this is the stock HUBC. Watch that wick. And listen, I'm telling you guys and gals, if you own this stock and this wick disappears and this flat bottoms, you need to get out. Okay. All right. If this thing red lines flat bottoms, I would sell it here. Okay. You don't want to see that. This wick needs to disappear right now. What time is it? 151. Well, right before 2, they might try to do a drop and pop here. So, but after 2 o'clock, man, if this continues to become wickless, you want to get out of this. Now, this is looking more promising. This is what you want to see. You want to see this wick get longer here now, and you want to see the bottom rising here. Then you're going to have then we could have something in play here. We could have something in play. HUBC, it's up 78% right now. 78.07 is the least up. It's at 22 cents a share. Don't get me wrong. If I see that thing start to move up right there and this wick gets longer, I'm going to come in on this. I'm going to come in on this. The stock is up 77%, and they've been selling the crap out of it over the last hour, trying to fleece it, baby. Fleece it, fleece it, fleece it out. Well, like I said, it's just profit taking, folks. There's some people taking profit there. They've made a lot of money on it. It hit the high right there of 35 cents. It hit 35 cents. Run it down from there, 13 cents down to 22. 35 to 22, folks. 13 cents down. And that's a pretty common rundown, 13 cents. Let's change this time frame and get away from the 1 hour candlestick and go to a 2-minute candlestick. What's that going to show us now? Still shows a lot of selling happening here, folks, right now. Every one of those 2-minute candlesticks has got chiselers. More selling than buying all through this last period, the last 8 minutes now. Chiselers. There's not a lot of volume. They're not using big reds to get it there, but they're chiseling right now, and they're chiseling away at it. You can see it dropping. Up now 76%. HUBC. Well, I don't see an entry yet on it. I don't see entry yet. Maybe right here. This might be the first one coming in right there, starting to wade in right there. There we go. Okay. All right, something's happening at least finally here, right below the 50. And It's now up 81%. Just a 4% gain in just 2 minutes right there, folks. And this is HUBC trade. And I want to get in HUBC. And I'm going to buy at market. It's up now 83.23. Now, look here, folks. Look at what I'm doing. I'm looking at the percentage gain. I want to look at that. It's it's minimum right there. And I'm going to buy at market when it does. I'm looking at the percentage gain minimum. And I see right now 82.52. And now I see 81.73. So I'm not going to buy right now. Now I see 80. So definitely not going to buy there. 79. I'm not. Not going to buy there. No, no. No, but if we get that 79 again, 84 is the lowest, 79.84. Oh, I'm not buying yet. I'm not in a hurry. I'm in no hurry at all. But I just saw 79.84 and I'd like to see that again, or I might go ahead and tap it right now, market. Anything in the 79s, and she's rising nicely, folks. 83 might be the lowest you can get now. Now we're in 85 zone. And the stock I'm looking at is HUBC. Very interesting. Well, this is gone, man. It's out of here. I just bought it at 23.66. And I just got it at 23.69. I just got 23.64. And I just got 23.43. I just picked up 23.22. I'd really like a 23.13 here, but I'm not going to get it. So I'm going to go 23.23 here now. Got 23.21. And I got 23.10. Now I'm buying very, very small increments here, folks. Very small. I'm talking freaking 20 shares at 22 cents. This is very, very small. I'm just testing the water, is all I'm doing with HUBC. Okay, coming in here. I just got a 22.56. 22.56. That's me right there. I just bought. Wow. I guess I just got disconnected there. Yeah. So I'm trying to buy right now. This stock is HUBC, and I'm trying to buy 22.33 right now. And I'm on this stock because it was called out this morning by Mine Mininger. And I like getting it right here underneath this rising 200 and rising 45 and 50. I'm buying it underneath this rising 200 and rising 50 45. And that's where I'm coming in on it, just nibbling at it. I'm just nibbling on this stock. I'm not buying large amounts. I don't own thousands of shares. I'm not going to do that. It's up 76% already. And so I'm just going to be very cautious. I wade into it and then I sit and watch. That's all I do, folks. That's all I do. And I'm going to sit here and watch it accumulate, hopefully, right underneath this 50-day until it rises right back up. And I hope, and I believe, well, I'm fairly sure I'm not. I can see other buyers coming in here. There's no doubt about it. There's buyers coming in here, folks. I can tell very clearly that there's buyers coming in here by that green candlestick right now. I can tell big time. I can see that as a green flat top, and I can see the 5 day is going to come up over the 10 right now, and they're both rising, the 5 and 10 rising now. And I like this flat top here. And the stock I'm buying is HUBC. It's now up 81%. And I also want to take a look here right now at RMSG just for shits and grins. RMSG, I think that is completely bottomed out. And ladies and gentlemen, now you saw this stock yesterday at this time go up about $1 a share in about 10 minutes time. Just so you're aware of this, this was yesterday at the same time. Suddenly this stock skyrocketed and went up about $1 a share in 10 minutes time. Now, I cannot guarantee a reoccurrence of that, but it is interesting that it is now consolidating, capitulating, converged right on this line. And this is exactly what happened yesterday on this stock at the same time. And suddenly it went up $1 a share. Okay, so I'm bringing it to your attention right now. I make no promises or guarantees, but the possibility is that history could repeat itself. All right, that's all I'm saying. All I do is provide, and what you do is decide. I'm telling you that yesterday at around this time, if you want to go and confirm that, go look at the 5 day chart right now, and you can clearly see what happened at this time yesterday after a double ta-ta. Okay? So right here was the first drop yesterday morning. This was the major hit after in the afternoon, and then look at that thing skyrocket the rest of the day. You understand what I'm saying? So this stock has been heavily manipulated already. You can see the proof of it. It's been heavily manipulated. Someone's got the controls and they love what they're doing. And I'm telling you right now, I call this the silver slipper. That is the slipper right there I'm looking at. That's the slipper, the silver slipper, folks. And I want you to see that again, yesterday at this time from 10:30 in the morning, they attacked this down to that line. And then from this time in the afternoon, they ran that thing up. From $2.20, it went all the way up to what price? $3.30. It went up to 330, folks. And it did it in 1 hour, less than an hour. It just shot up. So listen, folks, here we are. It's the same point in the afternoon. And this I call the silver slipper, and you might see why. You might see why. Oh, look at that flat top green. Look at the 5 day crossing the 10 right now. That looks good, folks. Will we see a repeat? Could we right now see a repeat of yesterday? Yes, we could. Yes, we could. Because it happened yesterday, folks. That's why it could happen again. Okay? I mean, hey, if it worked for them yesterday so well, why wouldn't they do it again? And let me ask you this: why isn't there a wick on this green candlestick? When it was down here and it went up to there, it went to that price. They wicked that out and they brought it down to here. But then the next candlesticks went to there. So right now, look at this. You're going to ask yourself, why isn't there a wick on this? Well, because this might be the beginning. This might be the beginning. Let's see this thing jump back up here and even go higher. Let's see it engulf all this over here. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Are you ready for it? Not the silver slipper. That's right. Once upon a while, a tong guy below, there was a good old earl who lived in a hiddle louse. She had three very sugly isters. They weren't her silveristers either. She was adopted. I'm shot newer if you guys have ever heard me balk backwards before, but I do have the ability to speak in a way that is called spoonerisms. And from time to time, I like to kick in a little bit of spoonerism for you. So there's some for you right there about Rendersella. I love your analogies. Well, tons upon a whime. Emmanuel. Oh, it's the silver slipper. You know, after Rendersella lost that silver slipper, the Prancy fence went out of his mind. He was ladly in muv, and he needed to gain that furl. He jumped on his dusty treed. That's right. He jumped on that jorse and he coat all over the run tree, looking for that lurl that he'd lawn and fub with and wanted to worry and do furtherings well that you might anyway. What stock are we on? We're looking at a stock called RMSG. And yesterday, the reason I'm pointing this stock out right now is because yesterday, strangely enough, something odd occurred with this stock at this time of day. I'll show it to you now. Yesterday, they drove this down. They drove it down. And at this time of day, yesterday, after 2 o'clock, it went up all the way from a low price that they driven it down to of $2.16. $2.16. Of course, they were trying for 213, but they drove it down yesterday at this same time, and that price was $2.15. And they took it down to $2.15. When they got it to 215, within 1 hour's time, the price had jumped all the way up to $3.33. That's right. It went from $2.15 to $3.33 yesterday in 1 hour. All right. And we were holding it. And I started screaming at everybody, sell, Mortimer, sell, sell, sell. So I was yelling at everyone to sell that dang stock right there. And I said, let's get out, let's get out, let's get out. Don't stop, don't sell, Mortimer, sell. And we sold that thing, man. And this is why I'm pointing it out, because it was at this time of day that they got it wallered out and everyone out. And then suddenly all this interest came in. So here we are. And today, look where they've wallered it out to the same distance from the closing. See the distance? Look how far away it was from the closing. See that? Before it made its major move and went up a dollar plus, it went up over a dollar and we were selling it. All right, I hear you, Kim. By the way, Kim, did you? I gave back about half. Thought I was about to get my face ripped off again. Cat selling small shares at a time to get back into positive. Oh, I hear you. Wow, man, it can be. It can be. Well, as I said earlier, please don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Now, where you might want to go in is on this silver slipper right here. All right. This is a silver slipper. It's all about render sell, people. And that's their little silver slipper right there. Anyway, the Prancy fence humped on his Jorse and he rode door to door, docking on the Nors. And at each house, he wouldn't kinder. She doesn't wear. He searched lie and hoe, but wouldn't kinder. I'm not sure Lao Hong he hoed that horse, but once he humped on that Jorse, he was on it for a tong lime, docking nor to nor, probing and haying that he could find that beautiful burl that he'd lollen and fuv with. Mike Larson's wondering, is anybody else in SKYQ with him? All right. Let's go look at SKYQ. SKYQ. Oh, oh man, it looks promising, man. We might see a break over that 200. It needs to. It sure needs to go over that number. They've been beating that up this morning too. They stopped it from going over there this morning. They stopped the 5 day from going over. Now they're going to try to stop it again from going over that 5 day. It does look good with the 45 and 50 rising below it, though. I like it. Up 10.98%. Good job. It breaks over that line. It could really make a nice move here, SKYQ. I just bought HUBC. They're bringing it down right now. I'm going to move from SAFX. And sometimes you stick with something long enough, and then you have to make a move off of it. All right, I just sold out of SAFX, and I'm wanting you guys to call out the one I want to jump into right now. Which one's taking off? Kim Daniel couldn't trade it. Oh, all right, let's go over here and look at these stocks that have been called out here lately. This afternoon, the ones that have been called out here this afternoon. So we're going to start off with My or Mimi. MI. We're going to take a look at MI. And we're going to be looking at the charts on these. And hey, there it is right there. MI. Oh, no, that's SKYQ. Then that looks good. That looks good. I like that. So here's MI right now. There it is on the chart right now. MI. No guarantee it's going to fly, but it looks like it might have some buyers coming in right now. MI. It does have about equal buyers and sellers, and it's been chiseled at. It's been chiseled all for the last hour. They've been just chiseling that thing, chiseling on it. But it's starting to show some life, signs of life. MI. Might want to watch that one, folks. It's only 34 cents a share, MIMI, and it is up. Well, it's down today 36%. Now, I don't know why it fell 36%, but you want to buy the bottom sometimes. Your chances of a rise from 36% down are fairly good, generally speaking. 36% down. Don't know why it fell so much today, but you might want to look into it. MIMI. It was called out earlier by Mininger called it out. And now we're going to look at SXTP. SXTP. I provide, you decide. That thing's slaughtered right now. And I hope that you're not in that one. SXTP. Uh, finds worth keeping called this out. And she's oh Pete's, they hit that hard just then. It might be retracing now, and that might just be a cup handle drop and pop event here. But I'm not seeing enough buyers yet coming in versus the sellers to convince me that this is going to pop yet. But we start seeing them, they could pop it right off this 200, no doubt. The 5-day could jump right off this 200 now. And the stock is SXTP, called out by Finds Worth Keeping. Now we're going to look at IMMD, called out by Richie. Or maybe, no, it's IMMP. Going to be looking at IMMP. And that does not look good. And again, I hope you're not holding that because it's breaking from this where it consolidated to the downside. Again, could be a cup, handle, and drop and pop, but you sure need to see the wick on this thing coming back up. You don't need to see this flatlining. If it does, you need to get out. That wick needs to get longer right now. You need to see this candlestick rising, rising, rising. Switch over your time frame from 10 minutes to just 1 minute if you're doing a longer term chart here. There's just been a lot of selling against this too. There's a lot of red, a sea of red of selling this stock right now. Sea of selling has happened over the last 30 minutes. Okay, that is IMMP, called out by Richie. Next, we launch, called out MNTS. MNTS. Oh, I'm sorry. We got to change this. MNTS. Why isn't it changing up there? Enter. Okay, that does look good to me. That one looks promising now, right now. Oh, yeah. Tightening up very nice here with a green candlestick. Hopefully that goes flat top now. MNTS, the 45 rising, the 50 rising, the 200 rising. Hopefully that candlestick right there goes flat top. That's what we want to see. This thing, no wick on it. We want to see this make a move here right now. Looks good. MNTS up 39.5%. And it hit a high already, though, folks, of 747. All right. So the chances of this going much over 7 are going to be tough, folks. It's going to close out probably below 7. So I'm not sure whether it's worth getting in right now for a run from 692 up to 7. Listen, I'm telling you, the hedge funds and the options players, they're not going to want to let that go over 7, close over 7. Even if it jumps a little over 7, they're going to pull it back down below, and they're going to hold it there, folks. That's what's going to happen with this stock this afternoon, MNTS, in case you're wondering. They're going to hold it, and it's going to close at 699.99 most likely. All right, that's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. If it goes over that, let me know. But we launch, that sure looks pretty dang good right now. Unfortunately, it's not got a lot of headroom left, and they've already stopped it at 747 a share today earlier, which is a number that you should have sold if you'd have my buy sell sheet. And it says very clearly on this sheet, sell the 46 and 47. Sell 46, 47. And you should know that that was a number that you should have sold that today. And if you are a member of this tank, I'd be happy to know that you sold there at 747 because of my buy sell sheet. That would make me so happy to know that you sold this stock there, MNTS, at 747 because it was on my buy sell sheet. Now, though, it looks good, and I like this flat top green on it right here coming into this close. It looks good. If this jumps up here, look out. If this comes up here and engulfs this right here and goes over this number, if this comes up here and jumps over this number right here, watch out. It's gone. It's gone for sure then. But right now, you can see it does have a wick on it, so they're trying to pull it back a little. Right now, they're trying to stop that flat top. They don't like the look. They don't like the look of that. They don't like the look of that, folks. That flat top scares them. Puts the fear of God into them when they see a flat top up here nearing the end of the day, freaking 2:20 in the afternoon. Holy cow, they got to deflate that, man. They got to hit that hard. They got to stop that from happening. And they just did. They did it. But watch it close, folks. It's called MNTS, and I like it. It was called out earlier. I'm going to watch this one tomorrow. We launch. I like it. So I'm going to put an asterisk beside that. And I'm going to say that I thought it was a good buy at $6.88. 688 buy. Sell 720. I'm just going to say it now. Sell 720 minimum. Start selling 720. All right. And there you go. Even and if you buy here in the 690s, like 693 and 94, you should be able to sell 727, 728, 730, even 730. Yep. Yep. And it just jumped to a bid of 693, ask 698. So MNTS is rising. I like what I'm seeing happening with it right now. But again, they're probably going to try to hold it under 7. They're probably going to try to, just so you're aware of that. Just so you're aware of it. Okay. Now we're going to take a look at AGAE. AGAE. Nice. Okay. Oh, look at that. AGAE. Interesting. Well, I tell you what, that when they started to make a move, though, they tried to come at it right there. They're trying to keep it from getting over that. It already hit 95, huh? Huh. 71 after a 95 run up. Well, you should have known to sold 92, 93. Yeah, that was buy sell sheet. You guys know these things. Been here long enough to know that's enough. That's a sell right there, 92, 93. Take a look at my buy sell sheet. What does it sell? Sell, look right here at the lower screen, 92, 93. That is an absolute sell on the buy sell sheet, people. And look at it after it got up there. You see that thing drop like a freaking rock after it got up there to 92, 93, 90, 95. It's just stopped solid and ran right down to there. You could have just bought it at 66. And interestingly enough, ladies and gentlemen, if you look right here on the buy sell sheet, and it tells you to sell at 92, 93. Across from that, what does it say the buyback is? Sell 92, 93, and buyback is the 67, folks. Buyback 167 or 267 or 367. It doesn't matter. If you sold it at 392 and 393, then you buy it back. Okay? If you bought it at 392 and 393, then you buy it back, folks, right there. If you bought it, if you sold it there, 92 and 93, there's your buyback right there at the 67. Bam. Okay? And sure enough, they took it up right to those numbers, took it right up to those numbers 92, 93, even hit 95. But you could have sold the 92, 93, and you could have bought it back at the 66 right there. It even hit 64, it looks like 64. So these numbers that are on my buy sell sheet, folks, they're something you should be using for certain, I believe. And I'm just saying this is what I think. I'm not always right. GPRO. I've heard you mention that several times. Let's take a look at it now. GPRO. Nice. Oh, it looks sweet. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, good call. All right. Man, this is so much information coming in here, folks. I can't keep up with this. We got FLYX, we've got Hood, we've got GROY, GROY. Yep, GROY. I'm trying to keep up with everybody. Fines worth keeping. Goodness gracious, all these stocks, CD just sprung. SIDU just sprung, huh? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Cha-ching. It's about time we got something that's taking off for us. Doggone this thing. I'm gonna be changing this in after hours to stop this. Please hold on a minute here. I got logged out for inactivity because I haven't been trading on this one here for a bit, but I'm glad to see it's running now. So you guys give me a minute. Hopefully they don't disconnect my stream. I'll be right back within 10 seconds after I get this password. Please hold. All right, I got it. All right, very cool. Let's get back over here. Let's make some money. All right, let's make some moolah. And I am going to go ahead and concede my RMSG. I've been holding it and holding it this afternoon, thinking we might see another surge. So I'm just going to sell a little bit of it here. I'm not going to go hog wild and sell all of it, but I'm going to sell 60 shares right now at market. Funny, yesterday I sold I sold 30 shares, and the thing just took off after that. So let's just do 30 again and see if they try that again. We'll go 30 at market, review order, and place it. Do you remember that yesterday, folks? Does anybody remember? Yesterday, I said, I think I said, listen, folks, right now I'm going to show you an example of the way I get out of a stock often instead of selling all at once. Because I think it's a good idea sometimes to just in the same way that we buy in increments, that we sell out in increments. So I put in a 30 share sell order. I had about 700, 800 shares, and I sold 30 shares. And then I waited about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I said, let's try and sell another little bit. So I sold 50, and I saw the price had gone up a couple of pennies. Wow, all right. And I mentioned, well, maybe I shouldn't even be selling. I should maybe be buying here. Waited about 3, 4 minutes, and then I sold another 50 shares, and the price had gone up another 5 or 6 cents. And then I said to everyone, hey, take a look at this RMSG. And we got over on the chart, and suddenly the price went from where it was in 10 minutes time. It had gone up a whole dollar. This stock right here that I just sold 30 shares of then. And this happened yesterday. And so I was glad. And it was a perfect example to show everyone that just in the same way you never dive into a stock, you also don't dive out if it's going down and it gets to the bottom. You just saw me sell some more on another one. I didn't die. I didn't take all of it out. I just sold a little bit of it. And that's the same thing that I did yesterday. And I'm sure glad I did, because yesterday they saw me sell 30 and then 50. And after that, I sold 50 more. And then that thing was off to the races. And it went from the 220s all the way up to $3.30. And when it got there, I started telling everybody, we got to get out, let's sell, sell, sell. So you were seeing me, I was slamming out 100 share orders, 200 shares. I just started selling it so much. And I'm glad I did sell it in the 330s and so forth yesterday afternoon, because now it's at $1.71 a share. So it's a good thing that we did make an exit on that. And I even said to everybody last night, I don't want you to hold this RMSG overnight. Don't do it. I want you to sell minimum half of your shares, if not all. That's what I told everyone yesterday afternoon. Every single person who was here with me on the stream heard me say, tonight I'm going to come back on before 8 o'clock on my accounts, and I'm going to sell this stock. I'm not going to hold it. And I'm glad I did, because then today I had money to buy with on those other ones when they got to the bottom. Loading more RXT as well, says the Bass Assassin. All right. Also, y'all know I'm ultra heavy on GPRO. Yeah, buying dips, especially tomorrow and Friday. All right. The Let's take a look at the long-term chart on GPRO. So let's go look at that long-term. And boy, look at SIDU right here. Man, looking good. GPRO. Man, look at that thing soaring for higher highs. That's the Screaming Eagle, baby. Looks good, man. Congratulations to you for that diligence on fine GPRO. Woohoo! You can sleep at night holding it too. Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it. Up 26% today. Congratulations on that one. That's a nice one. I wish I would have been on that one today. Well, I still could be. I could get in on it right now. I got cash. I got 1,500 cash to buy with. Let's help it out. Looking at the recent bid and ask, it already has hit 112 this afternoon. It was just at 112 a moment ago. And let's see if we can help push this thing up over 113. Well, you said you've been buying the dips, and so are you expecting it to dip tomorrow? Uh, it's not pushing past 117 intraday high, so I think we'll be pulled back tomorrow. Can't push back. Okay, so I'll hold off for now. Gotcha. But I tell you what, man, there's definitely been a heck of a lot of buying here on this stock. Right here, coming into the end here, there's been a lot of buying this stock, a lot more buying than selling through all of these past. Every one of these are 15-minute candlesticks. So for the last hour, way more buyers than sellers. Then a big push to run it back. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. Every one of them, more buyers than sellers. As it flat tops right now, flat top candlestick on it, GPRO, ladies and gentlemen. Can't let a lot of pressure out of it when it's doing that. See, they don't have a needle. There's not much of a needle left right there to let pressure out of that, baby. Uh-oh. Now they got no needle at all to let pressure out. Ah, there it got. There's their big old needle letting it out now. There it is. Uh-oh. Now the needle's gone again. Oh yeah. Watch out. Don't let that dang thing get a flat shot flat top on it green, because then it's going to be complete annihilation. Boy, they're beating it back and forth right now, boy. They're beating it back and forth, trying to hold this thing down under 113. Would be an absolute embarrassment if it went up to there again. What was that price? What was that? 114.07. I bet you it was 114.08, people. 114.08 was what it was, Savannah. Look at this, though. We see a flat top. It's going to be over, folks. It's all over. GPRO. Oh, yeah, they're aiming for a 113 close. There's no question about that, folks. There's no doubt in my mind that they're aiming for a 113 close. And, and even if they can sustain that and they get a 113 close, what does that mean? It's just going to go to, that's the high of the day. That's going to be closing near the high of the day. The very high of the day. It's going to close that, folks, right now. That's good. That's good, by the way, for a stock to close near the high of the day, and I can prove it to you. I can prove it to you all very much so that it's good for a stock to close near the high of the day. I've done it before, and I can do it again. You want to see? All right. Since you asked, I'll show you. Here we go. Can I illustrate for you what I mean by closing near the high of the day? Sure, I can. I can do that for you right now. Closing near the high of the day. All right, folks. Here's a perfect example of why a stock is better off to close near the high of the day. I'm going to show you right now, and it will all be very easy for you to understand, I'm sure. Okay? Because you're all very intelligent individuals. So I'm going to show you right now. Do you see here on April the 24th? SoFi stock was at 1180 when it opened. They drove it down 4 cents to 1176. It then ran up to 1236 a share, and then it closed at 1231, 5 cents away from the high. What was the next day's low? This day's low was 1176. What was the next day's low? 1240, people. Are you getting it? So this is what I mean. Closing near the high of the day is very good. And I can show you many other examples of this, ladies and gentlemen. Many, many, many others. Okay. I'm going to show you some more right now so you can see how good it is and consistent this is, that you can use this as a great way to know what a stock's going to do the next day. Okay. And I'm going to prove it to you right here again. I'm going to show you several instances so you can really understand how this works. And by the way, if it doesn't close anywhere near the price that's the high of the day, well, you're in trouble then. But I'm just going to show you here right now another example. The high of the day on this day was 1305, the low 1240, and it closed 1288. So that's much closer to the high. And the next day it went to 1338. Now on this day, you can see that the high was 1338 and the low was 1277. So you got a 50 cents gap between the bid and the high and the low, 50 cents. So did we close closer to the high? Yes, we did. We were 18 cents away from the high. 18 cents from the high, not 25 cents, 18 cents. So the next day's high was 1451. Now, Folks, this is not a guarantee that it's going to happen every single dang time, but I can show you quite often if you will see the distance between the bid and the ask and how close it closed near the high. Look up here at this one on May the 6th, okay? It opened at 1257. They drove it down to 1244, 13 cents down, 13 down. Then it went to 1283. And after 1283, it closed just 10 cents off the high. It's way off the low, folks. It's 10 cents off the high. And what did the price do the next day? Bam! It goes up to 1328 for a high instead of 1283. All right? You got it? I can show you many instances of this, folks, closing at or near the high. It's a good thing. It's good. It's all good, folks. It's all good. I can show you others. I'm sure you probably already figured it out by now, though. You're smart people, and you can tell what's going on here. You got it figured out, folks. You know. And so I'm showing you though, closing at or near the high of a stock that day is very good, very good. Okay, that's what you want to see. You do not want to see it close way off the high either, because the next day it's going to tumble. You don't want to see it closing way off the high. You don't want to see that. You want to see it closing closer to the high than the low of the day. Here's an example here on June the 10th. Take a look at that. 1417 open, drove it down to 1396, so they got it down 19-cent drop. Then it went up to 1448 and closed just 9 cents off the high. Closed 9 cents off the high. The next day, the low went from 1396 up to 1449, and the high went to 1448 to 1517. So, this is why I'm mentioning this to you. It's good for a stock to close near the high of the day, and I guess you all now understand that very, very easily and simply. I don't have to go over it over and over and over and over, but you can see it. You can see it many, many, many times if you look back at the history, folks. All right? Look for stocks that are closing near the high of the day. We'll go up and do one more example. July the 9th, opened at 2017. They drove it down 50 something cents, 55 cents down, of course, 55 cents. And then from 1962, it went to 2025 for the high. And after that, then it closed at 2022, 3 cents off the high, folks. Do you understand that? So there's this scenario opened at 2017. They dropped it down 55 cents to 1962. It rose back up to 2025, closed at 2022, 3 cents off the high, and the next day went from 2025 to 2132. So I guess that's all I need to tell you about why it's good to close near the high, all right? My point, I think, is well made. And so there you go. We don't need to go any further into that. If this stock here, GPRO, it can close at or near the high of the day, it most likely will have a nice increase again tomorrow carrying over. Okay? That's what I'm trying to share with you. Uh Pinky Dink, I'm gonna go to that right now. AGAE. Pinky Dink called this out earlier. AGAE. J Rod. So I'll take a look at that. J Rod has a question. But it was called out. Uh, I honestly feel like this thing is going to be and has been showing that somebody has a monopoly on it and they're controlling it. Someone's got this under their complete control. Okay, I don't know what entity this is, but sometimes we found out a stock about a month ago was being controlled by one individual. We saw some real mystical looking numbers going on. We saw some very wishy washy pricing happening and some crazy price immediate drops, and then we saw and found out that that was all done apparently by one entity. And here I would suggest the same thing applies. I would suggest that this is under some entity, one group of people, or a collective working together. I'm guessing this, and I could be completely wrong, but someone's got their finger on this, and someone has control of this there. This is big time, big time manipulation. This is as good as it gets. Run it up to here, take it down here, smash it below the 200, scare the hell out of every retailer right out the gate this morning, and then run the dang thing up to a new high. It's absolutely textbook market manipulation. So let me explain what's happening here so you understand. Right here, this stock had been treading along on this treadmill for a long time, consolidating, capitulating. Finally, it converged right there and broke on the news. I don't know what the news was, but the news pushed it up to this high. Now, here's what I want you to be aware of. This high right here, they really suckered retailers right here because people knew this had been the high before. And when they saw it break over that, they said, oh shit, now she's going to the moon. That's exactly what they wanted to do. They fooled everyone. They gave them a false sense of this has now broken a previous resistance and it's going to the moon. And then they shorted it right there when they did that. They shorted it right there. And it's coincidental or not, but it's 1 penny under where I would start selling. I tell you to sell 96, 97, 98, 99, and on the dollar even. So you should have already been, anyway, you should have already sold it at 88 here. You should have sold 88, 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90. You should have sold there, and you should have sold 92, 93. Those are on my sell sheet. 92 and 93 are definitely on my buy sell sheet. Those of you on this channel, you know that. There's the number right there. Third one from the bottom. Sell 92, 93. That is a no number. And you guys on this channel, I'd be upset if you didn't do that. If you didn't sell that right there, I'd be upset. Knowing that that's a number that they stop it. You should have sold 92 and 93. Okay? And SAGAE. I have no idea what it's going to do from here, but one thing I can tell you is that right now they're going to hold it at 66 cents till the close. That's the objective of whoever's controlling it, and it is under someone's control, and that price being at 66 is proof of it. It is absolutely under the control, and you just have to be a spectator. You kind of watch. Now, another thing, look at the 180-day chart on this stock, okay? This has been a massive decline constantly for freaking a long time. And only until today are we seeing this kind of interest in it. Look at all that volume right here today only. This is not a safe stock to buy into long. This is a day trade, a one day jumper, and then you're done. You're out. I would get my jollies right now and sell this right this minute, and then never look back to it again. If you're up freaking 104%, you should be out of it right now, and be glad you made 104% gain. This is the time to sell it. AGAE. I would sell it right this minute without hesitation, especially at 66 and 67 cents. Now I know it was already up to 95 cents, but folks, I'm sorry. But you got to know to sell the 92, 93. You got to know to sell the 88, 88 through 90, and then 92, 93. You got to sell those numbers. So that's my call. I don't like it right here. I see nothing but freaking selling going on right now, 3-1. You got a massive amount of selling over the last 3 long-term candlesticks. There's a lot of profit taking happening right now, folks, right here. There's a lot of profit taking on it. AGAE, a lot of profit taking happening. Every one of these candlesticks is a 4-hour candlestick. So for the last 4, 8, 12 hours, 12 hours of selling more than buying on this stock. That's right. How the price is rising is beyond me. Okay, how the price is actually rising here. Well, it isn't right now. It's falling. You can see they've taken this thing way down to here. But amazing amount of selling against it. Yep. Hey, Modi says slow day, and I nailed 135 in VSA. Good. I showed it to people 3 times today. I showed that to people 3 times today. VSA. I told them. I showed them Jayhawk. I showed it to the people 3 different times today. That VSA, at least 3 times. And now I'm touching on more recent stocks that have been called out, like SKYQ. Boy, I tell you what, that thing is making a serious move here and going into the close, SKYQ. And I love that it came off that line right there this morning. That is beautiful, off that line of resistance. And I tell you, folks, this looks dang good to me. And I don't have any lines of resistance above that one. So congratulations. See, that line I had there, it bounced right off of it and it's gone. And congratulations. 16% gain. Nice. And I don't see anything to stop it from here. I don't see anything to stop this right here. The next line of resistance from right here should not come from anywhere until it gets to this price up here. And that is $15.90. This blue line has had no resistance through this range falling, and it should have no resistance as it rises to the same point, and that is SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen. That's the call out. Look how they ran that dang thing down to that top level. And listen, I told you guys the other day, when they get to this much resistance that they know they fought through history over and over and over, they don't try to fight to get through that. They just bring it down to it and just consolidate it and buy it and get it all. Just buy the shit out of that sack. I'm telling you, folks, they had no interest at all to try to make that thing fall any further than that. It was just to that line right there. They knew it, and they knew it. So they didn't try to make it fall any further. They didn't waste the effort. Then they just started buying there, folks. And look at that thing rise now. Congratulations, SKYQ. And I don't see anything, like I said, that's going to stop this from now going right back up to this price right up here. The 5 day, it should go right back up, folks. I'm not saying it will, but it sure could. It sure as crap could, because this thing was just right up through that in the after hours, right down through that in the off hours. And now we could see right back through it in the off hours, folks. Okay. Everything's happening with this stock in the off hours. Look at the biggest moves. They happen in the off hours. This is the daytime. This is the off hours rising. This is the daytime. It made a move there, but look at the off hours. Look at the off hours down here. Look, the movement was during the day, but watch the off hour now. Watch out, because you've seen it. Off hours, off hours, off hours up, off hours down, off hours up. And I could be wrong, but this looks like a prelude to that happening right there with this big green candlestick. I'm telling you, off hours, folks. Moves off hours up, moves off hours up, moves off hours up, move off hours up. I could be wrong, but holy cow, there's been a lot of off hour upwardness lately. I'm just going to mention it. I'm just going to throw it out there for your consideration. Again, I provide, you decide. And the stock is SKYQ. SKYQ. And I'm going to sell all of this well, I was hoping to see RMSG make a similar move that it made yesterday. I just sold some of it at 170s and now it's at 162, so I'm going to sell it all. I'm out right now selling all of this stock, and that is going to be the stock. And I don't advocate that you do it all, but I am not going to hold it anymore, and I want to have more available cash to buy with tomorrow. And I do not like this. I'm going to go over to that on the chart before I sell it. RMSG, and I'm going to buy SKYQ with it. RMSG. And it's just getting completely decimated. Now, that being said, we have seen this stock make some amazing moves and just out of nowhere, it seems to be just completely nothing at all. And the next thing you know, it skyrockets. Just like here, it just looked dead and flat for freaking 5, 6 days, and then wham. And they can do that with this stock, folks. So no guarantees, but I'm not going to sell it all. I'll be conservative. I'll sell in the groups I should. I'm going to sell 100 now, and we're going to be selling. Hold on. Uh, RMSG. And look at that. The bid just jumped from 160 to 163. So I'm just going to sell 20 here, review order, and place it. And this dang thing could take off again because it was just at 160 and now 163. So we could see the same thing that happened yesterday afternoon. It is only 255. This thing could take off. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about right now. And the stock is RMSG. And I'm going to show it to you on the 1 day so you can see what just happened. There it is right there, folks. There it is. There's the time. There's the drop. There's where it is right now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you something. This happened yesterday. Okay? Take a look at what happened yesterday. Please observe with this same stock how it was driven down all day until this far away from the closing. See what they did? And then by the closing, it went up by over $1 a share. Do you see that? This happened yesterday. This is what happened yesterday, folks. It went all the way down here, and then I sold 130 shares. I still had about 700 left, and then it took off all the way up after I sold 130 shares. I sold 30, then I sold 50, and then I sold another 50, and I saw each of those sell orders was for higher and higher prices. And I said right there, I'm not selling anymore. And sure enough, in the next hour, it shot all the way up to there where I started selling it. And I sold it at 326, 328, 329, 330. And everybody else said, yes, Jayhawk, I've been studying so hard for this moment as I don't want to go back into working in attics. We must bring our A game. Yes, I banked hard on Bird today. Good final strike. Nice. Jesus saves. He died for those sins. That's right, Tom Hawk. Thank you. That's right. Thank you. Yep. SKYQ. So here I am. I'm going to sell. I've only got 90 shares of this stock in the first place. So I've only got like freaking $180 invested in the first place. So there's no sense in belaboring. I'm just going to sell all here now. And I don't see it rising like it did yesterday. I'm going to sell, well, we'll sell another 10 shares and we'll go out here and market and we'll just see what we get out of it and see if it's higher than my last 10 I sold. So let's take a look at it. And we're going to the order status. And I sold it at 164 and now I sold it 163. And interestingly enough, I only sold one share by mistake. So I'm going to duplicate this order. And now I'm instead going to sell 20 shares. And I'm going to try to sell it at 164 again, not 163, but I can't because it's at 163. So we're going to go out here. There it is, 164. We're going to go 163. Yep, review order, 20 shares. And I just sold 163.5. So I've sold now 164. I sold 20 at 164, and now I've sold 20 at 163.5. And I'm selling RMSG here, folks. Selling it right now. It's not making a big run up now yet like it did yesterday. Of course, it's only 3 o'clock, so I don't want to sell it all. I didn't sell it all yesterday, and I'm glad I didn't. And now I'm going to be trying to sell 20 shares here. And look at it, it's rising to 166. So could we see the same thing happen right now that happened yesterday? Well, heck yeah, they might. So let's just go up to 173 right now and put out a 172 for them. 20 shares at 172. Review order, and I'll be even less than that. I'll do freaking 10 shares there. And let's see if they want that. Review order and place it. 10 at 172. Well, they've just gone from 161 all the way up to a bid of 164, ask 166. So I'm going to sell it again. And I want to see now because it could pop at any second. They did it yesterday. I'll try some 182. 182. Try and get out 20 at 182. Review order and place it. Hey, listen, I'm just putting these in because this thing could pop in a second. I saw it happen yesterday. I just showed everybody. So this is what I'm doing. You can decide. But uh we're gonna look here at the chart, and this is RMSG. And we want to look at this on the 1 day chart. There it is. And there it is. And folks, literally, it's at the same dang time. It's at the same time as yesterday. I point this out to everybody. I'm not going to guarantee you it's going to do the same thing, but certainly you can see what I'm talking about. Yesterday, they beat the crap out of this stock all dang day. And then suddenly, this far away from the closing at 3 o'clock or whatever time it was, I'm not sure what time it was. Yeah, 3:20 p.m. It was actually 2:30 p.m. that they started. But look at them run it up in 1 hour's time from a price. This price right here, ladies and gentlemen, was $2.13 at 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, 213. And from that price, they ran it all the way up to $3.30. $3.33. Now, I'm just saying, and I'm not telling you they're going to do it again, but it's very interesting that this looks like it was driven down to this much in the afternoon, and then they ran the thing up $1.20. They ran it up. Could they do it again from here? Of course they could do it again from here. Right now, it could go all the way up. Now, I'm not going to guarantee it's going to, but I've already seen it once happen here historically. It happened yesterday for sure. It happened yesterday. And they could damn sure do the same thing again off this number here and run it up. They could do it. Now, they might not. I don't guarantee anything, but I'm looking at it. And right now, what I see here, I see buyers coming in. That's right. I see right there 2-to-1 buyers again, mysteriously. 2 times as many buyers as sellers right now, mysteriously. And now let's get off this chart and let's go to the 1 day, not the 5 day. Oh, my. Look at that. Look at that. They just achieved the day's low just then. Look at that. Oh, my. They just achieved the day's low. And then mysteriously, the volume and the price, without any indication of here, say, or why, no one knows, but just mysteriously, then it takes off. Now, will we see the repeat? I don't know, but I'm sure bringing it to your attention, everyone. And you can clearly see what's going on right now from that time where they just hit that low at 160. And I called that out earlier that that's the number that they've started accumulating on now, 160. So there you go. They drove it down to $1.60. RMSG. Well, I guess from now on, I just sold it right then at 163.5. And crazy. The ask on this now, 164. Well, I don't know. And again, I can't make any guarantees, but this is the why I'm not going to be selling huge amounts of this stock here. I've already seen what they can do to this thing. I've already seen what they can do to this stock. So now I'm going to come out with 40 shares at 166. Oh, my. I just sold at 171.5. Do you see that? I just sold at 171.5. 30 shares sold at market 171.5. And the bid is 162 and the ask is 163. What? I don't know, folks. I just sold 171.5, a market share, 30 shares sell, 171.5. I sold there. And now the bid is 162 and the ask is 160, 163. Huh? Maybe I should sell another 30 at 17 at market. What's going on there? It's pretty crazy, huh? Let's duplicate this order. Let's go out at market here. And yeah, let's sell another 30 here. Market. Same order. Go out at market. Maybe we'll get another 171.5. Pretty crazy. Says the bid is 162 and the ask is 164 now. So let's just place this order anyway and see what we get. And we get this time we get a 163 order. And by the way, I'm selling RMSG. RMSG. Now I don't know how, but they just filled an order for me to sell right there. I sold RMSG, sold it at 171.5, and I don't know. I don't know how. But it is what it is. RMSG. Interesting, huh? And the volume on this stock, which has been very, very high the last couple of days, is now only 3,168,000. I think yesterday I checked it at this time and it had 49 million on it. Yeah, so the volume is nothing like yesterday's volume. I believe I'm right. Let me go back to the historical data and see. Yeah, yesterday it had 51 million. So I was, yeah, 51 million yesterday. It was 49 million at this time yesterday, but it ended up with 51 million. So we've seen 461 million shares traded, and the price went up to 273 on 461 million. 273 on 461 million. Then the next day's high, 333 on 51 million. And then today's high, 204. 204 on just 3 million shares, folks. 3 million to run this down 31%. And now you know why you don't hold on to these type of stocks, these day trade stocks. And this is why I told you yesterday afternoon, everyone, to please sell this stock. Do not hold on to it. I told everyone, please sell this stock. And of course, I only sold half. I wish I would have sold more. So I'm going to sell it here now. I just sold it at 171.5. And I'm going to continue to get out of this right now. I just sold 163. So I'm going to duplicate that order. And I'm going to go out slowly but surely. And I'm going to be selling here 150 shares now. And we're going to sell it at 163 again. We're going to go out 163 where I just sold. Obviously, there's people that want to buy there, so I'm going to sell it at 163, and we're going to move that one too. And so I'm liquidating these. I'm trying to sell also at 166, and I've got an order at trying to sell 172 as well. So I'm going to delete that one, change. And I'm just going to get out of this one. I'm going to get the rest of the way out. I wish I would have sold all of it last night. And 182 is definitely not going to sell. We're going to change that. And we're going out market. Yeah, they're coming at this stock right now, too. They really are. I just got these selling at 163, and now they got the bid 159, ask 162. And I just sold it at 160. And I'm sort of trickling out because yesterday again, this stock all of a sudden out of nowhere just rocketed up $1 a share at the end of the day. So I'm not in a huge hurry to sell it in massive quantity. I'm trickling out and monitoring it. And the ask is now 162. I've got 170 shares left, so I'm going to sell 70 right now because I do not see it making a move like it did yesterday at all. And that's okay. It doesn't always have to springboard and run for us. Sometimes, yep. So I just sold 70 at 161, and my last share was 20 at 160. So it is going back up right now a little bit, a tiny bit. And I think I'm going to be done there selling all that for now because I'm going to wait here. I've got no hurry, and I've got $710 cash to buy with tomorrow. And the stock I'm on that I just sold is RMSG, and I'm on SIDU, folks, as well. And I want to take a look at that right now. SIDU. So this is RMSG. And as I said yesterday, I told you guys, I said yesterday afternoon before we closed out, I said, please do not hold this stock, RMSG. Do not hold on to it. I want you for certain to sell at least half of your shares. And for many of you, if you don't have any money to risk, I want you to sell it all. That's what I said to everybody yesterday about this stock. And yesterday when I closed, it was at about 5 o'clock. And I told every one of you, please, I can't stay with you, but before 8 o'clock tonight, I want you to sell all of your shares of this RMSG if you don't want to lose money. And I said, and I'm going to sell half. Well, I wish I would have sold it all. I wish I would have sold it all, but I did not. And so I'm going to sell it right now. And I'm going to take a hit. I've got 520. That's all right. I'll have money to buy with tomorrow. And I'll buy a runner tomorrow, just like the one you guys got on this morning, BIRD. So I just sold 200 there. Here goes another 200. And now I have 120 left. So we're going to sell 100. Of course, I know 160 is a number I would normally say, hey, buy it if they run it down to that number. But hey, I've lost enough on this one. I'm going to move it over to a good runner tomorrow. I do not expect this to go anywhere really. I mean, it could be totally run up in the after hours. It could go to $2.50 in the after hour. I don't give a shit. I'm going to move over to another one tomorrow. I'm out of that one now, and I do not own it anymore. And I've got a bunch of cash to buy with. I've got 2,400 cash to buy with now tomorrow in this account, and I'm going to be ready to buy into a runner that you guys pick out tomorrow. That's as simple as that. That's what I'm going to do, and I am going to be shed completely of RMSG. And I've got 100 shares left, so I'm going to sell 50 more right here. And as I sell here, like I said, who knows? This thing could go. It's been manipulated so much up and down that, but for me, I see the end of the tunnel and the light is going to be shining on me tomorrow on another stock. So we're going to go out now too for the last, and we got an account positions. Today I took a hit. SIDU RMSG. I now have 50 shares remaining. I'm going to go to trade order status. I think all my orders on it are now filled, I believe. Yep. I know I've got one more here for 40 shares to sell. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to change that. And I'm going to sell right now, market, review order, and place it. And I'm going to have cash ready to buy with tomorrow in all accounts. In all my accounts, I'm going to have cash to buy with tomorrow. Let me look over here and see if I've got orders on this other account on it or not. And I do. I've got 3 orders left to sell here. I'm going to duplicate this order. All right. And I just sold there. And I have no orders left to let's duplicate this order. And I'm going to do 49. There we go. Review order and place it. All right. So that's the end of that. We're out of RMSG. Completely liquidated RMSG. And we are going to now make a move on, let's see, what's SIDU doing? And RMSG, well, actually, I have 10 shares left of RMSG, so let me sell that off too. 10 more shares. Adios. Day only. And since I know they like 160 so much, I'll sell that 160. And they'll buy that for sure. And now we want to take a look at some other ones. Let's go look at BIRD. Let's go see what that thing's doing right now. All right. Get on the chart. BIRD. Oh, it looks good, folks. Hey, look at that thing breaking upside off 2 TAs there. BIRD. Oh, well, well, well. But I'd still be very cautious about it, folks. Yep, be cautious here. A lot of buyers, though, buying it up on these last candlesticks here. Every one of these candlesticks is a 1-minute candlesticks, and there's a lot of green in here coming in on this BIRD right here. Let's go look at this at the 20-day chart. Man, oh man. Look at that. Kim, are you still with us? Kim, are you still with us? Slim Jim, RPGL. No, I did not. But I want to quickly look at these other stocks that have been called out this afternoon. SKYQ. And folks, this is off to Never Neverland. This is a great breakover off this rundown that they did this morning. This is ready to go to unexplored territory, folks. SKYQ. This is the resistance line that it broke over this morning. And I had already told everybody if it goes over all these lines of resistance, if it breaks that one, it's going to go to the friggin' moon. And I was completely right. If it broke that number, I said it was going to go to the moon. I drew it out and I told you there this morning, if it could get over that line, it was going to go to the moon. I said that this morning on this stock. SKYQ. I had that resistance line from a long time ago, folks. If you go back, you'll see it on the 20-day. Look at the 180-day. I told everybody, I said, this line right here is absolutely critical. I told everybody, this line is critical. And I said, if it gets over that line and stays, it is going to go all the way up. And you're going to see it now, folks. The same way it's risen and the same way it dropped. There's nothing to stop it, folks. There's nothing to stop this. This is SKYQ, folks. SKYQ. And I told you if it got over this line that it was going to go to the freaking moon because nothing was going to stop it, I said to you. I told you. And the reason they drove it from this high price down to that line was because they knew there was no sense in trying to shove it below all this resistance they'd already created over here. Folks, I showed you this. I showed you this on the 20-day chart. I showed you all these levels of resistance, where they were. And I said, if it breaks over that, it's going to go to the frigging moon. I told you that, everyone. I told you this was, I showed you this was a critical line for them. I told you this was a very critical line for them. And then for them in the after hours to take this down to the 200 and hoard it up for the launch of the century, folks. This thing's going. This thing is going, ladies and gentlemen. It's out of here. Rocket land. Look at that, folks. Look at that 5-day cross, the 50, the 10-day crossing now. The 200's way down here below, just rising with it, pushing the shit right over. Man, oh man, congratulations, SKYQ. It broke that line. It broke that line. It broke that line that I told you was so critical. I told you that was critical. I showed you how they dropped it from here all the way to there. And I said, folks, if it gets over this line, it's going to go right back up to that line. And so what is that line where you should sell it next? The line that you should sell this is right over there, $11.18, folks. You better put your sell orders in at $11.13 through 11.20. Okay, I'm telling you, that line is critical right there. That one, and that's where it's going to go now. Uh-huh. Yep. You guys have heard me talk about this before. It's called mirroring the stock. I'm going to show it to you now. Here's the dang mirror right here. There's the mirror right there. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the mirror. This drop is this drop. This rise is this rise. This pull down is that pull down. This is the rise. This is the rise. It's mirroring, folks. It's going to run all the way up to here. It's going to go all the way up to here, folks. This price right here is where it's going next, right there. That is the price. And look at that, how they stopped that candlestick on that number. See how they stopped it right there? Because that's the resistance point right there, folks. If it breaks over that, then it's got this small point right here to break over just beyond. And once it breaks that, it's going to go all the way up to this price right here. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, is where it's going next. I'm telling you, it's going to go to there. It's going to go to there. It's going to go to there next. Right there is where it's going next. This stock is SKYQ, folks. SKYQ. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Hello.
Well, howdy, howdy, howdy.
Things are a little better. Don't need to get into detail, but things are a little better.
All right, very good, very good. Well, my friend,
But did you see Lumen today?
Lumen, Lumn?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not. I did not. I will look at it right now. But hey, my friend, SKYQ, you need to get some of that. SKYQ.
Hang on,
My friend.
While you look at that, I'll do the other thing.
Yep, Lumen looks awesome. Nice, nice, nice. LUMN. Yep, and I'm holding this long. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. That's one of my long charts.
ProShares Ultra Cloud. SKYU. SKYU.
SKYQ.
Oh, SKYQ.
SKYQ. Well, congratulations, folks, if anybody is here holding Lumen stock.
Well, and the reason it went up is because they announced partnership with Amazon.
Oh, partnership with Amazon. Lumen today, folks. Lumen, LUMN. And by the way, did you see a stock today called BIRD?
No.
Uh-huh. It's up 695%, and a bunch of my viewers were on that this morning. They bought it when the price
All birds. What is all birds?
BIRD. BIRD.
B as in bird.
Yeah, bird. The word bird, like big bird.
Yeah.
Up up right now. And I said to everybody, hey, don't get back in this, but if it could be making a move, and it sure did. It was down, and it's
Holy cow! What do they do?
hey, you guys, I know you guys have been trading this stock all day. What does Bird do? And I'm going to give you one other one, Double K, to watch. And you better watch this one. It's GPRO. GPRO. And,
GoPro. Yeah, I know GoPro.
oh my gosh, that thing is going, baby. That thing looks so sweet right now. GPRO.
That's actually pretty low.
Yeah, but you better look at that chart right now, man. It's about to break over a resistance area that it has. If it breaks over this blue line, it's gone to the freaking moon. It's going to go ballistic. It's going to go absolutely freaking ape shit. I'm telling you, man. I've already got the mapped out numbers where they should stop it, and if they don't stop it, then we're going to have a jump, folks. And I'm going to tell you these numbers where I'm putting in these marks right now is going to be where it should stop. And if it doesn't stop at these numbers, then it's going to go to the friggin' moon, folks. Okay, I'm telling you, it is going to go to the moon. All right, and here they are, ladies and gentlemen. If this blue 5 day, which just crossed this resistance, you can see where they dropped it down there, then it popped off of it, and now it's crossing that. If it goes up and crosses this line, and then it crosses this line, it is going to go to the freaking moon. It's going to go to the moon. It already was at $1.44 in the pre-market yesterday morning. But I'm telling you now, they got their little nutsack full of that this morning, and now this thing could easily break beyond these points of resistance. And when it does, it's going to go right back up. And the next level it's going to go to is about right there. And after that, it's going to break this level. And if it breaks this level right here, then again, it's going to go all the way up to right here. And there's nothing going to stop it, folks.
I've never heard of Allbirds, but they are a company that offers a range of lifestyle products, shoes, apparel, classic tees, sweats, socks, underwear. I've never heard of them.
Well, my people are all over it. They wanted you to be aware of it. And in the last 2 weeks, over 600 million in volume came in also on WGRX. Far more than average, just for your information. WGRX. In the last 2 weeks, over 600 million in volume on WGRX, which is way more than the average volume. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will go look at that one right now. WGRX. I love it when you guys shout these out. WGRX. Oh man, and
I don't like that one that
they're
much.
pinching that right now at the close, man. They're coming after that. They're ETing that stock right now. But I do love that 200-day below it. Man, oh man. And let's look at the longer term chart. Let's go way out to 20-day here. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Wow, folks. Talk about some herking and jerking. Holy crap, Double K. Look at this picture right here. All right, hold on. All right, I'm back. Look at that thing, man. Smoking. And I'm telling you, listen, Double K, that 5 day where it is now, which is the light blue line, when you look at that 5 day where it is right now, there's never been anything stopping it here at that price before in the past. Not there. You can go back and look right here, folks.
Allbirds?
No, the stock is WGRX. I just sent you a picture of it. And I want you to see this second picture, okay? I'm going to send you right now. So hold on. Oh, shit.
Oh, what are you doing? You can't say that.
No, no, no. I can because I just got reconnected. Hey, folks, am I still on?
Oh.
Hold on, guys. I got to change my camera. Hold on, because usually when they say I'm reconnecting, I'm not really reconnected. They fool me and tell me I'm reconnected, and I'm not. Hold on. Now I'm back. Hopefully you guys can hear me here. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Now Look at what the second picture I just sent you, Double K. All right, are you looking at it?
Yeah.
All right, look where the light blue 5-day line is right now. It's at a line I made a resistance, a red line. That's where it is. But look back at the past of the stock back over the last 30 days. That line
Oh, I
has
know.
that line has never been resistance before. It's never stopped there. If you look over to the left, it fell right straight through that. And then if you look at the last time it went up past it, it didn't stop there. And then when it fell through it, it never stopped there. And then when it went back up through it, it never stopped there. And when it went down, it never stopped there. It's never, ever, ever stopped at this number. The blue 5-day has never stopped here. You see what I'm showing you, everybody? Do you understand what I'm showing you? The blue 5-day has never, ever, in the history of it, has never stopped at this point. So the likelihood of the blue 5-day now stopping at that point is very slim that it's going to stop there, folks. That's what I'm trying to pinpoint for you so you can understand and learn from what I'm trying to teach you guys, okay? It's never stopped at this number before. It's never stopped here. It's never stopped at this line. I'm just pointing that out. You can listen, folks. I provide, you decide. Okay? I never tell you what to do. I never tie your hands and make you do anything. You're not captive here. But I'm showing you something very interesting about this stock that the 5-day blue moving average line has never stopped at this line in the history of it before. Okay? Not in the last month. Daryl says, yeah, but why? Why it never stopped before? Because there's never been real resistance here. So if there's never been resistance at that point in the past 4 or 5 different times, why should there be resistance there now? There's likely not going to be very much resistance here, is what I'm getting at, based on the history of the stock passing through this number without stopping. And I'm just telling you, you can do whatever you want with that information. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to take any action. But I'm telling you, it's never stopped here before. And you can clearly see that if you look at it over that. Let's look at the 180-day chart. Yep, look at that. Has it ever stopped there before? It sure didn't, man. Look at that 180-day chart. Look at it, how it wiped right through that like nothing. Right through that like nothing. Nothing. Here's where they stopped it right there one time. The 5-day did stop there once right there. But will it stop there again? Not at this number, not down here. Up here, it might stop, but it's not going to stop down here where it is now. It's not going to stop there. The 5 days.
So Rigetti has made a move.
Oh, good. RGTI. Yep. Let me go over to it one day. Look at that sea of red right there selling that too, by the way. Look how hard they're coming at that stock and selling it right there to get it down to the 200 so they can then come in and buy it. Look at them come in and buy it right there when they got it there. Look at that candlestick of
Which one?
all the buy. I'm talking right now about WGRX. Now I want to go over. Now I want to look at yours that you just called out. RGTI. Oh, that looks good too. Oh man, folks, RGTI looking strong there off of that rising 200. Look at them herking.
Yeah, I'm interested in that one based on that. I don't know what's going to happen with it if it goes, but it looks like it's on a
nice trajectory.
Comeback a little bit.
Yep. I see that. RGTI up 11% today. And it looks very strong there, coming right off that rising 200. Nicely done. Very nice move there, right here, end of day. RGTI. Very nice. Very nice. That looks good. Setting up for a nice one. The high today was already at $19.13. And folks, you already know you should have sold there at that price. You get an 1888. Folks, look at this. You people have been on this channel long enough to know, if you own this RGTI, that you should have sold right there at the $19.12. And why should you have sold there? because you've been on this channel and you know that I have a sell order that says to sell at the 11 and 12. See that right there? Sell 11 and 12. So that's why you sell that number. That's why you sell that number right there. $19.12. Boom, right there. You got out.
What's the date today right now? The 15th,
The
right?
15th. Yep, your taxes are due today, folks. If you didn't know that, I hope you've all. Yeah.
Don't remind everybody.
Yes, sir. I'm letting you know, folks, your taxes, if you haven't already, you got right now, you got 24
Well,
minutes to get to the post office.
Real quick, just for reference for everybody. If you do have to put your taxes in today, make sure that you keep records of when you sent it and stamp it and everything else, and make sure that you have some type of proof, because the IRS does not go by the 15th rule anymore. They go by when they put it in their computer. So if you send it off on the 15th and it's not in their computer, they're still going to nail you.
Yep. And Carl
they're going to nail you with penalty.
Yep. That is correct. And you know it firsthand.
Yes, I do. I've had to deal with them a little bit.
Yes, indeed, everybody. Yep.
So I've learned the hard way. Always make sure of things, but always keep records of stuff.
By the way, someone is telling me to on GPRO, look for a dip to get that tomorrow. GPRO should possibly dip tomorrow. But I really like the look of GPRO. I had some other stocks called out today, which I'm going to look at right now. One of them was AGAE. I warned and said, I think you should sell that now. AGAE. And I was right. You should have sold it. Look at it. I was right. I didn't like it, and I said
it looks to me that the AI stocks have rebounded a little bit today.
AI stocks rebounding today. Okay, gotcha.
Well, because SoundHound is up. They're up 12%. Rigetti's up 12%. Palantir's up.
Okay.
It seems like a lot of the AI stuff actually Lumen, because they're doing. I mean, they're the network that supplies it.
Yep.
Hood is up huge.
Yes. Yeah, I was. Yep. Rudiggity called that out earlier. Hood.
Why is Hood up? Anybody know?
I don't know. I can look right now and see why. Man, that's been in the news since 6:35 this morning. Robinhood is surging even as Bitcoin price falls.
They jump.
Robinhood has gained 3.8%
removal of day trading limit for smaller investors.
Under the old rule of says Robinhood gained 3.8% in pre-market trading, having climbed over 10% the previous session, following the SEC's Tuesday's announcement to extend retail investors' ability to use borrowed money to invest. Under the old rules, margin account holders who made 4 or more day trades within the 5 business days had to keep at least $25,000 in their accounts, effectively shutting out smaller traders. Now, retail investors have more freedom to participate in margin trading, which could increase platform engagement on Robinhood. There you go. That's why the move. Now you know. You heard it here first.
So what does that mean?
That means that they're going to open it up.
So Schmo with $10,000
Yep.
Can do
yep.
Margin.
That's right.
Margin?
That's right. No more $25,000 limit on margin. Yep. The PDT rule changed, says the Bass Assassin. Hey, in your soul. Yeah, in your soul, yes.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yep. Hey, in your soul, I want you to know that I sold it. Yes, I sold it. RMSG, I sold it. I was waiting for another possible run up this afternoon, like we saw yesterday. but it did not do that. It did not repeat yesterday's run up. So I went ahead and got out of it. I already sold, and I told everyone, listen, I hear you asking me about that, but did you not hear me to tell everyone yesterday before the market closed, sell that stock, don't you dare hold RMSG. I told everyone yesterday, if you don't sell half, you could very, very greatly regret it. And so I said to everybody, I'm going to be selling at least half, I can promise you, before 8 o'clock, because I had to leave yesterday right around 5. But I told everybody, I'm going to be selling that at 8 o'clock. I'm before 8. I'm going to be selling it. And I said to you, you need to sell it too. Don't hold on to a stock that's gone up 480%. You don't ever want to do that. Never, ever, ever do that. Never do that. And you don't want to hold that stock today also beyond closing. I would suggest you not hold on to that other one that ran up so high today, BIRD. BIRD. But by the way, also, the same person who called out Hood today also called out FLYX. FLYX. Rudigity called it out. FLYX. Let's go look at it.
Oh, interesting.
FLYX looks awesome. FLYX, good calls, Rudigity today. Wow. He's batting 1,000, folks. 2 for Rudigity on 2 callouts that went berserk today. Good job. All right, Rudigity. FLYX.
That might not be such a bad spot to pick up ASTS. Now I know it's a higher dollar stock and everything, but they're actually launching a new bandwidth satellite, and that's on Sunday.
ASTS. Okay.
And that's through Blue Origin, which is Bezos's deal. You know, that's interesting.
DeBass Assassin comments in regards to the new rules about the 25,000 limit being removed. Yeah. He says, I don't care about the leverage. I just want the margin and instant cleared transactions. Yes, instant cleared transactions. So
that's interesting.
Yes, so you can use the money immediately after you sell. There's no more, and that's the difference.
No more waiting.
That's right. Well, on margin, you don't have to wait. Instant cleared reactions. Yep, Jayhawk says that's what I want too, sir. Yep, nice. Hey, now listen, guys. I don't use the information I provide to you for rock solid. I don't know. I can't confirm any of that. You need to verify that that's the truth. Now, this is at this point, this is hearsay on the channel by people on the channel in the chat. But you can't always go right by that. It's best to confirm this because I'm not a financial advisor and I don't tell anyone ever anything for certain. As a fact, the only certainty that I have is that there are no certainties. Okay. So that you just be aware of that. Joey B says that iBroker is already working in that way, is already operating that way. Jayhawk says they've been talking about it for sure. DeBass Assassin, Kim Daniel says, I'm going to limit in and out of that one. Just tested with a small port position, came out with a profit. WGRX, yep. I think it takes effect in 45 days, Modiv says. I think it takes effect in 45 days. So Robinhood's new ability and everyone else's ability to trade margin without 25,000 takes effect in 45 days, folks. So it's not happening yet. It's going to be, apparently.
No, they're doing that after SpaceX's IPO.
Yeah, after SpaceX's IPO. Yep. The only certainty that I have is Catfish is the man, says Jayhawk. Thank you very much. The new PDT rule will help experienced traders and hurt new ones. Yes, it will. Kat, haven't been here all day. Have you been looking at RDW? Joey, I have not. I bought a little. Yes, Redwire. Yesterday, I bought a little of that, and it just didn't do anything. It just didn't do anything. So I decided, at the end of the day, at the very end of the day, I decided to sell it. It just didn't do anything. And I would have been even more frustrated at watching it do a double ta-ta at lunchtime today. But holy cow, Look at that lunchtime drop, double Tata Madonna form. That is a Madonna.
Pretty good too. I heard you about the storm.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was insane, folks. Let me show you. Let me show you what happened here last night at my house. You won't be able to see it, Double K, because you're not at your laptop, are you?
No.
Well, let me show you guys what happened last night here at my house. This was at 11:30 p.m. last night at my house. And you guys will not be able to hear the volume unless I pull this speaker over here and plug it in here. So let me get this plugged in here so you can hear this. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is last night, my house, and it was at after 11 p.m. And I'm going to play it for you right now, what it sounded like and what it looked like at my house. After and I was up late because we had a tornado warning here, folks. Here it is, right here. Enjoy. Well, it's about 11:30, April the 14th. Looking at my backsliding glass door and just got a tornado warning go off on my phone, so I thought I'd make sure we don't have one coming here. It sure is a lot of energy out here. Wow, it almost looks like a strobe light. Man, Double K, it was so wild to see this happening. The storm is coming from the northwest, so on the south side of the house, I've opened up the windows a little bit so we don't get any air trapped into the house and blow our roof off if we have a tree limb or something come through a back window. Little tip for you in case you didn't know that. Wow, that was scary. Man, it was like daylight right there, folks, right? It's actually like daylight right there. Hold on, I'll try and stop it there. Lots of activity over this way. Well, it's really all across the sky, as you can see. East. Wow, it's just so west, bright. East. It's looking more to the northeast there. I missed stopping it there, but it is. It's like daylight out there. Right there. And then this is northwest over here. So there you go. That's what we experienced last night. We had a tornado watch here last night. Unfortunately, we did not have a tornado here, but hey, wow, look at RDW now. Wow, good call out yesterday. RDW, wouldn't you know? Well, I held it all through yesterday. Someone called it out yesterday morning, and I held it all day long. I only had 21 shares of it. Joey B called it out, RDW, yesterday morning. And I sat on it and sat on it. I only bought 20 to get in, and I bought one more by mistake. And then I only had 21 shares, and I just sat on it and sat on it and sat on it. And right around 3:30, I said, guys, this RDW, I got in it on Joey's call, and it's just not doing jack crap. And so it's just sitting here. So I just sold it off. And yep, Bitcoin's back over 75,000, says Joy B. Thank you for the heads up. But wow, that was really intense last night. And listen, after I shot that video, it came in heavy. I mean, the wind was blowing 80 miles an hour. And wow. So this is why right now my internet keeps going in and out today. Bubbles. Joey says RDW sold the news catalyst yesterday, but it's a hold longer term and will run soon. Okay, thank you for letting me know that, Joey B. Thank you. And Mo Deeb says, keep in mind when that rule goes into effect about trading on margin, the way the market moves will change dramatically too. Oh, I agree. I think it will. I think you're right as well. I think you're right. Well, I'll tell you what, that RDW, it sure does look strong going into the close right now. It looks very strong going into the close right now, RDW. But that looks very strong. Look at that flat top green candlestick on that thing. No wick on that thing at all here, folks. No wick on that candlestick. And double K, I'm going to show you. All right. So there it is. Okay, now I want to show you this again, double K. The next candlestick on this green after one I just showed you, and unfortunately they've attacked it now right on the heels of it. But what I want to try to show you here is and I think that me sending you these pictures, I'm gonna probably because it keeps reconnecting. Hey guys, can you still hear me?
I can.
Yeah, it says buffering a lot. Yep, my channel is he says buffering a lot. Thank you for letting me know. Uh, well, I'm sending pictures to Double K off of my phone, and what I wanted you to see, Double K, is that first picture I sent you. You can see that last green candlestick has a little bit of a wick on the top of it. You see that?
Yeah.
Well, then the next picture I sent you, you can see that the next picture that wick is gone. That wick is gone, and I call that a flat top, meaning that they've tried to pull it back down. That's why the wick created, and then the next picture it went back up because they were trying to pull it down. That's why the wick was created. But in the next picture, you can see that wick is gone, and that is a very bullish sign. Usually, that's a bullish signal that when you see that flat top on the next candlestick. Now, not always, but folks, it can generally be very good from there when you see a flat top green candlestick like that without a wick on it. That means that it's got a lot of power behind it and they're not able to pull it back down. And as a matter of fact, there's another flat top created on that stuff now, but they just wicked it and they're wicking it heavy. But look at that thing go, folks. And if that goes flat top as well, then this thing could really springboard from here right now. It could go big time. RDW. If this candlestick right here flat tops, watch out. Nope, they're making it deeper, so they're dropping it. Uh-oh, watch out now. Looks good going into this close. There it is. It's just flat topped. And now I'm going to send this picture to Double K as well so he can see what's going on, and he'll understand. All right, there we go. And Double K, I just sent you another photograph, and you can solidly see that next candlestick is a solid flat top green. Oh my gosh! And look at the next one afterwards. It is, and they just can't hold on, folks. Wow! And you see that? Look at that, folks. RDW. And that now you see the momentum of that flat top that I'm talking about, folks. What that means. Look at that son of a gun. The timing is epic, someone says. Yep, the timing is epic. The timing is epic. And man, it's starting to wick that next one, but Double K, look at this. Right there. Oh shit. I'm reconnecting again. Damn. But you're gonna get that picture in a moment. All right, I'm back. Folks, the buffering is because of me sending him these pictures. But look what happened after that flat top, double K. Look at the next candlestick. Man, oh
Yep.
man. You see that?
Yep.
Shit. Now you know the importance of seeing that flat top once and then bam, they flat topped it again with no wick on it, and then boom, the next candlestick starts way higher and jumps like a son of a bitch. Oh my gosh, sure they wicked that second one, but still, just look how high it went up after that flat top twice. Folks, I'm telling you, these are things you can learn from me that you can take. Oh my gosh. Well, folks, hopefully you've been able to learn something here this afternoon. My stream, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm still connected. Hopefully
You
I'm
don't
back
own any of
now.
that anymore, do you?
Yeah, I'm still holding that long, but I don't have it. I don't day trade it anymore. I don't day trade SoFi anymore.
No, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. I told people a long time ago when it got up to $32 that I was going to sell it there and I didn't want to day trade it anymore each day. It was just, it's not in my range to day trade. I like to be in stocks around $2 to $3, $4, fives.
Right.
And
Well, that's where you got to be.
yeah, I mean, to make any substantial money, you got to be able to afford enough shares of it. So if it moves up a dollar and you've got 500 shares, you made $500. You can't buy 500 shares of a stock if you've only got, you're dealing with a couple thousand or 10,000 or 5,000 in your account, and you just can't buy that
Right.
much. So anyway, hey, so the red wire, well, I got you guys to see how that works with the flat top and the pullback and then the pullback and then the flat top and then boom, there she goes right off, right off. Good there. Epic, like you said, epic. And thank you for calling that out to me. Whoever just said, "Hey, did you look at RDW?" But yeah, I unfortunately I only had bought a few shares of it yesterday, and I waited patiently all day long for it to make a move yesterday. I waited and waited and waited, and it just didn't want to move. It just did not want to move, and so uh, Joey B. got it. Anyways, um, let's take a look at SKYQ here now. I absolutely love it. It is going to close near the high of the day, and I've already shown you how good it is when the stock closes near the high of the day. I already showed everybody on this channel earlier today how good it is when a stock closes near the high of the day, at or near the high. You know what's going to happen tomorrow. I've already shown you. I showed you the history of it. I showed you, and I showed you over and over. I showed you at least 15 examples of how good it is for a stock to close at or near the high of the day. The odds of it going higher the next day are extremely high when a stock closes at or near the high of the day, just so you're aware of that. So happy hump day, everybody, and congratulations, everybody who bought into BIRD this morning. And Jayhawk is calling out ORBS. ORBS. Jayhawk has it on the radar, I guess. Yep. ORBS. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know that, Dr. Q22SW, that you could hear me. Well, now I want to go over here and take a look at another stock that I've been buying today. Oh, hold on a minute. And get over here and let me refresh this page.
Are you physically holding any silver?
Uh, I have what I got for a song I sold, Double K. Yes, I am. I have silver rounds. I have
Okay.
silver eagles. Yes.
Yeah, I've got all types of silver, and I'm just wondering.
Yep. I've been holding silver for a good while because I found out a long time ago, 10, 15 years ago. Well, it was probably 10 years ago. I found out that there used to be a very large quantity of above ground silver available for industrial purposes. And so, in a matter of fact, back about 25, 30 years ago, there used to be over 25 years worth of above ground silver for industrial and for people to use to build all types of products. Silver, as a matter of fact, Double K is far more in demand in mass commercial and industrial applications than gold. Okay.
Yes, no, I know that, and that's why. Where are you going?
Let's go to Google right here and let me show you guys something. Available silver above ground. There we go. Above ground silver. Above ground silver stocks are an order of magnitude higher than what is widely assumed. In total, there were an estimated 1.6 million metric tons of physical silver above ground by late 2018. This amount is 20 times higher than what the Silver Institute discloses as identifiable above ground stocks, which is what's widely assumed to be the total above ground stock.
Be careful. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Um, I'm trying to find right here. I want to go back. I was hoping to find the history. I also found a spreadsheet on the USGSG, that's the United States Geological Survey website, with silver mining statistics going back to 1900. With the data at my disposal, I could reverse engineer the total above ground silver stock from 1900 through 2018. See the chart below. And I do not see a chart. Anyway, what I found out, the silver in industrial products is also part of this metal supply and demand. Does
You still there?
Yep, I'm still here. I'm just trying to read this, and this,
No, that's
and then,
fine. I heard it go blank, so I wasn't.
yeah. Um, see if we can find a better one here. But what I had found out was that there was a long time ago, 25 to 30 years of above ground silver, and it had diminished considerably. There was just like a year and a half or 2 years left of available above ground silver. Now that was 10 or 15 years ago. Because of that, they may have everybody might have decided, man, we ought to start going into the silver business. Maybe a bunch of silver mining started going on a heavy duty because there was so little of it available. But
Well, there's only like 2 silver mines in the whole world.
yeah, so it's very, very possible that silver could see an even continued increased run here. Here it says March 11th, 2025. Here's what I'm looking for. The silver market is forecast to record a fifth straight market deficit in 2025, with demand once again outstripping supply, and the majority of the existing above ground silver stocks are not available to satisfy demand at any price. That is it in a nutshell. And this is why I had been telling everybody to get in on silver a year and a half, 2 years ago when it was down around $22, $25. And I said, folks, there's not a lot of silver right now. So just be aware of that. The bottom line is that growing silver demand will primarily need to be filled by mine output, but silver production has plateaued in recent years, and the trajectory moving forward is uncertain. Silver mine output peaked in 2016 at 90 million ounces. Up until last year, silver production had dropped by an average of 1.4% each year. In 2023, mines produced 814 million ounces of silver, and they had 900 million in 2016. Based on preliminary data, silver mine output increased by about 2% in 2024, breaking a decline of silver production. However, that isn't nearly enough to meet the demand. So there you go. There's not enough silver to meet the demand. We have seen market deficits of silver supply for several consecutive years. Silver supply is expected to grow by 3% this year, but it won't be nearly enough to feed the growing demand for silver. This will lead to a 149 million ounce market deficit. There you go. So there you go, folks. You just learned it right here. You heard it here. Now, I want to bring something to your attention that some of you may or may not be aware of, and I'm going to share it with you right now. And what that is that this year, in this month of May, there is a bill that has been passed by our administration to allow gas stations to add ethanol to the gasoline. Okay, I'm letting you know right now that if you haven't already noticed, you may see some changes in your performance of your car. And for those people who drive a vehicle for a day, their daily livelihood, in other words, they drive their vehicle for work and they're driving for like Uber and this and that, they already have noticed big time differences in how far their tank is getting them. They used to be able to drive their Uber around town for 2.5 days and go for 2.5 days. Then they could come and get gas again, then 2.5 days again, and then gas, and 2.5 days and gas. And now they're not even getting 2 days, and they're actually about a day and a half and having to go get gas. So, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware of this, be watching out for certain gas stations, and the one in particular that was allegedly doing this, that was in the video I saw, was Sunoco. And I don't know that all of them are, but you be aware that right now, don't be surprised if you're putting gas in your car that isn't getting you as far per tank, because ethanol does not have as much energy, foot pound torque or whatever energy in it that regular gas does at 87 octane. So make sure that you watch out for this.
What are you saying on that? That they're putting more ethanol in it? I mean, it's already
That
got
is right.
ethanol in it.
That's right. But they're going to allow the gas stations to put in and increase the ethanol amount in our gas until May the 20th.
Okay. Oh, yeah, but that's going to clog up everything.
That,
Ethanol already clogs up stuff.
yep. And I'm just sharing this with you folks. Gas smells like old gas I'd use as a kid to wash parts in. Yeah. Listen, I'm just telling you that up until May the 20th, they're going to be putting more ethanol into the gas. This is to try to stretch gasoline out over, but if it's going to get your car 10, 20 miles less per tank, how does that add up to a benefit? I don't understand. So,
well, and not only that, but you can't store the gas as long, because right now I think the average, if you store gas right now, it's only good for 18 days.
Yeah, you're not allowed
So if
to.
you watch TV shows and all this other stuff like The Walking Dead and everything else, if anybody finds gas, it's all bad anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I was telling people about this the other day. I had a very, very, very close friend whose father was in construction, and they used to have about a 500-gallon tank that was in their backyard, in their side yard, a 500-gallon tank that they could have the gas stations come when the price dropped, and they would order them to come out and fill 500 gallons so they could use that cheap gas anytime the price dropped because they were using
Can't do that now.
big. You can't do that anymore. You can't do that. You can't do that.
And really the stuff that they call stable and everything else, that'll help a little bit, but it still doesn't prolong it forever.
Yep, that's right. So be aware very much. And listen, yes, that's going to wear on older vehicles. You're exactly right. And you're not even allowed to run it on cars beyond 2001. If they're older than 2001, you better go put premium in your car. Okay.
I put ethanol free in my 67 Bug.
And by the way, just so you're all aware of this, never, ever, ever use 88 or 15% ethanol fuel in your lawnmowers, your blowers, snow blowers. Listen, folks, bottom line,
Ethanol free, always
use
ethanol free.
use recreational gasoline for those things. Do not put in this cheap gas with this ethanol because I'm going to tell you right now, it'll destroy your engine, it'll destroy your components, it'll destroy your hoses and all of your valves and all of your O-rings. It will destroy them, okay? It will.
Well, and that's because everything gets hotter. Everything gets hotter when you do that.
Yeah, that's right. Also,
your engine starts getting hotter. Your O-rings start heating up. Your gaskets start heating up. Everything starts heating up faster.
yeah, it's not good, folks. So do be aware of this. That there, and let me tell you another thing that was happening on this video that I saw on YouTube, and I put up, shared it with people all day yesterday. I shared that link for that video all day yesterday about what they're doing to the gas stations. And another thing that's happening is people are pumping the gas and they want to get just a certain amount, so they shut it off. And when they shut it off, they turn around and look at the pump and it's still going. It's still putting gas. It's still going. The meter's still going up there. It's just going click, 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 click. They've shut off the nozzle and they look over and the pump is still running up the price after this pump has apparently been shut off. Now, let me share something else with you. I want to share that. Hey, Double K, let's say you go in and you go into the inside to pay for your gas because you don't trust that machine and it might have a scanner on the gas pump or something. So you go inside to pay for your gas. Let's say you pump and you say you want to put $40 in. So you get your card out and they swipe it and you get $40. Well, listen, Double K, here's the weird part. Let's say that you're just outside and you're just going to pay cash and you want to stop the pump at $40 when you're pumping up to 38, 39, 39.50, 39.80, 39.90. When you get to $40, you can just let off, boom, and the pump stops right there at $40, doesn't it? It sure does. When you let your hand off of that nozzle, right there, wherever you shut it off, it stops right there. The pump stops there. So this is what I'm getting at. If the pump has the ability with you manually stopping it right at any point, if the pump can stop at exactly that point when you let off, if that pump has the ability to stop without suffering any damage or any trouble to stop immediately, then why does it happen when you go in and pay inside and you put $40? When you come out and you pump, why does it stop, Double K, at $39.60 and then just start going 61, 62, 63? Why? Why does that happen? Why is it when you pay an exact amount, be it right on the dollar, $40 or $30 or whatever you're putting in, why does the pump always go up so fast and then just stop at 30 cents away from that price? Well, I'll tell you why, Double K, because they know that they can just leech people out of money that are too much in a hurry to wait for that frickin' 30 cents more. Listen, man, they know America's on the go. They know people are always on the move, and they're late and they got to go. They got to get somewhere. They got to get there. And they can shut that pump off 30 or 40 cents away and the tick, 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 tick. Do you know how many people just go, I don't have time for this shit. I got to go. And they just close it off and they hang it up there and they don't care about that extra 20 or 30 cents. I'm telling you, folks, there's absolutely no reason that that pump can't go right up to 40 and just stop, boop, and just stop right at 40. But instead, they're going to stop at 372, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. It's just one more way for them to freaking take you, folks. Yes, you're right about that, world free speech. And they also tell you that you should not get gas if you see that tanker sitting there filling up the tank right then, getting all that air into the gasoline. They say that's not a good time. Don't stop and get gas when you see that tanker there.
Oh no, that well, not just that, but it stirs up all the dirt at the bottom of the tank.
Yes, that's right.
And all the dirt goes into everybody's tanks.
That's another reason, exactly, because the sediment that gets settled in those tanks when they go in and refill them, it gets all into the fuel and it comes right into your fuel lines and into your fuel filters, which clog up. Yeah, you know what? Larry Pitts is saying, yeah, a few pennies times 200 million people is a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
World Free Speech says you're totally right, Cat. Mo Deeve says it's like your buy-sell sheet. Ah, well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, that pump can stop whenever you let off of it. It can stop right on that money. If you pay for $40, it can go up and stop at 40, folks. I promise you. But there's a reason that they stop it at $40, just shy of it, and then that little slow tick, tick, tick. There's a reason. I just want you to know the reason is so they can rip you off. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, here's another interesting that happened to a lady I saw on this same video that I shared with everyone yesterday. It was on YouTube. She was at the pump, Double K, and the price of the gas was supposed to be $3.63 a share. A share. It was supposed to be $3.63 a gallon. So she pumped $25 worth of gas. It said $25, and she got 3.84 gallons. It's supposed to be 3.63 a gallon. She pumped $25 on the receipt and it gave her 3.84. Folks, that is almost $7 a gallon she was getting charged. It's like $6.80 she was getting charged a gallon. Even though the pump was reading 363 per gallon, she got 25 bucks and it was only 3.84 gallons. She took her receipt out of the thing on her credit card receipt and she went inside and she got to the teller and he looked at her receipt and she said what she said and he reached in the register and pulled out cash and gave her cash back, people. Oh my gosh, I mean, the thievery. They're doing this to so many people, probably charging them twice the price almost. But people are in a hurry. People in a hurry that don't pay attention. Oh, gas has just gone through the roof. I can't believe I just filled my car. It cost me $70. Well, it did because you're getting half as much gas as you're supposed to be getting. But people are like, oh, it's just so outrageous right now. What I'm paying right now to fill my tank without noticing the difference. And thank goodness the lady did notice. And she even said to the people inside, you need to shut that pump off now, or you need to put a sign up that says, hey, this is ripping you off, But they weren't doing that. They were going to let more people come in and pump that gas and say they're being paying 363 a gallon. and they're paying almost 7. So one of the things about this channel is that I'm not just here to try to help you gain money through learning how to day trade these stocks and how to read these charts and read and decipher the candlesticks like we just did.
Some common life stuff.
It's just, yeah, exactly. It's other things through your entire life that will end up saving you money in other ways, not just to create income through day trading or holding stocks on my long list or on my dividend sheet list, not just those and holding those, but also all the other ways in which you can benefit with your health and benefit with uh, your all the things you invest in your whole life, the things that you buy, your equipment that you buy, your snow blowers, your leaf blowers, your listen, don't you ever leave any gas in a snow blower or leaf blower over the winter time. Don't you do it. You take every single drop out of gas out of that thing. You run that thing completely empty. Don't you dare. And to be honest with you, I often tell people,
Don't ever pull in like a generator. Don't ever pull and try to put the gas through it. I mean, you better drain it first. If it's been sitting there, if you forget about it and it sits in the tank, drain that tank. Don't freaking try to run it.
no, sir. Don't you try to run it. Nope, not in a generator. If it's in mine right now, it needs to be done that. I'm sure I haven't run mine. Probably I haven't. Thank goodness our power came back on this morning after going out this morning. Double K, man, we had it was a crazy, crazy night here last night. It was freaking wicked.
That's what you were saying.
It was wicked outside. I mean, wicked. Someone says it's not about air and the gasoline. It's about mixing up what's in the bottom of the tank. Yes. Uh, That's right. Another thing is I want you to know.
The dirt and the sediment that settles in the bottom of the tank.
Yes. Another thing, don't ever let your car run out of gas, folks. Always make sure you put gas in that thing. And a lot of these cars, like my wife's Lexus, you don't want that thing to run below a quarter tank of gas. They're not good. The way the car is engineered. If you don't know this about Lexus, the way the car is engineered and the fuel pump and the way it's all set up and the injectors and stuff, you don't want to let a Lexus. Yeah, you don't want to let it get below a quarter tank. Okay, if you own that type of vehicle, like my wife's Lexus, you don't want to let the fuel level get below a quarter tank. You don't want to let that thing run with just down to empty or near. When that light comes on, you don't want to let that happen on a Lexus. Don't let that happen. Someone says Jayhawk says here, I thank you. 100. He says, I thank you 100% right, Cat, because if I put my credit card in outside, it'll pump to whatever I want to, and it'll stop perfectly when I want it to stop. Yep. Pull up for gas, and it's all ethanol. At that point, you just smile, tap your card, and tell yourself you're not overpaying. You're just tipping the attendant for a premium windshield cleaning. Yes, sir. Ah. Well, what time is it now? 4:25. All right. Uh-oh, I'm sorry. All right, let me get over here and log in on this account here. Please just give me a minute here, folks. I do want to get logged in on this other account. if I can do it myself, if I can figure out what I'm doing here, that is. All right, we're going to get logged in here right now. You guys have to please give me just a minute. Any car under a 4-quarter tank wears on the pump. It uses gas to keep the pump cool. There you go. I appreciate you supporting what I just said and confirming what I just said. And so don't let your cars get down below a quarter tank of gas, folks. It's just not good for them over the long haul. And it will mess up your fuel pump. And that is the key. I remember now that you say that was the reason that they mentioned it. It did involve the fuel pump. It involved the fuel pump. The gasoline is used to cool the fuel pump. And don't let it get below a quarter tank. Now, let me get logged in on this other account. Just give me a second. Hopefully, I'll be back in less than 10 seconds. And hopefully, you'll get to see my Catfish logo. I saw it the last time I put you guys on hold. So, hopefully, they won't do a software update and shut my stream off. And I'll be back in less than 10 seconds. If they shut me off, I'm probably not going to start another one. I'll just be selling. Don't hold any of these things overnight, folks. Any short positions, any of these day trade stocks, don't hold them overnight. We learned a lesson about that today with MSRG or whatever it was. Don't hold them overnight. Don't hold them overnight. They've made great, huge, quick gains. Don't hold them overnight. Get rid of them. Move along. And that was a mistake to hold any left of that MSRG last night after I sold it at 3:30. I should have sold every bit of it last night. Yesterday afternoon, I should have sold all of that MSRG, whatever, RMSG. I wish I would have sold it all. But I sold it today. I'm out of it. And now it'll probably go through the roof tomorrow. Okay, let me get over here and put down in. And I'm just holding here now 245 of SIDU. And I've got 870 to buy with tomorrow. 870.52 to invest with tomorrow. Let's see what we can turn that into tomorrow. See if we can turn that 870 into 1600 tomorrow. Yep. And now we're going to go here to this. And we're looking at SKYQ. There it is right there. A drop right there in the after hours so they could buy at the same place they did at 3 o'clock. And that's it. It's over. SKYQ is done with their bullshit. There it goes, folks, ladies and gentlemen, right there. There's the rundown. And it lasted for how long? It lasted for 30 minutes. 30-minute tanking, and then she's getting a spanking. All right? That's right. 30 minutes of tanking with no volume at all whatsoever. There's just onesies and twosies, a bunch of ones and twos being sold. And as soon as they got it down there they go. They came in heavy, bought the shit out of it, and now she's gone. That's SKYQ, up 20% today. 1090. It closed at 1109, and they just took it down just then to 1082. 1082 and 1083 is what they got it down to in the after hours. 1082, 1083. And now it's got a 1090 bid and 1098 ask. That's right, folks. The stock is SKYQ, and it looks freaking awesome. You better take a look at this on the freaking 20-day chart, ladies and gentlemen. Please look at this. Look at it, folks. SKYQ. I don't see a dang thing stopping this till it gets to this price next. Right here's where it's going next, folks. I'm telling you, this timeline, it's going to this line next. And that is going to be a price of 11 at right there. That price is going to be 1166, folks. It is going to run from here up to 1166 with a couple little hesitations right there and right there. And then it's going to go all the way up here to this price. You can watch it, folks, with your own two eyes. I'm telling you that this is the price it's going to go to next, right there. That line. That line, folks, is where it's going to next. SKYQ, folks. You can watch it with your own two eyes. It's going to go to this line right here next. It has nothing that's ever stopped it through this region. Nothing has ever stopped it here. Nothing has stopped it here ever, ever, ever. Why they decided to make the 50-day flatten out right there, I have no idea, because there's never been any previous history of that price ever. Why they wanted to make it there, I don't know, because they've never had. Maybe just because it's halfway in between this line of resistance here and the bottom here. It's just halfway. But I'm telling you now, SKYQ, folks, it looks ready to go completely bonkers. It goes going through the roof, man. SKYQ. If it breaks, I'm telling you now, if it goes over this line and it goes over that second line, which is going to be right here, if it goes over those lines, and I put them there for a reason, if this 5-day blue line, if it goes over that line right there, the price of this stock is going to go all the way up, and there's nothing going to stop it. There's nothing going to stop it. There's only two lines where there could be some resistance from there. And I'm going to put the second one in right here now so you can see where it should be. And that is right there, right there. So I'm telling you, folks, if this stock here, if you listen to me closely, if this 5-day moving average on this stock SKYQ comes up and breaks over this, it's going to go to there. And if it breaks over there, it's going to go to there. And if it breaks that price right there, the top of that, it's going to go all the way up to right here. This is the next line of resistance it could approach right there. After it breaks that line, nothing's going to stop it till it gets to here, right there. And if it doesn't go stop there, nothing's going to stop it after it goes to this price. It will be completely unstoppable if it goes beyond this price right here. And if you want to know how high that price is right there, where they're going to try to stop it, that price right there is $17.33. 17.33, folks. So as this price rises, there should be resistance at this price. And that price is 863. And it's already at 1095 bid, 1105 ask. So forget about that. And then this is the next resistance point right up here. There should be resistance on this line. And let me come over here and just put a little flavoring on this right there. And that one is right there. Yep. All right, folks. So right here on this blue line, when we get over this line, it should go all the way up to this blue line right now. This one doesn't even mean anything. I'm just going to take that out. That doesn't mean shit. And neither does this one here. It doesn't mean shit now either. I'm going to tell you, if this 5-day can move up here and get beyond this line right here, where you've seen this price stop right there one time. It stopped at that line once. And that's the only reason I have a resistance line there, is because they stopped it there once and they've stopped it there twice. But if it breaks that price, it's going to go to there. And if it breaks that, it's going to go to there. And if it breaks that, it's going to go all the way up to this price right here, folks. And that stock is SKYQ, and it's going to go to $14.44. 14.44. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. You can see all the previous areas of resistance. I'm not even sure, but yeah, I am. This is one for sure. This is one right here. That is one area of resistance right there. There's no question about it. There's going to be resistance right there. Not much though. There shouldn't be a lot, but there could be some resistance right there where that price dropped down once right there and sat on that right there. So if it goes over this though, it should go up to there, then up to there, then it should jump all the way to there, then all the way to there, then there. And folks, what I'm doing here, this is called mirror trading. It's called mirror trading, okay? And the mirror is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Right here is the mirror, right there. That's the mirror. Ah, don't know why they wouldn't let me put it there. There. This is the mirror, folks. And every single point here where there's been resistance here in the past, they will bring it up now and they'll try to stop it from going over that line where there was trouble right there. They're going to try to stop it there. Then they're going to try to stop it here because they know if it goes over that line right there that was achieved, that line, it's going to go all the way up to this line. They know that. They know it well. So there's going to be resistance. It's going to be there, then there. If it breaks that, it's going to jump all the way up to this price. If it breaks there, it's going to jump to there. If it breaks there, it's jumping to there. And if it breaks this price, well, then it's going to jump to this price right around here, right around there. And then it's going to go to here. And if it breaks that price, then it's going to be going to friggin' $20 a share. Oh, I'm sorry, higher than that. It's probably going to go to 25. Just so you're aware of it, this is SKYQ, ladies and gentlemen, and I just laid it out for you what's going to happen with this stock. It's called mirror trading, all right? Mirror trading, and you can learn from this, I promise you. So here she goes right there in the after hours. They just took it down to that line. Don't know why they gave a crap about that line, to be honest with you. I don't know what was so discerning about that line, why they wanted it, but I'm going to try to figure out right now. I'm going to go over here and figure out why did they just stop it right there in after hours at that line of all God, of all places. Why did they stop it right there? Why did they stop it there, folks? Porque auto? Why did they stop it right there? Was it just because of these two little drops right there to that line? Is that why they stopped the blue 5 day from going to that point? Was just, well, right there you can see this thing came down and started to pull up, and then they hitched it down and before it shot up. So that's probably why they picked that line in the after hours to go to. Just because of this drop and then the pop and then the pull down, that line. I don't think it goes back any further than that. I can go to the 5 day chart and see. No, it means more to them. The 5 day shows it. You can see it right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can look right here and you can see why they just took it to that line right there, right there. And the reason why is because look over here, folks. Look at this. It's been several times here they've done this shit. Let me get this where I want it. Right there. So the reason that they just took this down in the after hours to that line goes to a stopping there and a drop there in an after hours in the pre-market. And over here, it never stopped there. It never stopped at that number. You can see when it came up there, it hit that right there and tried to pull back and then went right on off of it. So that's the number now that they just got to again, right there. See it? And look, this is a triple crossover of the 200-day on this chart. The current price is over, and now the 50 is about to cross the 200-day on this chart. SKYQ, folks, I'm calling it now. Triple upside crossover on the 20-day chart. It's the 5 day. Let's look at the 20-day. Oh my gosh. Look at the 20-day chart on this thing, folks. Well, I'm telling you, if it comes over this line right here, this thing's going to go possibly very much higher. If it can get over that line right there. This is the line where they dropped it to right there. They dropped it to right there. This should not stop on this line. It should not stop on this line. It never has before. This stock right here has never stopped here before. It should not stop now on this line. SKYQ, folks. I'm telling you, it has never ever stopped in this region. SKYQ never has. It should go right through this again now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. The next real line of is right here. The definition of resistance is going to be at this line. And that price right there is going to be 1150, 1155. It's really a little bit below that. It's really a little bit below that. 1166, folks, is where it is. This is the heaviest resistance line, will be 1166. 1166 and then 1177 right there. That line is probably at 1177. No, it's at 1199. So there's going to be two resistance points, 1166 and then 1199. And this thing is going to go all the way up to friggin' $14.44. Okay, everyone? That's SKYQ. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. SKYQ. All right, folks. SIDU. I went down on it today. I went down $28 on that today. I let people know when I go down on a stock. If I drop and I'm not losing. I'm just down. I'm just down. But this is the one that I'm predicting that could really make a very nice run from here. SKYQ. All right. I'm just showing it to you guys. I provide, you decide. Okay. That's the way it works here. All I do is provide, and you decide what to do with the information I share with you. Okay. It's your decision, folks. But I don't see any reason for this to stop here. It's never ever stopped at this price before. I don't see why it would stop here now. This is where the resistance will be. If it breaks that, it breaks this. If it breaks this, it breaks up to there. SKYQ. All right, folks. Let's take a look at some other ones that were called out here late. Let's look at Tesla. Wow, what a jump on Tesla today, huh? Nice call out there. Happy boy. Tesla. Next. And that thing is rocketing, folks. And in case you own Tesla, I want you to be aware that hold on a second here. If you happen to be holding Tesla, I want you to be aware of this resistance line that's going to be created next. And I'm going to show you where it is right now. Tesla. Okay? And right here should have been resistance over here. There should have been resistance at that line right there. All right? Now, there should have been resistance there, but there was not. And that's strong. Now, there should have not just been resistance there, but there should have been resistance right here, a little bit right there. There should have been resistance at this price right there, right, right there. And there wasn't. And there should have been resistance on this stock right here, right there. And was there? No, it's broke over that right now. It's over it. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the resistance will be here. The resistance is at the top of this red candlestick right there, and the green one too. So that's the next level of resistance right there, is the next level of resistance on Tesla. All right, right there. And then if it breaks beyond that, and it's getting there now, it's almost there to that line. But if it can get over that line, folks, the next resistance will be right there where the 5-day stopped right there. That's where it will be. And the price is going to be right here, Tesla. Now, if the 5-day moving average, this light blue line, comes up over that price, then it's going to go to this price right here, the top of this red candlestick, and that green one there, pretty much, really about right there should be the next one. Right there should be a line of resistance. And then it goes to that one. It gets beyond that. Then it goes to that one. and it gets beyond that, and then you won't be seeing anything till the friggin' moon, folks. All right, so that's how that lays out. These are the current areas of resistance to expect, and you can sell there and buy back a little there, and sell here and buy back there, and sell here and buy there, and you can sell here and buy there, and sell here and buy there, and then it's gone. Then it's gone. Then it's going to go off to the friggin' moon. And you'd have to go further back in time to see where the next place it goes to, and that would be right here, right there, right there, that price right there. And then it's going to go beyond that to right here, right here. All right. So, what I'm trying to teach everybody here is called mirror trading. All right. It's called mirror trading. And just so you're aware of it, everyone, I want you to know, hold on a second here. Let me get rid of that line. Well, that's a good line to have there. That's a good line to have. That's the median line where they sat for so long. See how they dropped it to there and dropped it to there, and then they raised it to there and raised it and raised it, raised it, and then they dropped it to there and it sat there. See that line? So that's the median line. And then after a while, again, the way that this price has fallen, I want you to be aware that this is a critical line right here. That is one of the biggest lines of all. That line right there is the biggest one of all. Ladies and gentlemen, that line right there is Tesla's biggest line of all. Right there, right there, and right there. And here we are again at that line right now. That is a very huge line of resistance in the past. If it goes beyond this, it's going to go up, folks. If it goes beyond where they fought it so hard right there, and where they fought it so hard there, and where they fought it so hard there, I'm telling you, folks, if it goes beyond that line, then this thing is going to go much higher. And the current price is over that line now. So watch out. If the 5-day comes up here and crosses that line, then this thing's going to go to the friggin' moon, people. Cat has a 200-inch screen. How do you like that, man? Wow. Well, this chart I'm looking at here is just the 20-day. Let's change this frame and let's take this out to a 90-day chart and look at that. Well, there it is. And you can clearly see these lines of resistance. They go all the way over to here. All the way over to here. Whew. That's a line of resistance there. Oh, yeah. There's a line of resistance there. Well, right now, folks, it looks good. Tesla, that's TSLA. Next, we're going to go to FLYX. FLYX. And that stock looks awesome. Excellent call out today. FLYX, Rudiggity nailed that one. Rudiggity, wow. Congratulations. FLYX with a flat top green candlestick in the after hours, even. Wow. Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen. FLYX. And it does have a wick on it now in the after hours, a little bit of a wick. So they're pulling it back a little there. FLYX. Rudiggity called that out. And he also called out HOOD. And look at it today. HOOD. Rudiggity, man, you nailed it today. Wow. HOOD. Both excellent calls. Ridiggity, you get the Cat Award for today for picking out the big ones there. Now, GPRO, the Bass Assassin. Oh my. And listen, folks, I got to tell you that right here, this is a critical stage for this to get over. If this can get over these two lines, this thing's going to go completely not, I mean, who knows how high. There's just no telling how high it'll go if this thing can break over this two lines of resistance right here now. If it goes over that, folks, GPRO is going to go much higher. You better keep your eye on it. Man, oh man, oh man. It's got to get over this price right here. It's got to get over 113. It's got to get over 113 a share, Savannah. 113 is where that is. 112.69. Well, the real number is 113, folks. I promise you. 113. This needs to move and be put at 113 because that is the number, folks, that it is. 113. 113.77, it says. Well, that number, folks, once it breaks that, this thing's out of here. You can see that price right there. 113, 113 and a half. If it goes over that, hasta luego, baby. She's going to go all the way up to here. And that price is 120 right there. And then this price is 123.33. Beyond that, this price here is 143. 143, folks. And you already know you should have sold that 143, 144. Those are sell numbers on my buy sell sheet. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Someone said, doesn't CD remind you of SoFi at 6? It does. It does. You're right. Mike Eisinger. Yes, it does. CD does remind me of SoFi at $6. Golden Cross playing out. Right. Well, there's the Golden Cross right there, folks. Triple upside crossover right there on the long-term chart. And I'm going to tell you right now, I like that I bought it right there. I do like that I bought it right there, folks. I bought that right there, and you guys know that I came in when it was right here. SIDU 480. You guys know I was buying it SIDU today. And I want to look at it right now on the 1-day chart. Freaking love it, folks. Look at them consolidating it right on this rising 50-day and the rising 200. Look at them consolidate right on there. Well, they already did that right here. They consolidated on it here while it was a rising 200 and a rising 50. So they consolidate on it again here, rising 50, rising 200. SIDU. It looks fabulous. Closed at 488 a share. And I told you guys they were going to do that. I told you that they were going to close this stock at 488 a share. I said they were going to do it, and they did it. 488. Now the bid is 490. The ask is 491 on SIDU. Well, I made some good money on BULL today, and I made good money on BIAF. But BULL was a good play today. And I want to thank you for calling out BULL. That was called out this morning, and I want to thank you very much for calling that out and reminding me because it was called out yesterday. BULL was called out yesterday by David King. David King. And so thank you, David King, for the call out on BULL. Here it is, BULL. A great call out, BULL, this morning. I want to thank you. Thank you very much. This is Webull, everyone. Webull. And I'm still going to hold this. I'm going to hold this. All right, everyone. Hey, I want to take care of some stuff in my yard. Last night we had a major storm here. I showed some of you guys the footage of it earlier, and we've got limbs and stuff laying all over my backyard, and I might need to help my neighbor get their trampoline back over from my other neighbors across my two fences and back over into his yard because his trampoline got launched up in the air and over my property into the neighbors on the other side. So we're gonna have to go out there and try to get that trampoline moved out of there, and we got some work to do. So you guys have a great evening. Thank you for being here with me as always. I hope you've learned something today. I hope that you always learn something here on this channel. Tomorrow I'll try to be up at the regular time, 6:48 a.m. Okay. And I want to thank each and every one of you who are here with me today all day. And I hope that you made some money. And I hope if you didn't make any money, that you at least learned something. That you at least learned something today. And hopefully you learn from my trading and my charts and my information and the gas prices and other things that we need to learn about. All right. So thank you for being here with me again. Cheers to each and every one of you. Thank you for all of you who donated today, all of you who contributed and have your name on the drawing for Friday for a t-shirt. And I want to thank you. That's all I can say. God bless each and every one of you. Have a great night. I hope you sleep well tonight. I hope you enjoy your meal. And I hope you spend some time around the table with your family. And yep, I hope that you all. Yep, Modiv, I played VSA with you. All right, Jayhawk. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening and bless each of us all. That's right, Gary Bullock. And everyone, as always, I want to make sure that I say to you, I hope you have a blessed night, and I hope that you're all surrounded with love because each and every one of you deserves that. All right? Happy tax filing day. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Bye bye.